And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Fabulous Friday. The only non-reggae you'll hear today. War on Drugs opening us up. Although I guess during our crookin' something else, we'll get something else. Either way, it's Reggae Friday. It's a beautiful weather. The sun is out. The Giants didn't lose yesterday. I'm in a great mood. Good morning, Marcus Boucher.
Murph, it's Reggae Friday. It's cheat day, cuz I'm ready for the weekend, and I'm ready for the Giants to take on Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers this weekend.
Something excited for, but first I got to tell you, it's not cheat day, cuz.
Oh, why not?
Because I weigh myself every Friday morning. I put on a couple.
Oh.
So it's those Doritos I had yesterday, young Tone.
Well, that's your problem.
Yeah.
You're cheating on a Thursday, Murph. You're supposed to save your cheat day to Friday, cuz.
You are exactly right, and now, therefore, I have had my cheat day taken away from me on a Friday. It's like a kid who misbehaves.
It's all
you got to
right.
take away his toy. You used to take away his toys. Now you take away his phone.
Yeah. They can take away his phone, take away his dessert.
Anyway, fabulous Thursday, NBA Finals Thursday, and wow, I was just looking for some entertainment. I didn't really get it.
Yeah, there
You know what I
wasn't
mean?
too much entertainment yesterday.
No, if everybody missed it, Boston 107, Dallas 89.
Boston
89.
beat down last night.
It's funny, I get these newsletters from various news sources that have the highlights of the day, the stories of the day. So I can read about O'Neal Cruz hitting a ball into the Allegheny or the Oklahoma women's softball team winning 4 in a row. I'm getting the top 6 out here. But one of the ones said, on this day, the Chicago Bulls defeated the Utah Jazz in the NBA Finals 96-54. That was a game on this day in 1998. 96-54.
And I want to double check. I saw a stat just scrolling through Twitter yesterday. I saw a stat that the Boston Celtics hit more three-pointers in the first quarter yesterday than the Bulls did in the entire series when they won in the 90s.
Great stat.
I'll look up the actual series for you.
That's an awesome stat. Yeah, the 3, baby, the 3. So anyway, so it wasn't much other than Kristaps Porzingis.
Here it is, Murph, real quick. Sorry. The Boston Celtics made more threes in the first quarter yesterday, 7 total, than the Chicago Bulls did in the entire 1991 NBA Finals.
That's just
they made 5 3-pointers the entire finals.
Incredible stat. Incredible stat.
Insane.
In 30 short years, that's like a intergalactic change in the game.
Shout out Steph Curry for changing the game.
Remember, how'd the Warriors do last night? I don't know. How'd they shoot from 3?
Exactly.
Right? Exactly. And so what was Boston from 3 last night in the end? Excuse me. Dallas was 7 of 27 from 3, and Boston was 16 of 42.
42 3-pointers taken.
They took 15 more. They hit 9 more. So the Celtics launch, baby. They launch. And I don't know. These things truly are one-game series. I mean, like every game is its own entity, hence Draymond Green's famous, nah, it's fine. You have that, baby?
Oh, I got it for you, Murph. You want a little
This is
Draymond
after
Green
losing
on a
game
Friday
1
morning?
at home. Yes.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. It was at home, right? Wasn't it that home loss, game 1?
I believe it was.
How'd the Warriors have that
Was
home
it?
field? Did I read that the current Mavericks are speaking of the Warriors, the current Mavericks are the longest shot to make a finals from opening day odds since the 2015 Warriors.
Wow.
How about that?
That's
So
a
you
good
got a stat, I
too.
got a stat.
We got stats this morning, and I've got updates for you on Draymond Green.
No, it's fine.
Last night, I saw a photo from out in Boston of some Celtics fan wearing a T-shirt that said, Draymond Green is a B.
Okay.
They're still wearing them.
So, if you go outside of Fenway Park or the TD Garden, they sell those T-shirts on every street corner. Famously, when we went back to Boston in 07 to see the Giants play the Red Sox, I got pecan one, said LeBron is a D. And he wore it. He used to wear it around the office because he was a big LeBron hater even back then. So, yeah, you'll get those Boston T-shirts. You don't get those here on the street corners.
Well, the problem was this wasn't a shirt bought off the street corner. This is a guy that took a Sharpie and straight up wrote on his shirt, Draymond is a B.
That's hilarious.
And I'm like, damn, this guy doesn't even have $5 for the corner store T-shirt.
I think the LeBron one I got pecan, I think I can say this on the air, it said he was a douche. I think I can say that.
that's fine.
Right?
That's
yeah,
acceptable.
Yeah. It said it was just a big green T-shirt in white print, in big print. It said LeBron is a douche. I said, give me that shirt, guy. Guy said $20. I said, all right, give me an XL. I brought it back to Peacock, so it's my gift.
Keep it simple.
But yeah, game 1 they lost to the Celtics 120-108.
No, it's fine.
And so the point being, of course, these things are, and my favorite, the series doesn't start until the road team wins.
Not at all. But Murph, the series doesn't start until the pop culture showdown decides a winner. And hey, the PCS is off to a good start.
Off to a decent start, but again, nothing. We don't start. Let's not start popping each other's cultures just yet. You know what I mean? So,
Nice. I like
but anyway,
that.
Kristaps Porzingis. I want to drop
Kristaps Porzingis.
I want to drop a Shaquille O'Neal / Deck Murph apology with Kristaps Porzingis because we were talking about him briefly in the bullpen, and you were saying how back in the days of the lists, back in the pandemic, we used to do the list.
We're so random.
Those were fun days. You
They
know what I
were
mean? We
fun.
did a million of them, man.
But there's
And-
no sports on.
Yeah. And so one of them was top 3 sports departures that broke your heart. Was that it?
I think that was the
Or
list.
it was like me, Joe Montana to the Chiefs, Will Clark to the Rangers, that kind of stuff. And you,
And it was funny because, of course, everybody is giving their list of Niners and Giants and Warriors left to bay. And I believe my list was Charles Woodson going to the Packers,
Okay.
Alfonso Soriano being traded to the Texas Rangers for Alex Rodriguez, and Kristaps Porzingis leaving to the Dallas Mavericks.
and that was greeted with shock.
Yeah, everyone is like, what? Kristaps Porzingis is on the list. And I've talked about before how my dad is a Knicks fan, tried to raise me a Knicks fan. I was a big Latrell Sprewell fan growing up. I got a Patrick Ewing jersey, but I've gone back and forth between the Knicks. Obviously now I'm more of a Warriors fan, but there's always been a little bit of love for the Knicks, but it broke my heart seeing Kristaps Porzingis leave the organization.
And I don't know, maybe we just kind of laughed because the Knicks weren't a successful
No,
team.
not
You know,
at
he
all.
wasn't like a winner. Although, and I just want to say that the Shaq D. Murphy, I owe Kristaps Porzingis an apology. I was not completely familiar with his game. Do you know, in his career, he averages 20 and 8?
He's
Pretty
a
damn good,
stud.
dude.
Well, Murph, I
Pretty
think a
damn
reason
good.
why a lot of people aren't familiar with his game is because he's always injured. And that's been the knock on Porzingis, is just staying healthy on the court. But you can go back to his early days with the Knicks when Kevin Durant dubbed him with the nickname the Unicorn because he is kind of similar to Kevin Durant.
Bro.
Of course, does not have the accomplishments, but this guy is damn near unstoppable when he's healthy and on the court.
He's 7'2". Mm-hmm. He's 7'2". All right. Oh, and when he got drafted in 2016 out of Latvia, or was it 2015?
Oh, when Knicks fans were losing their mind and
was
that
the
kid was crying on the broadcast.
He was the 4th pick overall out of Latvia. Most people don't even know, can't find Latvia on the map. I can't find. I mean, I could throw a dart in the general region, but I couldn't actually specifically tell you which one was Latvia.
Where you see.
All right. So when he came out, we were kind of fascinated by this guy, and then we found out that in Latvia there was, first of all, there's Latvian hip hop. I did not know this. Did you know this?
I'm not.
I guess there's hip hop everywhere.
Murph, you know I like rap, but no, I don't have any Latvian rap on my iPod.
And that there was a rapper came out with a Kristaps Porzingis track that fascinated us. I remember it being I haven't heard this in years. Young Tony found it. So in honor of last night, where Kristaps Porzingis comes back from a long absence from injury, scores 20 points off the bench, becomes the first bench player in an NBA Finals to have 20 points and 3 blocks off the bench since Kevin McHale in '84, who he kind of looks like a little bit body-wise, you know, and in the same Celtic jersey. Anyway, this was in honor of him having that nice night last night. We dug up the old rap track, yeah.
Man mazie dzwonią ieradušas tava acu priekšā.
This is it.
Vai tu esi gatavs? 2,16 metri augsts.
Kristaps Porzingis.
Ja tu skaties uz viņu, tu skaties uz augšu.
Kristaps Porzingis.
Kurš ir tas, kuram daudzāk naudas?
Kristaps Porzingis.
Kurš ir tas, kura vārdu mēs jaucam?
Kristaps Porzingis.
Es esmu tik īs, neesmu tik jauns. Es esmu
now
tik
we're kicking
stils.
in.
Es ienāku klubā un nometu naudu, nometu slēpes, nometu kurpes. Sēžos dīvānā kā es man smirdu.
Isn't there a part where they actually go like, Kristaps? I remember the guy whispers. Maybe it's a little bit like,
Porzingis.
dude, that is, by the way, how about it? I feel like going on a mass murder serial spree after hearing that beat. I mean, that beat can only be laid down when somebody's on a mass murder serial killing spree. I mean, that's not exactly Christmas morning music, you know what I mean?
Well, that's what.
Kristaps Porzingis.
That's what he was on
Save
last
that,
night.
buddy.
He was
Yes.
on a killing spree against the Dallas Mavericks, a revenge game. Everybody was talking about Kyrie playing against his former team. Here's Porzingis squaring off against the Dallas Mavericks.
By the way, I want to compliment him too, man. The guy's English is outstanding. After 8 years in America, he's like speaking. You drop me in Latvia, I'll never speak Latvian, bro. So I'm getting amazed that these people come over here and learn the language. So anyway, he led the way. The Celtics smoked him, 107-89. Kyrie, bad night, 6 for 19, 12 points. So I was just looking for entertainment, and I didn't really get a huge amount of entertainment.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I was out at a bar yesterday watching a game. Surprise, surprise. So I didn't get to see the actual crowd reaction to Kyrie because I wasn't able to hear it on the TV. But Murph, I can tell you yesterday when I was at the Yankee, which is a Boston bar, ironically, there was a lot of Boston fans wearing their Celtic green.
Was it annoying you?
And a lot of S talking of Kyrie Irving.
Were you annoying it?
I just went in for a quick drink and I was like, yeah, I'd rather go down to the point where there's not as many Bostonians here.
Okay, all right. The point. I like that. You already got the nicknames on it. All right. Well, listen, Giants baseball back in your lives tonight at 5:05 against Bruce Bochy, who, of course, we'll perhaps check in with later this morning. We got that to get into. We got the biggest upset in cricket history we got to get into.
USA. USA.
Waterboy's Dodgers are at his Dodgers are at his Yankees.
What's going on here?
I misplaced the two names, but I went with it though.
A little bit of
Dodgers
confusion.
Yankees on Apple TV tonight.
Good series this
Logan
weekend.
Webb on the mound tonight. A lot of fun. Reggae Friday coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Cristap Sports em Dias.
Tu skaties uz viņu, tu skaties uz augšu.
Cristap Sports em Dias.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You just heard the promo. Bruce Bochy stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes, and the word around the campfire is he might stop by our show this morning. So stay tuned, locked in all morning long to Murph and Marcus. But if you want to go back and hear Bochy's interview with Tolbert and Copes, check out that podcast and more, available now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Derek White passes across the forecourt to Porzingis. Pivoting, now putting it on the deck with the left hand. Gets by Lively, drives, and slams. Welcome back, Kristaps Porzingis. KP who steps into a three and knocks it home. 11 points for Kristaps Porzingis. Josh Green comes up with it, racing down floor. Went up for the jamming up, blocked by Porzingis. Porzingis lights fire on a three and drills another deep one. 18 points in his return from the calf injury. Porzingis to the rim for the slam. He's got 20.
This is now 8 straight wins for Boston in these playoffs. They're 13-2.
It was tough. I'm not gonna lie, it was tough. Just not being able to be out there. But seeing how we were playing, how locked in guys were, I knew we'll be fine. And these guys have been here already, and now I get to be out there and add even more firepower.
How are we feeling about the Boston Celtics 3 wins away from an NBA championship? One that they thought was going to be theirs 2 years ago until Steph Curry came and became Superman right in their face. It's funny, I got to give young Greg Silver some credit. Young Greg Silver. Somebody put out a thing on Twitter, rank your 4 Warriors championships. And he ranked them exactly how I would rank them, which means he was right. And I think in the end, even though the first one is always the best one, I think 2022 actually might be the best one because it was post Durant, it was Boston, it was at the Garden, it was Steph's crowning moment. So many reasons they weren't supposed to win it. I think they weren't favored going into that series, right?
I don't think they were.
Yeah, either way, that is my favorite. So Boston's been knocking at this door, and they might finally kick it down. Now, the big joke is they've had the easiest road to the finals, literally statistically. There's an analytic for that. They actually have played. It's how many All-Stars you face on the road to the championship. They faced the fewest All-Stars on the way to the championship, but they're like, sorry.
Yeah. This is the road to the playoffs in the East. If you don't like it, maybe you leave the Western Conference and join over to the East, which is why when we talk about LeBron and all these free agents, I'm surprised more guys don't go to the East for an easier path to the finals. But regardless, they're in the finals now. But Murph, you know what the big difference is between this Boston team and the Boston team that squared off against the Golden State Warriors? Shout out to Bob Marley on a Reggae Friday. That was Buffalo Soldier, but Boston didn't have the Latvian soldier, Kristaps Porzingis.
With that rap that we're liking so much. Yeah, Porzingis was incredible.
Kristaps Porzingis.
It's funny, Jason Tatum wasn't that huge last night. No. He wasn't. And I see here, I missed, we had big practice. We got a big game tomorrow. Wish us luck. The championship game, good old Boyle Park on a Super Saturday. But we had a fun team practice yesterday. We took a little field trip and had a fun team practice. So I missed the start of the game. They did a tribute to Bill Walton. I see it here in the cut sheet. I missed it. I'm cool. If anybody saw it, let me know. Maybe I'll find it on YouTube or something. I probably would have been. That might have gotten me in my feels, man.
You would have been in your feels.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad they did that. That's pretty. They had to do it. He's one of the great players. It's funny. He's kind of like Porzingis. His NBA career was littered with injury. And really, he only had a couple of great years, but he was so impactful in those years that he was great. Plus, he's just so iconic. I wonder how different Bill Walton's life would have been if he wasn't redheaded. The red hair made him so different and weird. People are like, who's that?
Yeah, but even to the newer generation that knows him from having gray hair on the broadcast, he was still just such a character. But you're right, it does add an extra element to the uniqueness of Bill Walton.
650 says the Warriors were minus 125 against Boston. Well, they had home court, so maybe. But it still felt like it was a challenge and a chore, and it was an incredible achievement.
And to your point, it was the Warriors post Kevin Durant when the narratives were still floating around that, oh, Steph can't win one without Kevin Durant, despite the fact that he won one before KD got there. It's, oh, Steph Curry can't win a finals MVP because Andre Iguodala stole that award from him and Kevin Durant got a couple. Steph had his shining moment in Boston, dropping that 40 burger and telling everybody else, now what, as he hit him with the night-night celebration.
I remember just being so utterly blown away that night. Just so utterly. I remember taking a picture of him on the post-game interview. Took a picture, and I remember tweeting it out just saying, like, this blanking guy. Just that was, like, my only thing I could say, this blanking guy. So good memories. 'Cause it was only 2 years ago. And then there we were on Market Street.
Yeah.
Is this Murph?
That's right. Yo, is this Murph?
When you were hanging out with whose dad again? Was it?
It was Jordan Poole's dad.
Jordan Poole's dad.
And Triple E gave him his cigar.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Those were the days. Those were back when we had parades.
Fun time.
You got it?
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
Great find.
This
buddy.
is hilarious. I love that drop, too. And shout out to Mike Holler once again screwing me over, telling me that I was about to do a hit with Papa and Lund. And then next thing you know, Murph is down the line saying what's up to me. I was confused out of my mind.
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
By the way, I had like one AirPod in. I'm in the middle of a
you can't hear
parade.
anything.
Draymond Green is right above me taking shots of tequila. I'm like, what the hell was going on?
You were doing well to even like be connected and even speaking because it was crazy.
Surprised I even had cell phone service,
Even
to be
in
honest
that
with
little
you.
tiny cut, you can hear the ambient noise.
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
Welcome to the league, kid.
Fun stuff, man. So anyway, well, listen, the other story is, and it's funny, I had thought of it as the Lakers, but really LeBron undermining the NBA with the story of Dan Hurley. Somebody was assigning it on Twitter to LeBron. LeBron made sure to leak that story to take the shine away from Kyrie and the Celtics.
Also, he was just on his podcast talking about how much he would love to play with Kyrie Irving again, how he hates that he's not his running mate anymore. Like, could LeBron make this about himself some more, please?
I mean, I honestly think that stuff affects your guys' evaluation of him as the GOAT. Like, you find him so personally distasteful.
Oh, dude, he just annoys the hell out of me.
Hence the T-shirt. LeBron is a douche. It gets back to the
it's
first
a correct shirt.
segment. So, but this Dan, we didn't talk about it all yesterday because I know we were caught up on something else. We were caught up on the 49ers, a lot of 49ers stuff, and the Giants. But maybe you and I disagree on this one. I don't know, but I'm fascinated by the idea of Dan Hurley going to the Lakers. Maybe it was Tonelli I was walking in. He couldn't care less. He was like, "Who cares?" I'm like, "That's kind of a huge story." To me, on many levels. You know, number one, he's the best college coach we've seen. Since Coach K, since Mike Krzyzewski? I respected Billy Donovan winning 2 in a row at Florida, 1 at my expense, actually 2 at my expense because we beat us in the Final Four and the championship game. Not without the help from the Zebras, dude. Few key whistles. But anyway, Billy Donovan wins those 2. But I've been fascinated by Danny Hurley because he's so, in this day and age, where, like, everybody has to be buttoned up. He is so old school. Like, his emotions are so crazy, and he's so raw with his behavior and his screaming and his yelling. And we did some, didn't we do, I put him in the Pop Culture Showdown, I think, about him being a profane coach or whatever.
I think it was like most red-ass coach or something like that.
Exactly.
Who's more red-ass?
So the idea of that going to the NBA, I mean, I guess Thibodeau has that reputation, but he's more like kind of a silent tough guy or just kind of a grumpy tough guy?
Kind of a stoic tough guy.
Yeah, whereas Hurley's just like throwing chairs and grabbing jerseys and all the things he does. And then it's the Lakers, which affects the Warriors, obviously. If the Lakers get great again, I mean, listen, we've had trouble with them already. The Lakers are already better than the Warriors right now. So I'm truly, plus I don't know, has the guy ever left, has he ever left New Jersey or Connecticut? I can't, this guy they say he's in L.A. today. Like, has he ever been to L.A.? I mean, he walked off the plane, looked around like, what the hell is this? You know what I mean?
Wherever the hell I am in California.
What's this sky? What's this? What are these cars? What's these palm trees?
What is the sun?
Yeah, exactly. So are you fascinated by this story?
No, I'm not. I'm kind of like Paul Tonelli because, in your own words, you're fascinated by the idea. And right now, it's just an idea.
Well,
and that's the difference to me, especially seeing how much of a national story this was yesterday on the day that the NBA Finals were starting. Like, I walked out to the bullpen. I looked up, saw Colin Cowherd on TV having an interview with Paul Pierce, who, of course, is an iconic Celtics legend. And instead of talking about Game 1 of the NBA Finals, they're talking about Dan Hurley.
Yeah.
So to me, I'm just like, all right, let me know when pen meets paper. If he does end up being the Lakers coach, yes, it will be a big story. But just the idea of it, I don't know, doesn't fascinate me.
Well, first of all, sounds like it's going to happen. That's one of the things. Yeah. Sounds like he's in L.A. now. They're not going to let him out without. They're going to say, "Hey, here's the contract." They're going to take him up to the Beverly. They're going to take him up to the. I can only imagine where they're going to take him, to Jerry Buss's or Jeannie Buss's mansion up in the hills, and just how many models and stars are going to be up there. It can be a pretty heady scene.
You think they're going to put him on like one of those Hollywood tour buses that goes up to the Hollywood sign, takes him by the Playboy Mansion?
Hey, shout out Tatum O'Neal in the Bad News Bears. She sold maps to the stars there. Remember that when Buttermaker had to drive by and tell her, "Come on, we need you. We need you." She was selling those maps for like 10 cents. But anyway, it's a heady thing. Although I don't know if Dan Hurley's the kind of guy who will be impressed by that. He'd be like, "I don't care if DiCaprio's here. I'm trying to win a freaking game. Can he play? Can he help me with my defense? Can he help me with a motion offense?
Can he help me develop Bronny Jr.?"
I wonder. But the fact that it's gotten this far is interesting, and he'll become one of the more fascinating coaches in the NBA right away. And besides, isn't today's sports talk radio world, per John Joe Curley, it doesn't matter if it's going to happen or not. Talk about it anyway.
Yeah, again, I just think there's bigger topics and storylines to talk about with the NBA Finals.
It's interesting. I'm going to give Hurley to the Lakers the slight edge over the NBA Finals.
But this goes back to like the pecan argument that people like the offseason stuff more than the actual games. I'm like, we've got the NBA Finals starting tonight. But why do I care about who the Lakers' next head coach is going to be?
But you're of that generation that cares about the offseason stuff.
I should be of that generation, but look at me, Murph. Now I'm an old head.
How long have we talked about Brandon Ayuk not signing a contract?
Yeah, at least that's all local business, though.
Guest list on a Friday, June 7, 2024, 6/7/24, Reggae Friday. Send your best suggestions in. We'll see what makes the cut. Young Tony, good morning to you, brother.
Good morning.
How are you feeling about the Dan Hurley to the Lakers story?
I think it's pretty big. Yeah. I didn't think he would leave the college game, to be honest with you.
Well, he hasn't gone yet.
True.
But yeah, I know. But dude, I didn't know he had NBA ambitions. That's what surprised me. But look, why not? It's like Jim Harbaugh going to the NFL, right? Mm-hmm. You would think, hey, he's at Michigan. Why would he ever leave Michigan? Well, because it's the NFL, man, and it's the NBA. So we'll continue to follow it. What do we got, bud?
All right, coming up at 6:30, we have a Will Clark replay for the 6 a.m. audience that did not hear him at 8:15 yesterday.
Just straight baseball, straight Will Clark, right? No BS.
Oh, great interview with Will Clark.
Yeah, no BS.
Will the Thrill, dude.
Good
He was
Giants
awesome.
talk coming your way.
Yep, that's coming up next. Mike Kruko's coming up at 7:30 this morning to preview the Rangers series down in Texas this weekend. We have the big hit at 7:50. We're going to get a cooler content in at 8:15. And then drum roll, please. At 8:50 this morning, we have the legend Bruce Bochy joining the show.
Always welcome.
It's a free show, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not free is the good people at Marin Health. I don't even know why I said that. We are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Will Clark talking baseball and the Giants next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I am Will the Thrill Clark. I am part of San Francisco, and I am forever a Giant.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Reggae Friday continues. Young Tone, what do we got here, bud?
Toots and the Maytals, Funky Kingston.
Sounds fantastic. This is my style, buddy. My style.
Roots reggae music.
Just like Will Clark is our style. Number 22 joined us yesterday late in the show. We wanted to give the early crowd a good dose of Will Clark talking Giants baseball. So on the UMA guest line, good morning, Will. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Good. Are you back home? I know I saw you in the dugout last Wednesday. Are you back down south?
Yeah, no, I'm back down south. I was out for the Phillies and Yankees series, and now back home. And we'll be coming out again in July, and in the meantime, I'll be seeing some of our minor league affiliates.
I always like to ask the real question, though. What are we hunting right now?
Nothing. Matter of fact,
no hunt season.
starting to get a little hot down here in the south, so probably do some fishing here in a little bit. That's about it.
Yeah, hunting season's more in the fall and the winter, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay, I get my. You're talking to a non-hunter.
How you guys doing out there? Y'all good?
Well, we're roasted in the heat. We have a big old heat wave here, but it's finally broken. But if we were doing this interview yesterday, man, whoo, baby.
Might be a little different tone to the interview.
So what you said is where we'll start. You were here for the Phillies-Yankees series. Now, we'll get to yesterday and Slater and Matos in just a second. But I need to know how Will Clark processed that beatdown, what the Yankees did to the Giants. What did that mean? Like, what did that do to the club?
I think that, we had come off of playing pretty well, went into the Phillies series and, won the first two, had a chance to sweep. We had actually beat, in game 2, we had actually beat their number one starter, Zach Wheeler, in a bullpen game, which was really tough to do. And, we just didn't get the best of them on that Wednesday. But then, knowing the Yankees were coming into town and they were hot, just like the Phillies were hot, it's like, all right, let's play good baseball. And we just didn't. We flat out didn't. Not only did we not play good baseball, and, we booted, routine ground balls, stuff like that. But then also on top of that, we just made a ton of mistakes, out over the plate to the middle of their lineup. And you just can't do that. And, they made us pay. A good team made us pay. So, that being said, you hit the road, you go to Arizona, and you're like, all right, let's get our stuff in gear here. Let's switch things around. And, we had a walk-off on Monday, which never helps anything. It just sort of makes it seem. And then Tuesday's game was just a head shaker. And I know Bob was really pissed off at Tuesday's game. And thank God we had Wilma Flores come along with a little granny yesterday, made things all better.
And, Will, I'm wondering why you're sitting there watching that Philly series and watching that Yankee series, just when you're looking at the talent on the field and in those lineups, how close or far away do you think the Giants are for competing against teams like those rosters?
I think we can compete. I mean, look at what we did against the Phillies, a few days before. But, you just can't play a good team, and especially a good team that's hot. You can't play a good team like that and just not execute on the field. That's first off. And then second off, not execute on the mound. I mean, you start throwing, hanging breaking balls to their 4-hole hitter or, throw a fastball right there to probably the MVP candidate of the AL. You're going to expect to have those balls turned around in a hurry, and that's what happened.
So, you don't – listen, you're a big league player. These are all big league players. They believe they belong. So you don't think there's any lasting damage that the Yankees just beat them senseless and you're like, man, we can't be on the field with these guys?
No, not at all. Matter of fact, if you sit there and you look at it from a number standpoint, I enjoyed having the fact that we had, Jordan Hicks, Logan Webb, and Blake Snell up against the Yankees. We had our lineup, our rotation set up nice. And just like I said, we just did not execute. And when you don't execute against a team that's hot, they don't miss the mistakes. If you play against a team like Pittsburgh and they're cold, they're going to miss a few mistakes right there. And the Yankees did not. But, we go to Arizona, who's in our division, and they did the same thing. They didn't miss some mistakes we made. I mean, a kid that hit the walk-off, that's a 95, 96-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle. Guys do not miss that late in the game.
No, it's a true story. Will Clark, great having him on the Yuma guest line. Of course, just talking Giants ball, and Giants off today. They're going to play Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers, and Will Clark wore that uniform too. We'll ask about that in just a couple minutes, just for fun. Soto, Judge, Stanton, or Clark, Mitchell, Williams?
It depends on how you want to stack them up there. I mean, it was pretty solid middle of the lineups. And that's the thing, and you see that, when the Yankees were coming into town, you could see that, back in the day with, me and Matt and Boogie Bear, or me and Matt and Barry, middle of the lineup gets hot. They can carry a team for a long time. And that's what we saw this last week.
Well, kind of a hard question here. I don't want you to put the Giants on blast, as the kids say. I know you work for the club and everything, but does the Giants not having that 3, 4, 5 really affect their ability to win games? I mean, they're just not built that way. They don't have Clark, Mitchell, Williams. They don't have Clark, Mitchell. They don't have Clark, Bonds, Williams. They don't have Soto, Judge, Stanton. They don't have that heart of the order. How do you view that as a handicap to winning? You
need the middle of the order to get hot. That just goes without saying. You have to take some of the pressure off the pitching staff, and if you can get the middle of the order, in gear, for us personally, it gives everybody a breath of fresh air. And there's no way you can not look at it. I mean, you got. He's been banged up, but Slater's hitting a $140. Chapman's hitting 240. The guys that are really out there working hard, taking extra BP are Soler and Flores, and they came around a little bit yesterday. Yastrzemski's hitting 214. I mean, you can't have guys like that, consistently in the order. I mean, they have to get hot. And, for me personally, the way we have our organization set up, it's looking like we're going to get Alex Cobb a little bit later, looking like we're going to get Robbie Ray a little bit later. We are set up pretty well, believe it or not, for the second half of the year. But we just got to get these guys hot. They can't keep hitting, in the low 200s. They got to find a way to start doing some damage, get hot, get their averages up, feel good, and get some clutch base hits to where, like I said before, it takes the pressure off the pitching staff.
Will, the biggest change we saw in the lineup yesterday for the Giants is seeing Austin Slater in that leadoff spot. Of course, the corresponding move was to send down Luis Matos to Sacramento. What were your thoughts on that decision?
Not a big fan of that decision. I love Matos. He's one of our younger players. He is, going to be one of the future outfielders of this team. And he's coming off of being a National League Player of the Week. I am a big believer in somebody gave me an opportunity, stuck with me. They lived through the stupid stuff I'm going to do on the field, but then once I learned the game the right way, then all of a sudden, the better player came out. And I'm a big believer in that. And it's going to have to happen with all of these guys. I mean, whether it be, Matos or, Casey Schmidt or whoever it might be, you got to stick with Ramos. Here's another one. You got to stick with the young guys, and you're going to have to deal with some of the growing pains.
Oh, there's a strong, good answer right there. So Matos' numbers were poor the last 10 games, and he was beginning to be exposed a little bit. Did that alarm you at all, or do you just keep chopping wood?
Yeah, no. I mean, the big thing about Matos, and for everybody in the audience, he has unbelievable hand-eye coordination. He's like our version of like Pablo Sandoval. I mean, he's a great bad ball hitter, and that therein lies the problem. He has to have more of a game plan. He has to swing more at strikes instead of balls, and just not put the balls in play. And when he was NL Player of the Week, he was getting balls out over the plate and he was doing some damage. And then, in the Phillies and the Yankees series, I know for sure he swung at a few balls out of the zone and put himself in holes. And like I said, that's what's going to happen with young guys, and you got to stick with them, and you got to give them more of a game plan.
Elliot Ramos is a name you mentioned, and a guy that you've seen develop throughout the Giants system. Yesterday, he got on base 6 different times. He's been one of the hottest hitters in the lineup. What have you seen differently from the approach of Elliot Ramos this season? I have always loved Elliot. He had some holes in his swing, and he really worked hard,
to tighten up those holes. And since he's come up this last time, time before I was like, oh, he's still not there yet. But since I've seen him this last time, he's laid off the tough pitches. He's getting good strikes to hit, and he's putting some good bat on. Excuse me. And yesterday, perfect example for a young player, to get in 2 at bats and walk 4 times and be right there in the middle of the lineup. I thought that was a really, really good way for him to solidify being in the lineup every day.
Awesome. A few more minutes here with Will Clark. So great talking ball with you, Will. Will, what do you make of the shortstop situation?
That's kind of our little right now. We've had Luciano out there, Wisely out there. Then we took Casey Schmidt over there, Fitzgerald out there yesterday. Hey, look, Bob's kind of bit and piecing it together. I am a big fan and always have been of Tyler Fitzgerald. I can just tell you that right now. Big kid, can run, can throw, play multiple positions. When he does get hot, he's that kind of guy like Matos. He can carry a team for a full week. And I'm a big fan of Fitzgerald, but it's the same thing. You got to let him play. You're going to have to deal with some growing pains with him. But as far as the athletic ability goes, I've always thought Tyler Fitzgerald can play in the major leagues and play in the major leagues on an everyday basis. So Casey Schmidt came up as a third baseman, and I've told everybody this before. As a third baseman in the minor leagues, Casey Schmidt was a Gold Glover. I saw that. Now, granted, we have another Gold Glover at third base, and Matt Chapman, but Casey Schmidt's position is third base. And, you playing him out of position when you play him at short and second, and he's trying to make do out there.
Will, we can't let you go without asking about first base, and I'd love to get your thoughts on Lamont Wade Jr., even though he is injured right now, and also what do you think the Giants' game plan should be without Lamont Wade Jr. at first base?
It's going to be putting the pieces together. Flores is going to do a good job over there, and, I know while I was up there, they had Trenton Brooks up there, so they were platooning. But, Lamont Wade, I was so proud of him. I really was proud of him because he took what he did the last few years in the major leagues, and he worked really hard this offseason, and he was having legitimately one of the better, first halves that I've seen. I mean, he's leading the National League in on-base percentage. He was hitting above 300, taking his walks, getting clutch base hits. And I was really proud of what Lamont was doing. I was so pissed when, he went down with that hamstring injury because, we lose him for a month basically, and then now, he has to start all over again. So, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that when he jumps back in the lineup, he's able to get hot again.
Last one, Will, is can Marco Luciano play first base?
No. To be flat out.
Yeah.
First base, there's a lot of stuff going on over there. You think a lot of stuff's going on over at short. There's a lot of stuff at first, especially, with footwork and, having a runner bear down on you so you don't get hit in the line and all that sort of stuff. If Marco Luciano does move, probably the best place for him would be in outfield.
Okay, last ones. We're going to have Bruce Bochy on tomorrow, and you wore that Rangers uniform. We know you're black and orange. You said it on the field last summer. It was the best. But there's a little part of you that played that Arlington Heat, and you see Boch as a World Series champ. What are your emotions when you see the Giants go against Boch? And, they're kind of the Giants right now. They're 30-32.
Yeah, no, Boch, having dealt with him in San Francisco all those years and got to know him, super people and runs everything. Everything the right way. And that's why players love to play for him. They love to play hard for him. And, to see him go over to Texas, where I was an alumnus and win the World Series was absolutely phenomenal. I was so proud of him. Coming in, this week, I'm going to wish him the best, all that sort of stuff. I'll send him a text or whatever. But at the same time, I'm sending a text saying, hey, go ahead and kick their ass.
Great stuff. Will, you're the best. Go catch some big fish and enjoy that Louisiana summer, and then we can't wait to see you back in the city in July. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thanks, Will.
Yeah, guys, I'll see y'all in July, and then next time we talk, I'll have some updates on what I'm seeing.
There he is, the great Will Clark. We'll react to that. The comments on Matos, Slater, Tyler Fitzgerald, Luciano at first base. Plus, John Paul Morosi from MLB Network has a suggestion about who the Giants should trade. That's all next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do I see any path in which the Giants finish ahead of the Dodgers this year? The answer to that is no for me. I just don't see it. And so as a result, you then ask the question, if you're Farhan Zaidi, if you're Pete Putila, you're running the Giants, what then is your obligation? Is your obligation to try your best to put together a winning record, which puts you in the wild card conversation? Or is it your obligation to build for the future and in some way, shape, or form find a way to build a roster that can someday beat the Dodgers? And I think that's where you've got a lot of teams stuck in the middle.
No reggae version of Steelers Wheels stuck in the middle. We looked, but I couldn't find one. Neither could Tony. So we're going with Young Tone stick figure.
Above the storm, stick figure.
All right, well, the Dodgers are above the storm. The Giants are mired in the storm of 30 and 33 as we get ready for a little Giants talk here. Mike Krukow at 7:30 is going to join us, too. Bruce Bochy at 8:50, which we're looking forward to very, very much. But thanks to Will Clark for hopping on, giving us those great takes on Matos and Slater and Tyler Fitzgerald, who he's high on, and how the middle of the order's got to get hot. It's got to get hot. And we'll see if they do it tonight in Texas, 5:05. But you heard John Morosi on Papa and Lund yesterday, and there's some interesting stuff that we can spin off of on there. First of all, he's talking about the Dodgers. And, we've addressed this at various points during the season. The Dodgers and the Phillies and the Braves, they're different from us.
Yeah.
They're not like you and me. You know,
in the words of Kendrick Lamar, they're not like us.
Do I go, okay, you go Kendrick Lamar. I'm going F. Scott Fitzgerald. Young Tone, F. Scott Fitzgerald, you down?
Tyler Fitzgerald?
Nice, Tony.
He said the very rich are different from you and me. That's what he said. Just like Kendrick Lamar said, not like us.
Not like us, Murph.
By the way, I was driving some kids to a practice recently, and that came on TikTok radio on Sirius XM, and they all got hyped.
They have a Drake diss track on TikTok radio.
Correct.
Wow.
And the kids all recognize it from Beat One.
Wow. What a time and age we're living in.
There's a TikTok radio?
So if you have Sirius XM, it's channel 4. So it's all the songs you hear on TikTok.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Can I offer you $1 million baby, anyone?
Ooh,
yes, all right.
Maybe if I heard it.
Oh, did I get you? I scooped you on one.
Well, yeah, I know. Like Murph's more on TikTok than I am, I think.
Oh, not like Gabe Kapler, who's now in the New York Post.
Yeah.
The New York Post finally figured out that Kapler's doing thirst trap TikToks, and a listener sent it to us. We're like, you should have been listening to our show last year.
Yeah, welcome to the world of Gabe Kapler.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, so back to the issue at hand here, and that's Morosi saying, the Giants are stuck in the middle. So you and I were talking about this right before we went on the air. I said, hey, water boy, I was checking something out. And you said, what was it? I said, the San Diego Padres are 32 and 34. And they're currently the third wild card holder.
Ugh.
I said, you got to be kidding me. And then I looked down underneath them. Arizona, 30 and 33. Cincinnati, 30 and 33. San Francisco Giants, 30 and 33. I'm not going to stop there.
Keep going.
Also in the mix, St. Louis Cardinals, 29 and 32. And the team that had O'Neal Cruz hit a 462-foot home run into the Allegheny last night, which was one of the cooler shots you'll ever see, 29 and 33 in the mix.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, who just took 2 out of 3 from the LA Dodgers off the back of Paul Skeens and Jared Jones.
And, yes, it was just awesome, by the way. And the Ohtani Skeens showdowns were fantastic. One nasty strikeout, one gigantic home run. Your stat on the National League?
Murph, there are 15 teams in the National League. Currently, 11 of them have a sub-500 record.
Who's got the puke sound? Does everybody have that? Does everybody have that puke sound?
I'll
We used to
go
play.
live
Puke
for
on used to
you.
play.
No, I don't think we have that on board.
Awful. What's going on, man? The mediocrity and the boredom that grips the National League right now. And the Giants are smack in the middle of that. That's what John Morosi was saying there in that rejoin.
And I think that's the problem with these extra wild card teams. From the minute it was announced, I didn't like the idea because it waters down the MLB playoffs.
And
it takes away
GMs an excuse to build teams. This is what we were saying all along. This is the Farhan special. Yeah. I don't have to build a great team. And you get it from his perspective. He's like, why do I have to build a team like the Phillies or Dodgers when I can face them in a best-of-5 series in October by spending or whatever, by not working as hard to build that awesome team that they have?
I mean, when we talk about the top teams in the league and the tiers and the rankings, look who's in the World Series last year. The Arizona Diamondbacks against the Texas Rangers. It's not the powerhouse Yankees, Dodgers, Astros, Phillies. And that's why a lot of these GMs with this extra wild card team, I think there's going to be even less selling at the MLB trade deadline because everybody wants to just have that hope that they can get in with a sub-500 record as a playoff team.
It's like 83 gets you in. 83. It's like the Seinfeld, John Joe, when Elaine took George's IQ test. He's not listening right now. And Elaine said she could ace the IQ test for George, and then she didn't. And she's there. They see George walking down on the street, and they yell down to him, "George, how did Elaine do on the IQ test?" And he yells up, 85, which is, not a great IQ score. It was really funny. 85, Jerry. Well, that's how I feel about the NL wild card. 85. 85, Jerry. 85 gets you in now. 83 gets you in.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Again, are you competing for 85 wins, or are you trying to compete for a World Series? Are you trying to compete with a team like the Dodgers? Because as much as we love to sit here and ridicule the Dodgers and make fun of them, look at this roster, not just for this year, for the next decade. They signed Shohei Ohtani to a 10-year contract. Yamamoto, 10-year contract. Freddie Freeman still got 6 more years left on his contract. Mookie Betts still has 5, 6, 7 years left on his contract. Like, these are guys that are going to be around for a while, Murph.
So he's saying you got to build a team to beat these guys, and I don't know. And so, one of the things Farhan hasn't done is doing that selling. And I heard John Morosi on Papa and Lund yesterday, and he was talking about how they should have traded Bumgarner in 2019, but that ownership wanted to hang on to him because, that's very Larry Bear. Like, no, we need to have that final game with Madison Bumgarner. And I get it. We'd have to go back and listen to the tape. And remember, they got hot in July of 2019, unfortunately. It created this false hope. And that's why they held on to them. They got really hot in July of 2019.
And I think we've had some of that false hope over the last couple seasons. Because if we're being honest here, if you're talking about trading away guys that had value, they probably should have traded Carlos Rodon when he was putting up a Cy Young caliber season here in San Francisco and then not having any plans to re-sign him the year after. They should have got rid of Wilmer Flores last year at the trade deadline when his value was at an all-time high. They probably should have traded Jock Peterson, who they didn't have plans for the future for. Conforto is another guy that could be in the mix this year. But again, I think we're going to get into that middle ground around the trade deadline where the Giants are a game or two under 500, but only a game or two back in the wild card race, so they probably won't be selling.
Well, John Paul Morosi came on with Papa and Lund and on his own brought up this topic of the guy he thinks the Giants might look to move.
The one interesting thing is, I know Wade is out right now. I'm a big Lamont Wade Jr. fan. And if he comes back healthy and is able to rebuild his value, he is someone that actually, for all the talk around Vlad Guerrero Jr., Lamont Wade Jr. is a better player since the start of last year than Vlad Guerrero Jr. if you look at a lot of the metrics, including wins above replacement. So if I'm the Giants and if I'm not in it, I would see what I could get for Lamont Wade Jr. at a time where a lot of teams need power at that position. I think he's a fabulous player that we don't talk about enough.
Okay, so there it is. It's pretty interesting. How about that? Better than Vlad Guerrero Jr. statistically.
Which is a take, but I don't agree with him about other teams looking for power because Lamont Wade Jr. is not hitting for power this year.
But he's an on-base machine. He's a good defensive first baseman. He hits for average and all that. But again, this gets to would Farhan sell? And we haven't seen him sell. Other than maybe 2019, he got rid of Melanson. He was kind of different in 2019. He went and got Chris Bryant. Or probably that was 2021, my bad. 2019, he sold Melanson, sold Sean Anderson.
Yeah, had to get rid of that Melanson
That's when we put the magic wand sound on the board, and it hasn't happened since. So, listen, the deadline is what? Late July? Did they move it to early August now or something?
I was going to say, I thought they moved it towards the back of July.
I'll look that up for you guys real quick. But anyway, the point is as we fire up for this Giants-Rangers series, we're like, ah. And, it's like this trade, this mediocrity that has gripped the National League, this idea that you might want to trade Lamont Wade Jr. and others. And I'm in, man. I keep saying, I've said it for a million times, I keep waiting for the bold trade. This was the off season when Andy Baggerly floated Kyle Harrison for Matt McClain. Who doesn't do it?
I don't.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, though. It's the kind of bold move you got to do to shake it up. Now, McClain's been hurt, unfortunately. Yeah. But go back and look at Matt McClain's. You're talking about a young, controllable, everyday player. And I get it. He's a starting pitcher. Starting pitchers are fantastic. But, again, you got to give up something to get something.
That is true. But I think we've seen so many trades in Major League Baseball where it's like, oh, this superstar is getting traded. And the organization gave up their 5th prospect, their 9th prospect, and their 13th prospect. Like, I don't think we got to go straight to the top of the list with guys like Kyle Harrison. I still think there's other moves to be made for guys that have expiring contracts.
July 30 is the trade deadline. Yeah, but you're not going to get a 22-year-old Matt McClain for expiring contracts. Yeah. You just have to. Just talk about that. Again, I've said it a million times. Like, the Brian Sabian, Matt Williams trade, the Al Rosen, Kevin Mitchell trade. You got to throw them on the table sometimes. And he's not gonna.
Yeah,
so we're
going
to be 30 and 33 going into a Friday night in Texas.
That's kind of the question, though. Does Farhan think he's one piece or two pieces away with competing from teams like the Dodgers? I'd say the answer is no. So instead, he's focused on developing these prospects, hoarding some of these guys, and not trading some of his top pitching prospects, even though they do have a lot in the farm system right now. But that's also the problem. You can't sit here and pretend to be competing and letting guys like Yaz and Slater play over your prospects. If you want to develop a team that's actually going to compete in the future, then you should be letting guys like Luis Matos play. Yeah. You should be giving Marco Luciano reps. You should be letting Kyle Harrison and Carson Wentz and these guys pitch.
It's interesting. It's this age-old debate we've had the last 5 years with the Giants, which is, do they do a rebuild? And Larry Baer has said, and this is where the philosophical divide is right here. Larry says, he said this to us. You know us. He says, you know us, we will always try to win. So they are not going to do, just philosophically, and this could be wrong, and it's been proven wrong by their attendance and their win-loss record, that they do not want to do the Orioles-Astros thing. And we've talked about that big picture. Is the Bay Area ready to do an Orioles-Astros? And I'm talking about the Astros from the early 2010s when they got perfect gamed by Matt Cain, or the Orioles of the last several years. Because now the dividends are mighty, right? The Astros had an incredible run, and the Orioles are right entering their prime, right, of going to be so. But the Giants just philosophically, whether it's Larry Baer, Greg Johnson, Farhan Zaidi, they just won't tear it down.
Yeah, but it's hard for me to kind of buy in that, to be honest with you, when you say we're always trying to win, and then you go out at the trade deadline last year and you bring in A.J. Pollock.
Right, well, that's their answer.
Is that a move where you're trying to win?
Crazy enough, they would tell you yes.
Yeah.
And I would agree with you. It's not. After the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, people checking in on this topic here as we get ready for the Giants and the Rangers tonight. 4 and 5 says their prospects are not valued by anyone. Right now, I mean, we were just talking about this name off the air. Bryce Eldridge, their first-round draft pick last year.
Tearing it up in San Jose.
Raking. Reggie Crawford, first-round draft pick from a couple years ago, was rocketing
Sacramento already, yeah.
So those are the guys that have. There's that guy, the teenage kid, Rainer Arias, that they love.
Walker Martin, shortstop out of Colorado.
Right. So, are you willing to trade some of these guys? Interesting. 623 says, boys, let me tell you about false hope. False hope is believing Jorge Soler is eventually going to come through with runners in scoring position.
Well, hopefully he does start hitting with runners in scoring position, not for the sake of the Giants, but maybe he's a trade piece they can get rid of. Like when you're talking about whether you're building for a contender or building like the rebuild process, maybe they should think about trading Michael Conforto, because at least that opens up the door for guys like Luis Matos to play.
Yeah.
Like if you're not competing for championships, then develop your system. Let these young guys have the opportunity to either succeed or fail at the major league level.
Again, it's the rebuild they won't do. We've had this. So in 2016, 17, 18, when they were, or 17, 18, 19, when they were petering out, I used to have that with Kipe. Kipe's like, you want to play the kids, Murph? I'm like, I do. And then 2021 rolls around, you get excited again.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Wouldn't a rebuild been better in year 1 or 2 of Farhan Zaidi than here we are in year 6 going into year 7 and we're still discussing the same topics?
Yes. 415 says, and you should be trading your opt-out and expiring contract guys to help stock your young talent. True. 209 says, rebuilds require drafting well. Farhan does not. Although we just said Bryce Eldridge and Reggie Crawford could be hits.
Yeah, there's a couple guys in the system.
Patrick Bailey's a hit. Kyle Harrison appears to be a hit, right? Maybe Tyler Fitzgerald, maybe.
Yeah,
Tyler
I've been
Fitzgerald.
talking about how I'm a fan of Carson Wisenhunt. I think he could possibly be a hit down the road.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll check him out, too. 4A says, I'm with the Giants fans that don't like the A's and didn't watch Moneyball, so when they pushed out Boach to go pure analytics, it made us even angrier. You need Buster, Posey, and Will Clark to bring back common sense and real baseball where dirt matters. When men were, that's the old phrase, when men were made of iron and ships were made of wood. Yeah, there you go.
Now those same men are listening to TikTok radio instead.
That was pretty funny, that thing you said about the clubs and the Crocs.
Yeah.
831 says, I'm not a Farhan fan at all, but it's a little unfair to put it all on him. We were all excited when he finally signed the big guns, Chapman, Soler, and Snell. No one expected them to all suck. I would say Matt Chapman has not sucked.
I would agree with that. And also, I don't think him and also Pete Patella expected Jung Ho Lee to go down with a season-ending injury.
Yeah, this is true. And then to be replaced by Austin Slater.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, if you do go by WAR, Matt Chapman is. Do you guys care about WAR?
What is it good for?
Matt Chapman is leading the team in WAR. You know who's second in WAR, buddy?
Tyro?
No,
Lamont?
Tyro is. No, Lamont's third.
Wow.
Dude. You know who's second? Elliot frickin' Ramos is second in WAR.
Yeah.
He's like the best thing that's happened this year.
Not bad for a 4A
Got a
player.
1.9 WAR, whereas Lamont Wade's at 1.9, Logan Webb's at 1.7, Patty Bailey's at 1.5, Jordan Hicks at 1.2, Yaz at 0.9. Brett Wisely is 8th. Dude, Tyro's way down there. Tyro's 12th.
Damn, even with 8 bombs this
And
year.
I wish I could tell you why, but I don't know how they compute WAR.
I don't know.
So I can't even
it's like
tell you.
Tyro's one of the leading guys in RBIs and home runs, playing pretty good defense this year, but no, his WAR's not good.
That's crazy, man.
I don't know.
All right, well, listen, that got us all disgruntled. I need reggae music to make us happy. And I got news for you. Mike Kruko at 7:30 will be fun. But back to the basketball for a second, because not just the fact that the Dan Hurley Lakers thing is getting hot and heavy, and not just the fact that the Celtics are 3 wins away from an NBA Finals, but you guys see Steph Curry has a new project, and it's kind of wacky? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
How'd you do on the IQ test? 85! What? 85, Jerry! 85 IQ!
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's sports leader.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria with breaking news for our listeners in Sacramento. Good morning, Sacramento. How you guys doing this warm June morning? Amici's just opened a brand new location in Sacramento, offering takeout and delivery to the greater Sacramento area. This is great news for all you Kings fans. Check out the menu at amicis.com and click on the Sacramento banner at the top of the page to place your takeout or delivery order. As a special deal to celebrate the new location all this week, when you order via amicis.com, just enter the promo code SAC50 at checkout, SAC50 at checkout, and they'll give you 50% off any large pizza. That's any large pizza, half price. So Amici's has been making and delivering their famous New York-style pizzas, pastas, salads, and chicken wings in the Bay Area for over 30 years, and now Sacramento gets to join the pizza party. So when you want half-price large pizzas to enjoy with family and friends in the Sacramento area this week, go to amicis.com, click on the Sacramento banner, use the promo code SAC50, and Amici's delivers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Well, they're going to inbound into the backcourt, and they'll dribble it out. The horn sounds. Celtics race to a 29-point lead. Saw it trimmed to 8, but the Celtics recovered behind defense and behind the return of Kristaps Porzingis. And Boston takes the opener of the NBA Finals, 107-89.
Just thought it gave us the best chance to win, and he was great on both ends of the floor. Defensive execution, game plan, fighting for a spot in the offensive end, being physical, and making plays on both ends of the floor. So I thought he played great, and that's the KP that helped us get to where we are today.
Joe Mazzulla, Boston Celtics head coach. We talked about this earlier in the show. The Celtics, not a very entertaining game. Celtics just smoking the Mavericks last night, 107-89, 3 wins away. As Peter Tosh tells us, Kristaps be good, not just Johnny be good, right?
Porzingis be good.
Which we can get a little Porzingis music for you in just a second here.
Ooh, I need
little
it.
Basketball talk. How sad is it that the Celtics are 3 wins away from winning a championship, and Steph Curry is talking about Peacock's new comedy series, Mr. Throwback.
No, it's fun.
Oh, man. Yeah. So before we get to the Celtics here, I did tease this. This is kind of I just read this here in the Chronicle. Peacock streaming service is sharing details about a new upcoming comedy series called Mr. Throwback, starring Stephen Curry.
Wow.
Way to go, Steph. Talk about branching out now, right?
Mm-hmm.
The empire of Steph. Aisha's cooking, Steph's acting. Here it is. The show features Curry portraying himself alongside a cast that includes comedian actor Adam Pally from the Mindy Project. Do you know him?
No, I don't.
And Saturday Night Live cast member Ego Nwidum. Yeah, I know her from SNL, yes. It's produced by Curry's company, Unanimous Media. It's going to be a mockumentary like The Office. There's like a camera, and you look to the camera every now and then, like Jim from The Office.
You break the fourth wall a couple times.
There you go, buddy. There
like
you
me
go.
on the stream right now talking to you in the YouTube comments.
Very good. And the storyline is this. Ready? Pally is a down-on-his-luck memorabilia dealer who seeks redemption by reconnecting with his sixth grade teammate played by Steph Curry.
A down-on-his-luck memorabilia collector. Who does he think he is, Pete Rose?
Very good. Riffs everywhere, baby. So there it is, man. Filming began in May 9th in Chicago and through late June. Once again, Steph's calendar was open. So, premiere date yet to be announced. Don't forget, they say, is this Steph's first foray into TV? No, Holy Moly.
I was going to say, I hope it's better than Holy Moly.
And I guess there was an animated Netflix revival of the sitcom Good Times? No way.
That had Steph Curry in it?
Did you no way you know Good Times, kid. No way you know Good Times.
No.
Yeah, oh, man. You probably don't either.
Add it to the list. I'm familiar with the show.
So in the 1970s, Norman Lear was a TV producer who'd made all the groundbreaking TV shows like All in the Family and Maude and the Jeffersons. And Good Times was about an African-American family in Chicago living in the projects and living off like food stamps and stuff. And it brought like that Chicago sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Projects living to our suburban living rooms. Mm-hmm. Plus, it had J.J. Walker saying, "'Cause I'm the kid, Dynamite." And that was, let me tell you what,
Dynamite
swept the nation.
Wow.
Swept
See,
the
I
nation.
do know that catchphrase, Murph.
so,
Dynamite.
Yeah. So anyway, I guess they did a Netflix revival animated, and he was part of that too. So anyway, what Steph is doing while Kristaps is balling, and meanwhile, this causes us to go into the archives. Years ago, when Kristaps came into the league in 2016 to the Knicks, young Tony, there was a Latvian rapper who made a Kristaps Porzingis tribute song that features one of the more hauntings, like it feels like a serial killer has entered your backyard. Here, check it out.
Mani mazie zvani ieradišies tavā acu priekšā. Vai tu esi gatavs?
2,16 metri augsts.
Kristaps Porzingis.
Ja tu skaties uz viņu, tu skaties uz augšu.
Kristaps Porzingis.
Kurš ir tas, kuram daudzāk naudas?
Kristaps Porzingis.
Kurš ir tas, kura vārdu mēs jaucam?
Kristaps Porzingis.
Es esmu tik īs, neesmu tik jauns, es esmu tik stīvs. Es ienāku klubā un nometu naudu, nometu slēpes, nometu kurpes. Iesēžos dīvānā kājas man smird, uzvelku kurpes, turpinu tusēt, izeju cauri no augšas lietu. Tā kā Kristaps Porzingis, tu ieraudzīji mani stāv pretī tev mazā. Tu gribi man slēpes, tu gribi man
As my resident hip-hop fans who chose White Iverson over Guru, do you guys like this beat?
I got no problem with it,
You're okay
Murph.
with it? Yes.
I just like the fact that they keep on dropping Kristaps Porzingis.
Yeah, man. And then he disappeared from our lives. He tore his ACL and he was out and he went to Dallas. It didn't work out.
I mean, hell, this is the first time he's playing in the playoffs this year. Hasn't played a single playoff game with the Celtics.
What was his playoff history prior to this? With the Knicks and all that. I have to look that up.
I want to say he was injured with the Knicks, too.
Don't forget he's 7'2", guys.
He's huge.
Yeah.
He's the same guy that Kevin Durant dubbed the unicorn because of his freaky skill set. I mean, again, he's not Kevin Durant, but he was one of the closest things to him when he was originally drafted out of Latvia by the Knicks. He's a 7'2" center power forward, can protect the rim, can space out the floor and hit three-pointers. This guy can do everything except stay on the court.
It's kind of wild how he became sort of just like a piece of like a recycling put out on the sidewalk. He went to the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, that's
was
right.
Dying out there in the Wizards, dude.
And then think about
Jordan Poole were trying to make the Magic
And then
happen.
think about the Dallas Mavericks fans who are thinking about, like, damn, we had this guy in the locker room for a couple of days, pairing him up with Luka.
They actually made the playoffs twice with him, but he only played 3 playoff games in 2020 and 7 in 2021. And now he's played, says he's played 5 this year, actually.
Oh, has he?
He
Must have got hurt in the first series.
Yeah, in the
That's
first
what it was.
series.
My
So
apologies.
that's all right, buddy. So he's doing his thing, man, and what a fantastic performance by him. And it's like right now the Celtics, and the concept is, are the Celtics truly going to achieve greatness if they win this? Why is America turned off by this Boston Celtics team? Because their road has been so easy. It feels like they have not been challenged at all. And some would argue that they're getting the easiest Western Conference team, not the Denver Nuggets, not Jokic, not Anthony Edwards and the scary Timberwolves. I mean, we were pretty high on Kyrie and Luka coming into this thing. And again, one game, and we tend to overreact. Warriors lose game 1 at home in San Francisco. Draymond Green says,
"No, it's fine."
Right. And then they wind up winning the series, right? So playoffs don't begin till a road series, till a road team wins a game. And game 2 will be Sunday night.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a couple spectacular performances from Luka. A little bit of a down night for Kyrie last night. I thought he'd have a better answer to the boos from the Boston crowd, but you're right. It's one game.
He
until
said himself he thought it would be louder. He said he thought it would be louder. But they were saying Kyrie sucks, so they had that going.
That's actually pretty clean for a Boston crowd, to be honest.
I read that in Boston's 12-2 march to the playoffs so far, in 9 of those games, they did not have to face an all-star.
Ooh.
How's that?
Yeah.
Their stats. So they're just, it's been, but now they figure, okay, now you're going to meet Luka and Kyrie. Guy down the hall bet on the Mavericks to win the series. But right now, 0-1 to him. But truth mattered. It seems like if you're following the NBA Twitterverse and all that, people are more intrigued by the Dan Hurley to the Lakers story than they are by game 1 of the NBA Finals.
That was hand down the bigger national story, which shocked me on day 1 of the NBA Finals. More people were worried about what LeBron and the Lakers are going to do.
I'm the only guy who's interested in around here. You are not, and Tonelli's not. And so I talked to Pop on the hallway. I said, hey. I said, gee, Pop. He goes, no, you're on it. It's a big story. Here we go. ESPN, Adrian Wojnarowski on the full court press. Apparently, Hurley is winging it to L.A., which I think is hilarious. I don't know if the guy's ever been in L.A. I don't know if he's ever been in California. He's the ultimate Northeast Corridor guy. He's not going to find a good slice of pizza. All the times he bangs on the hoods of people's cars and flips off cabbies. He's not going to. They're going to be like, where are you from? New Jersey, New England, Connecticut. So it's going to be a culture clash. But here's Woj on the Lakers full court press here.
The Lakers over the next few days are in a full court press to convince Dan Hurley to come to L.A. He has told them that he wants to hear them out. And I think the Lakers, Rob Pelinka, they want to put a program in place in L.A. They don't want to just have coach to coach. They want to put a program in for the long term. They want Dan Hurley's player development program. The NBA is changing. You can't in L.A. anymore just trade 3 or 4 first-round picks to bring in a star player and think you can have a roster that can win. That is how they got Anthony Davis. But you are seeing you have to draft well, you have to develop your young players. And in LA, I think the belief is always you're going to be able to get the star player who, finds his way to LA, but you're going to have to grow your young players.
Okay. And so, I mean, it's the idea of a college coach coming. Now, college coaches have been successful in the past. It can happen. But the idea of him being such a red ass, too, such a big time. I don't think NBA, the line they kept saying yesterday on Woj was, I talked to my son differently when he's 21 than when he was 10. And so this is basically, I would talk to pros differently than I talk to college kids.
And that's the thing that stands out to me. Not just him coming to L.A., going cross country and having that kind of culture shock, but how is he going to deal with LeBron James? For a guy that's such a red ass, is he going to bend the knee to LeBron James? Because as much as we like to praise LeBron for being one of the greatest of all time, not the GOAT in my book, this is a guy that's had 9 different coaches in his NBA career.
Yeah.
7 of them have been fired. Like, if you're not pro LeBron, you won't be around for long.
Well, you are correct. Like, walking in, if you're Dan Hurley, walking in, you're like, here's the guy who's going to chop my head off.
Yeah.
Right? Now,
here's my boss,
everybody's
GM.
Everybody's going nuts that during the March Madness run, LeBron tweeted, here's the tweet. He's so, all caps, damn good, exclam, exclam, exclam. Super creative with their O, love it. Ooh. So that was people believe that was the foundation of the LeBron, Dan Hurley love affair.
Ooh, does this count as tampering? Can we hit LeBron on the Lakers with a fine?
So anyway, it's intriguing as hell. He's out here, and it's to be honest, with a 107-89 game last night, it's more interesting than the NBA Finals so far.
And
you were in a nest of Celtics fans.
Yeah,
yesterday?
I went down to the Yankee yesterday, and there's a bunch of Bostonians in their Celtics jerseys talking to us about Kyrie.
Anybody wearing like a Walton gamer?
No, I got out of there quick, Murph. I didn't even want to see the names on the back of the jerseys.
By the way, I saw any Larry Joe Bird jerseys.
Of course, there's always Bird jerseys.
So how to do the right thing. By the way, I finally did watch on YouTube the tribute. I got me a little bit, man. The Celtics were wearing very cool warm-up shirts, black T-shirts that in tie-dye script said Walton. And I was like, man, you got to get that shirt. And the whole family was there. All of his kids, including Luke, and they gave a moment of silence, and they showed the family in the suite, and then a really nice tribute. And just, God darn it, how's he gone at age 71? It's terrible news. But anyway, I'm glad he was remembered last night. Okay, Mike Krukow coming up, and then the big hit, probably going back to the 49ers.
Ooh.
Because Mike Silver came on and talked about the Ayuk situation. Matty Mayoko came on and talked about the Ayuk situation. So that'll be our big hit today. And then Bruce Bochy at 8:50. It's Reggae Friday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike Krukow is brought to us by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Giants facing old Boch back in town again. Or I should say the Giants going to his town this time. Last time he came back into town. In fact, remember last time the Rangers came into town was sort of the turning point in the Giants season. Giants kind of went, it was almost like Bochy came and put a whammy on him or something. But anyway, the Rangers are defending World Series champs, of course, not playing as great as they want. They have a lot of injuries. Scherzer and DeGrom both on the IL for them.
Yeah, and right now Corey Seager's banged up. He's questionable for the series.
A little bit too. And Josh Young is out too. So anyway, it's old Boch. It's great. The Giants got that much needed win on Getaway Day Wednesday. And Mike Krukow's here to talk about it. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. Rested. Got a good day off. And I think the team feels the same way going into Texas. So sometimes days off are exactly what you need.
Yeah, and getting that win, too, is exactly what they needed. So, obviously, since the last time we talked to you, the big news was that they made the move for Austin Slater to return and send Luis Matos down. So we asked Will Clark about it yesterday. He said, I'm not a fan of that decision. He said, I love Matos. Just your perspective of that decision. How do you think the front office viewed it? How do you think the coaching staff viewed it? And how do you see it playing out?
Well, I mean, he had gone cold. I mean, he really got off to a great start. I mean, he was carrying this club, gave him a tremendous shot in the arm. And, one thing we saw with him, like a lot of young players, when he got hot with the bat, he was catching everything in the outfield. He just became a complete player. And, I say that because sometimes young players, when they go cold, the glove will go cold as well. And, that's just a sign of youth and inexperience. So I love to see the fact that he became really a full player and just he did something to help the team out every day. The problem was he went for into about an 8 for 62, and he was hitting $150. And look, they know the guy. They know how he takes it. And one thing coaches do, they watch everything you do. They watch how you handle the failure. And if you're taking it home and then you're bringing it back the next day, there's still residue from the night before or the 1 for 14 the 4 days before, they're concerned about that. So I think it was consensus amongst the Giants hitting coaches and Melvin and Farhan, of course, but that, go down and clean your head. He's made such enormous improvement from where we saw him 2 years ago. And, remember then he was swinging at everything. You dropped the rosin bag and he'd swing at it. And now he's selective. When he stays in the strike zone, he shows that, hey, I can hit here. And not only can I hit here, but I hit everywhere. I use right field. That's another thing that we really didn't see with him. This guy he's going line to line. I mean, he almost looks like a mini Elliot Ramos. And think about how long it took Elliot Ramos to get to where he's the complete player now. He really has been the leader on the team offensively since Wade went down. So, it's unfortunate. I really like watching Matos, but I don't think it's a bad thing for him to go down there, regroup, reboot, because he's going to be back up.
Yeah, Mike, you're right. Luis Matos, a little bit of a cold streak, and Elliot Ramos has continued to stay hot. Now, I want to ask you about Elliot defensively. We've seen him in right field, we've seen him in left field, and even seen him be shift over to center field in last Wednesday's game against the D-backs. What do you think about his ability to play center field, and what do you think the game plan will be moving forward in center field?
Did you say Elliot?
Yeah, Elliot Ramos.
Okay, well, here's another guy. When he was first at the big league level, and he'd come up, he was pushing so hard to justify a number one pick and putting a lot of pressure on himself, like, well, all young players do, especially first-round picks. And if he was cold at the bat, all of a sudden you didn't know what to expect in the field. Well, those days are over. I mean, he now looks like a big leaguer, strength-wise, mental toughness. And I think now he accepts the fact that if they need me in center, I can go over there. I can do this. Now, you're not going to leave him there 3 or 4 or 5, 6 days in a row. I mean, he's not a center fielder. But he can fill in. And now, I mean, if you watch the other thing, too, when he first came up, like Matos, his routes were an adventure. They weren't always a straight line. He didn't come in on the ball well. He didn't go back on the ball well. His first step needed work. Well, he's put the work in. And now, he's a big leaguer. and in every way, shape, or form. So if they have to put him over there for, again, a weekend or a few days, not a problem. But he's not a center fielder.
Yeah, we're talking to Mike Krukow about these young players. Luis Matos back down to Sacramento. Austin Slater, the veteran in. Elliot Ramos continues to shine for the Giants. But, Mike, the other thing we're facing this weekend is, Logan Webb tonight against Michael Lorenzen. Nice game, 5:05. But there's no pitchers slated for Saturday or Sunday. By the way, the same with the Rangers. They don't have starters. So we've hit that point in the season where, no Alex Cobb, no Robbie Ray. Blake Snell's on the IL. And after Webb, Harrison, and Hicks, you're looking at like, so how do you kind of handicap that situation? I mean, you've been going with this sort of Spencer Howard bulk game, which reminds me, there's a chance of Keaton Wynn returning. I mean, how do you handicap this coming weekend? Who would you like to see?
Well, I'd love to see Keaton Wynn back. I mean, he gets me excited. His stuff is, and his command of his stuff, and his demeanor and his athleticism on the mound. And again, he's infant stages. He's learning as he's going. But of all the three options, I think I like to see him. Howard has impressed me. Mason Black is another guy who's, he's learning every time he comes back up. But I don't have a problem giving him the ball either. If your expectations are 4 to 5 innings, he can do that. And so they have arms to take the place. And the other thing too is, here's the other thing. Remember that Sean Jelly was that guy, right? He was the guy that would swing and then make a start, throw 3 innings, and whoop, all of a sudden disappear. He'd go down. But, I mean, you could do anything with that guy now. I mean, you could start him, but he's such a valuable piece in the bullpen. I mean, he's really emerged as one of your high leverage arms. I mean, where he was once an option, I don't know if they would do that, but I mean, he could do that if he needed to. He's strong enough to go 4 innings.
Yeah, Giants 30-33 taking on the 30-32 Texas Rangers this weekend, which means it's an opportunity to see Bruce Bochy. Mike, I know you always love connecting with Bruce. What do you think this weekend's going to be like squaring off against Bochy and the Rangers?
Well, for Kipe, it's always when you go on the road, he circles 2 places. Cleveland, where he came up and first played in the big leagues, and then Milwaukee, where he's from. Well, he circled this one too. I mean, he just can't wait to get in the office and go see Bochy. And they're going to meet every day, and they'll laugh, and the feeling's mutual. I mean, the thing about that Bochy was so good at is he included everybody in the organization. Everybody felt that they were close to him, and I think that just says a lot about the guy, how much of a people person he was. Do you remember the farewell speech that he had at the park? I mean, it's almost like he said goodbye to everybody in the stands. Mm-hmm. Everybody felt that way, but he singled everybody out and made them feel special. And because of that, Kipe's really looking forward to that meeting today. And it's going to be, I was thinking about that today. There just aren't that many people that are left from when Boch was here. I mean, there just isn't. I mean, Elliot Ramos. And when he was a kid, pretty much, who else? I mean,
Slater, Yaz, Webb.
Yeah, Webby.
That's about
did
it.
Webb catch him at the end?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. I mean,
Slater, Yaz, and Webb, I think. That's it.
I know. It's amazing how it turns over so quickly. But still, though, I mean, for Boch, I know it'll be he'll be a bit melancholy having facing the uniform. He had a lot of pride wearing that thing, and we had a lot of love for the man giving us what he gave us, 3 world championships. So, it'll be emotional.
Mike, just a couple of non-Giants things because the off day, it was kind of a quiet day, and we hit those topics. Big things happening in baseball. Number one, Dodgers-Yankees. I mean, I'm reading these hype things, and they're saying that could be the greatest collection of top-of-the-lineup hitters to share a field in nearly half a century. That's MLB.com, just by stats. It's all going to be – it's Apple TV tonight, Fox Saturday, ESPN Sunday. I mean, you're a baseball fan. You love it. You keeping an extra eye on that one?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I don't know if it's the greatest matchup of top end talent since that far back. I think you only have to go back to did the Yankees play the Phillies yet? I mean, there's a lot of talent on those 3 teams. Well, I haven't seen Baltimore yet, and the Yankee people are all saying that the Baltimore team's a good team. But I'm looking forward to it. I mean, obviously I don't even know if Soto came out of the game last night.
Yeah, forearm tightness. That is always a little bit wary, right? A little bit wary.
It's more wary for guys on the mound than they are in the field. But, I'm sure he'll be playing. But I'll be watching that game. And there's a lot of good at bats. I mean, look, let's all face it. We love this game, and we love the people that know how to play this game, and we love people that know how to hit. And so I'll be watching the game. So that you would expect just from all those hitters in that game, you're going to see high scoring games. But I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty good pitcher on those teams too.
Yeah, and Mike, that's the interesting thing when you look at teams like the Yankees, the Phillies, Baltimore, the Braves, and like the tiers and the difference between some of the teams at the top of the standings versus essentially everybody else. Because me and Murph were just looking at the wild card standings, and we're going through all the National League teams. And Mike, currently 11 out of the 15 national teams have a sub 500 record. So what does that say about the NL or just the National League in general and the Giants' opportunity to maybe still be in this wild card mix?
Parity. I've never seen this many teams this deep into the season close to 500 that still have a chance. Seriously. And I think that there's parity. I think injury really has absolutely had everything to do with the story of baseball this year. And to a degree, I mean, the guy who's going to determine for a lot of teams if they get into the playoffs is going to be the trainer. And that's where I think the Giants have an edge. I think Dave Gresham and his crew have always, traditionally, kept guys on the field that have given them a bit of an edge. So as you go forward, I mean, it's parity's not a bad thing. It really isn't. And it's, people are starting to think about the playoffs now. And, you start to think, well, what else is down in your minor league system? Who's going to come off the injured list? And, the Giants have some pretty good components down there that are going to round this team off. The difference between the teams that you're talking about around 500 and then the super teams, just one word, you could sum it up in one word: depth. You've got depth up and down the lineup, and you've got major contribution from the bottom of your lineup. And I don't think you can say that about all the teams that are hovering around 500. And this is one of the things that kind of really has plagued the Giants in this slumpy period. I think were they 3-8 or 3-7 or whatever those last 10, 11 games. They've been beaten by the bottom of the lineup a lot, and that says a lot about the depth of the Phillies and the Yankees, and really, if you want to think about it, the depth of the Arizona team is a little bit better than the Giants right now, and that was the difference in that series. So, until the Giants get some of their really key people back and lengthen out their lineup, I think they're playing at a disadvantage.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see if they can kind of grind it out this weekend in Texas against the Texas teams that's banged up, too. Evan Carter also out for the Rangers, too. Last one, just 30 seconds, Mike. MLB in London. I don't know. The Phillies, Mets. I know they've been there before, but is that still I don't know. Does that intrigue you at all?
Yeah, and I've been trying to figure out how the hell are they going to get a West Coast team to go there. It's just going to be really, really tough. But I think it's intriguing, and I love it. I love the response over there. And I know when I was there in Europe and people found out that I had an association with Major League Baseball, they were interested, very curious. The conversation came around to me. I mean, I wanted to find out about the history of Paris, but, they wanted to talk about big league hardball. And I thought that was very cool.
That is awesome. Well, we'll see how it goes. The NFL has made their mark. See if MLB can get there eventually. All right, good wide-ranging chat, Mike. Baseball tonight, 3 games. Enjoy the weekend. We'll talk to you Monday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow is brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. And, hey, Elliot Ramos himself joins Papa and Lund at 10:15 this morning, so bright and early. All right, big hit. We switched to the gridiron. 49ers had their training camp this week. We heard from a couple of esteemed beat writers, Mike Silver and Matt Mayoko, with thoughts on the Debo Ayuk situation. Let's get your takes on it. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 49er big hit next on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Will the Thrill Clark stop by our show yesterday morning to talk about Luis Matos being sent down to Sacramento and Austin Slater being back in the leadoff spot. To hear that full podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hold it now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680.
You just kind of wonder what's going to happen with Brandon Ayuk. I mean, do they really want to pay him the going rate for wide receivers, or do they think that maybe that money could be allocated in other areas? Bracing, I guess, for Brock Purdy's big contract. But, this offseason, they did re-sign Juwan Jennings to a 2-year deal. They did draft Ricky Pearsall in the first round, and they still have Deebo Samuel for this year and next year. So it'd just be really interesting to see how this whole thing plays out. And it's entirely possible that they don't sign him to a long-term contract and they let him play out the final year of his deal and then just kind of see where it goes from there. Maybe, kick the can down the road a little bit.
Kick the can down the road a little bit. This was part of a little hit yesterday on KNBR where two esteemed beat writers, Matt Mayoka and Mike Silver, came on and pretty much laid out like, guys, I'm not promising you a rose garden, this Brandon Ayuk thing. Now, still a strong chance that he stays and signs a long-term contract, but these two guys who know what they're doing, they know their way around the locker rooms, they know the rhythms of the 49ers, are just saying, hey, be alert that this situation is not entirely resolved. As Brandon Ayuk has a contract for the fifth-year option, wants a big payday, will the Niners give him that payday, or will they not give him the payday? And as Matt Mayoka said, kick the can down the road. That's today's big hit, everybody, as we wrap up big week for the 49ers. They were in town. They did their mini camp for a couple of days. They now split. We won't see them again until late July. This is the only time really in the year that NFL's players and coaches and teams get time off. This is when they go to Lake Tahoe. This is when they go to wherever and do their thing, and then they reconvene, and then it's on in late July. So 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys are getting strong feelings about the possibility of kicking the can down the road on Ayuk. Now, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Marcus, and there was some, I don't want to overly characterize it, but I saw enough people on my Twitter and or text saying, you know what? Is Brandon Ayuk worth that long? And all of a sudden, there was a little tiny, I don't want to say anti-Ayuk, but just saying, is it smart to pay him that much money?
And I think it's a fair question because without a doubt, we saw what Brandon Ayuk was able to do for Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy this year in the system. By far his best season. That's why he ended up being second-team All-Pro. But the question is, do you pay him as a first-team All-Pro wide receiver? Is he going to continue to develop and make those strides where he's in the conversation with guys like Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson? But after finding out this news about the 49ers reaching out to the Vikings about Justin Jefferson, after seeing the 49ers draft Ricky Pearsall in the first round, after the back and forth and Brandon Ayuk not showing up to mandatory minicamp, I think it is less likely that they do a long-term deal with Brandon Ayuk. Wow. I mean, here we are. Again, we all just kind of assumed that this deal was going to work out. Yeah. They would go through the same process they did with Deebo and Kittle and all these other guys. Again, if I was a betting man, which I am, I would bet on Brandon Ayuk to still be on the roster this season for the 49ers. But if we're talking long-term, when you've got to mix in everybody else's contract, I don't think there's a guarantee that Brandon Ayuk finishes his entire career as a 49er.
I mean, listen, guys, this is wild that we are getting to this situation. But, hey, the question is yeah, it's the market for wide receivers, but should the 49ers pay that market for Brandon Ayuk? By the way, does he have to record a new thing in his backyard where he says, trucks is filled with gas, regular?
87.
All right, guys, here's the deal. Mike Silver.
All the trucks is filled up with gas, premium.
Regular. You say 87? 87 is
87's the lowest, right?
Was that only a certain gas station, though, right?
No, I think all gas stations are 87, 88, 89, right?
I just see regular premium, right?
Oh, they all got numbers, right, Tony?
I think it's 87 and 91 for premium.
91 numbers, yeah. I'm an old school regular premium guy.
Okay.
All the trucks is filled with gas, 91.
Oh, that's interesting because I thought you were Murph Diesel.
That's incredible knowledge right there. That is a true story. All right, guys. Mike Silver came on yesterday with Papa and Lund. You were telling me, by the way, Greg, Papa was extolling the virtues of Ricky Pearsall.
Oh, man. I talked to Papa a couple times yesterday in the hallways, and I just asked a generic question like, hey, Papa, how was Levi's yesterday? How was 49er minicamp? And his first answer is Ricky Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall was good. Ricky Pearsall can run routes. Like, Papa was gushing over Ricky Pearsall only after seeing him for a day or two.
The Papa endorsement is in, but Mike Silver came on. I love Mike. I'm a Silver stan. He does the work, man. I trust Mike. So here he is about Ayuk being more subtle about his negotiations than some of his teammates. This is cut to F. Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk is taking longer than a 40-day break from the team because sometimes these things, play out that way where the player just goes, there are no diplomatic relations between us any longer. And he hasn't quite done the, conspicuous social media, we're at war thing. It's been more subtle, I think. But, Deebo Samuel flat out said, trade me publicly. With Kittle, I reported at one point that he was considering using the COVID opt-out as a thing. I don't know if it ever would have got there, but, it got to that point. So Bosa, it was super quiet, but it went really, really late. And so that's kind of where they are. So it makes it harder, I think, for them to gauge what his thinking is and how it will play out.
Okay, so this thing remains cagey. Like he's saying, so Ayuk has been subtle. Like, for example, the backyard tribute, where he paid tribute. The food comment, I'm too hungry to be splitting up my food. Was there any others that you remember that he's done this year? Remember, did his girlfriend say something right after the season ended? This might be the last time we set foot in this stadium.
I think she said it from the Levi's parking lot. Then he said either his buddy or one of his brothers post a little bit on social media.
I remember when she said that, I was like, wait, you guys have a contract for next year, so they're thinking he's going to get traded? I mean, well, heck, the Justin Jefferson phone call, right?
Yeah, and talk about all those trade rumors on draft night, whether or not he was going to be dealed.
Might be time for a Christian McCaffrey cut, Young Tone. B is B, right? Business is business. Keep that one around because this is getting, the Niners are looking. Listen, they cut Eric Armstead. Mm-hmm. Eric Armstead was they called him the blueprint for his role in the locker room and how much he meant to the team, but
business is business.
It is. It is.
And that's the business we were breaking down yesterday. I'll say it again. I think Christian McCaffrey should be the highest paid player on this offense. Yeah. Now, the NFL market will tell you otherwise, but I don't think Brandon Ayuk should get a bigger contract than Christian McCaffrey. Of course, he's going to because there's 21 different wide receivers currently who make more money per year than Christian McCaffrey. But again, to invest that much into not just one, but two wide receivers, when we know Kyle Shanahan's bread and butter is to run the ball with CMC, it seems like a big investment for guys that are playing that far away from the ball.
And as 707 points out in this contract negotiations, if Ayuk just filled with regular, he wouldn't need the extra cash. That's a very funny line, 707.
Let's not get back into the conspiracies that they're all the same.
Yeah.
Premium, diesel, it's all the same.
You got me going on taps, a beer out of taps, too.
Yeah, especially at stadiums, man. I feel like those beers are watered down.
Damn.
Knocking off my alcohol percentage.
Don't take my beer. Not the beer.
Not the beer.
Not the beer.
Not the beer.
Not the beer.
Not the draft beer.
Here's more Mike Silver on Ayuk. If he does get this deal that we thought a month ago that he was going to get, what does that mean for Deebo Samuel?
If Brandon Ayuk signs between now and, say, the start of the season, we know what's going to happen. Deebo is the third guy. It doesn't matter. Then that means Ayuk is staying at a high number. Ricky Pearsall has been drafted and is the future, and they're not going to pay Deebo next year along with that. So we know that he's on a farewell tour, which is dicey because, again, targets are going to be impacted. He's not going to love it, and he needs to have production for his next contract with a different team.
So there it is. This is what Mike's getting to, what he calls the last dance possibility if Ayuk signs. And Deebo's like, and we have the Deebo quote, though, from earlier in camp where he said, I signed the contract. I knew what I was getting into. So that kind of tamped down, at least publicly tamped down the possibility of a stormy locker room.
True, and we'll see how the results pan out this year with all three of those wide receivers. Also got to throw in the fact that Juwan Jennings was just signed to an extension.
My guy, Juwan.
So that's four guys that you're trying to get on the field. But I am interested to see how they use Ricky Pearsall. Because, again, the way that Papa was gushing about him yesterday, talking about his route running ability, talking about his footwork off the line of scrimmage, and how he essentially said no one's going to be able to press this guy one-on-one in the NFL, which we know was a big issue, man coverage in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs when we talk about Ayuk and Deebo on the outside not getting open.
Yeah.
So, again, to me, big picture, I think it's a fair question to ask. Is it more valuable to keep Deebo and bring in Ricky Pearsall to replace Brandon Ayuk for the same cost of Brandon Ayuk's contract by itself.
Even though Debo can't get open?
That's the thing. But I think Debo gives you so much more in the run game, pre-snap motion. Like, he does stuff different. I think Ricky Pearsall is more comparable or more of a replacement for Brandon Ayuk than
By the way,
Debo.
just quick digression. I was listening on the way in, trying to digest my data, and somebody was saying the Eagles, with their new offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, that they were dead last in the NFL in pre-snap motion last year. The Eagles were.
Wow.
Dead last. I guess somebody had to be.
Yeah, I was going to say, a little beyond the trend, though.
Yeah, I know. And so Jalen Hurts said it's like a 95% new playbook.
Wow, yeah, they should be using A.J. Brown in motion.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
should do a lot of that pre-snap stuff with Saquon and Devontae Smith.
That's why the Eagles, that's why the Niners scored 6 straight touchdowns on them. Well, that was defense. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Believe me, I get my Philly Phil from Schmitty every day. He's so excited. He's so excited about these Phillies. He keeps texting me, it's 93 all over again. But the 93, the Blue Jays won the World Series.
It's 93 all over again.
They didn't make it there.
He's not going out to London for the Phillies London series, huh?
Schmitty doesn't really roll like that. He'll be down at the dog park and then back to his house to just have a beer and watch the game.
I was talking about earlier, too, during commercial break, like the culture shock of Philly fans going over to London, but you pointed out a good point.
Well, your initial take is accurate. Like, if you think about London and the tea and the pinky and all this nonsense.
Tea and crumpets.
Hating the Irish. You know what I mean? That's what they like to do. And believe me, they do. And believe me, we're keeping receipts, all right? We're keeping receipts. But anyway, point is that, yes, that's true, but there's another part of town, bro, that's like Philly. Dude, those soccer hooligans, man, the Philly guys, I don't think they want any part of those hooligans, bro. Those boys, they don't care.
No.
They don't care.
And it's funny, I walked out to the bullpen, I looked up on MLB Network, and my guy, Patty the Batty, UFC fighter, was on stage, on set, giving an interview. He's a perfect guy that would blend in with that Philly crowd.
Yeah, he would, except for Patty the Batty.
He's a scouser.
He is, but he's even by some hooligan standards a bit of an aristocrat. I mean, some of those dudes down there. That's why that video of them singing that Savage Garden song in the pub, where they're singing, you know, you'll be my fantasy. That whole thing, you remember that one? They're all those guys. Those are those guys who are looking to head. You know what they're looking to do, Marcus? They're looking to headbutt you.
Dude, those
That's what they're looking to do. They're
hooligans
looking
who are
to
just
headbutt
showing
you.
up to soccer matches to squabble.
That's it, yeah. I remember Millwall was the one. I remember 60 Minutes did a big thing back in the late 80s, early 90s. Me and my buddy Sully used to laugh so hard. Well, we were kind of laughing because we were young and dumb, but the violence was unbelievable. We were like, look at these guys. It's nuts. They're doing this for them. And remember the guy comes up with blood all over his face. He's on 60 Minutes. He goes, yeah. He goes, Millwall's me club. Millwall's me club. And we used to say that all the time about these lunatics.
You see some of these stadiums, they look like they're in the middle of a war zone. They're throwing smoke bombs at each other and stuff. It's crazy with fireworks.
Much more true 20, 30 years ago. And that happens now more in like Greece and Italy. England, EPL has gotten frickin' major 1%ered. Major 1%. Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about. Dude, I think it costs hundreds of dollars to even enter those stadiums, and there's plush seating and suites and all that. So the EPL, English Premier League, has changed. But I think if you get down and dirty in like Italy and Greece, there's still some of that chaos.
I want more of those hooligans.
Those guys chucking those lit bombs into into opposing crowds.
Dude, it's insane.
Anyway, Mike Silver, speaking of violence, Hunger Games is his analogy on Debo and Ayuk. If Ayuk plays on the current deal, so that's the one Mayoko told us, because guys, they have a deal for this year, and Ayuk's not going to sit out. Not going to sit out and miss out on $14 million. $14 million, as we pointed out, all you got to do is buy a couple parking lots. You're set for life.
Dude, you're set. Those things print money, Murph.
So here's Silver on the Hunger Games between Debo and Ayuk, if Ayuk stays.
Now, if Brandon Ayuk, who I'm hearing maybe their offers in the 26 million range, which, you know, it's certainly not just Justin Jefferson money, nor should it be, but it's closer to that Devontae Smith, Amon-Ra St. Brown, that next tier down. Let's say that's their last best offer ultimately, and he doesn't want to take it, and he doesn't want to sit out a season, which would not be a great move for him, although I guess it's theoretically possible. And he says, fine, I'm just going to take your fifth-year option, your crappy, 14.1, again, all relative, and play it out. Well, now, as I said on Twitter, it's Hunger Games, between him and Debo, because we know Pearsall's staying, and he's going to be worked into the offense immediately. Targets are down, and now one of those guys is probably gone after the season, if not both. They need numbers. Ayuk still won't have great leverage because you could tag him and, then try to do a deal or just tag him.
Well, I'll tell you what, as he was saying this, what was in my brain? Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh is in my, what Bill Walsh would say? Go compete. Bill Walsh wouldn't be looking to pad these guys with lush contracts. He'd be like, yeah, I'm creative tension. I can go find somebody to replace you. You don't want, you're holding me out for $30 million. I'm paying you $14 million. Go play. That's my feeling. I maybe have to talk to Lowell or Mikey about that if they agree with me. But I mean, Ayuk's not entitled to this deal. He has a deal coming, and the Niners can play hardball with him.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with Mike there. They can play him this year on the fifth-year option. They can franchise tag him for another year if you want to extend this Super Bowl window. But when you look at Brandon Ayuk and the money that he should be pulling in, I once again agree with Mike. I think he's in the range of Devontae Smith and Nico Collins, $24 to $25 million.
Can he accept that? Will his ego accept that?
Probably not. It doesn't sound like it if he wants $30+ million. I just don't think he's in that tier with Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams, Tyreek
There's
Hill.
some really good texts here from the Golden State Lumber Builder Retail Section. I want to give you guys your props. 310 says, are the Niners now dealing with what Pat Riley labeled as the disease of more? I've read The Winner Within the last couple of years, and that's a big thing for Riley. The disease of more kills teams, and Riley would fight against that a lot. A lot of time meant being a hard A with people like Brandon Ayuk. 408 says, make him play out his last year. If he balls out again, re-sign him or franchise him. Dude, here's one. The guy said, I got to find the guy. He says, here it is, 650. If Ayuk and Debo want number one receiver money, how about you get me one tutty in the Super Bowl?
Ooh,
oh, man.
Like I said, they both got locked up on the outside in the Super Bowl, which is a big reason why the 49ers went out and drafted Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah. 415 says, Ayuk will age better than Debo. I'd much rather have him long term.
I agree with that take. And again, Ayuk has consistently showed that he's healthy and on the field. That's the biggest red flag with Debo moving forward. But when the question is, if you can get the same production, the same cost point of Debo and Ricky Pearsall combined for the contract of Brandon Ayuk, I think that's an option and a possibility.
And don't forget Juwan. 415 says the real question is, can the rookie block on run plays? That's an interesting.
That was in the scouting report of him blocking at Florida. We talked to Greg Cosell about it. He said, look, when guys are evaluating college wide receivers, NFL talent, you don't really look at the run blocking tape in college, but this is something that Kyle Shanahan pointed out and spoke about when Ricky was first drafted also.
By the way, I see a text from a soccer snob, very upset at my takes. Sorry, soccer
he's
snob.
probably even more pissed off that you called him a soccer snob instead of a football snob.
Why don't you frickin' wake up at 5 a.m. and go watch a match, all right, buddy? Why don't you go wake up at 5 a.m.? And by the way, 408 then says, I'm out on Patty. I'm reading this one strictly for you because I think you would know what this means because I don't. I'm reading this for you to end the segment. I'm out on Patty. He made an enemy of Ariel. Is this your language here,
That's
buddy?
a fact. Ariel Helwani is probably the most respected journalist in the world of MMA, and him and Patty have had some beef recently.
Yes,
I agree. That's a good take. I stand with Ariel also.
Okay, see, there you go. I knew that would hit you in the right spot. I didn't even understand, but I said this. I think this is his
Yeah, we're
world.
talking Ariel Helwani, not the mermaid.
How about you riding with a journalist over a fighter?
So Ariel Helwani, I've been watching his interviews since the beginning of time, since I was in middle school, and he's been banned and blacklisted by Dana White in the UFC, and he's still out here doing his thing.
Is he the Mike Silver of UFC?
He is. He's got sources.
Is he the one who put together that Bee Gees tribute?
Oh, no, I wish he did. I think he might have played it on the show. Shout out the MMA Hour.
That Bee Gees thing, that's crazy. When Marcus is like, yeah, play Bee Gees Spirits, what's it called? Spirits Having Flow?
Yeah.
The album's called Spirits Having Flow.
How long must I wait for Habib versus Tony Ferguson? How long must I wait?
So I'm going to credit that to Ariel.
Still waiting.
Anyway, all right, guys. Well, there you go. There's your big hit. And it remains intriguing as we go into the weekend. All right, we got some really good cooler content, including I just found out about this New York DJ. You guys found out. It made me laugh. Plus, we got furious baseball broadcasters, and we got balls going into rivers on KNBR 104.5 and 680 the Sports Leader.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Milpitas' Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants are squaring off against Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers this weekend. And how about the old skipper doubling down, not only going on the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes, but he'll be joining Murph and myself in about 20-30 minutes at 8:50 this morning. So make sure you're tuned in, whether it's on the KNBR stream or the KNBR app.
My dog's just had like a sloppy shit outside. I was just wondering if you got some water. I don't want to leave it outside your front pot.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone. Chill. This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
I kind of feel like Cooler Content's a place we can sneak in other things real quick, like that are going on in the world, like whether it's that big cricket upset, I can't believe we didn't get any sound from that.
USA.
I know, right?
USA.
Are you guys willing to embrace USA cricket? We upset Pakistan.
I'm looking for...
Tony's like, yes, you're fired
100%,
up.
dude.
Okay, all right.
Greatest upset of all time.
I will tell you this. I've been alive a long time, and I still can't freaking figure out cricket. And I've been around and I've seen it. I'm like, okay, wait, what's going on? Bats, run, what? Overs? I've never. Have you cracked the code?
I don't think I could fully decipher the game of cricket. Like, I understand, like, the pitching perspective. You're trying to hit those poles behind them.
Yeah.
Then you hit it and you run back and forth.
Yeah.
But that's about the extent of my cricket knowledge.
And I would say, like, it's so obvious that that's where baseball came from, right? But they say, no, it's a game called Rounders. And I don't know. It's like obvious. It's like from cricket. So anyway, that's number one. Number two is I just wanted to get this out there just because, pop culture, baby. Do you guys know tonight is Pat Sajak's final spin?
The last spin.
Pat Sajak, that's it right there.
Are they going to have an 8-part documentary? The last spin.
I don't know. I'm just throwing this to you, young Tone. You got to come. Pat Sajak, you down?
So I didn't recognize the name, and then Google helped me out. I recognized the face.
Okay,
he's the Wheel of Fortune guy.
Unbelievable that you were not down with Sajak right out of the gate.
We got to pull back the curtain because during their commercial break, Murph actually jumped the gun and asked young Tony, and I think Tony's response is, who the hell is that?
Yes, he did. Vanna White, buddy, Vanna White.
Any relation to Dana White?
Okay, there we go. We'll put that down there.
She must be the the sidekick.
Good riff
on the show, right?
Oh, you do know her?
Yeah, dude. I know Wheel of Fortune. I just didn't know the guy's name.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, you probably should. But anyway, let's get into the cooler of content. Okay, speaking of not knowing, golf. So there's a big event this week, the Memorial, big golf event. Golf Channel was there, and they're covering the Pro-Am. Like Peyton Manning played in it, and others. And I guess a Citadel football coach named Everett Sands was playing in it. Fine. Congrats to Citadel football. Unfortunately, Golf Channel reporter Lauren Withrow is her name, sidles alongside him to do a live interview. And she thinks it's former Texas Heisman Trophy winner quarterback Vince Young.
Uh-oh.
Vince Young playing this week, and he's down with Lauren.
Played 6 seasons in the NFL, arguably one of the best NCAA quarterbacks of all time in Texas. Picked up golf about 4 years ago. What's the biggest shift you make going from the ultimate team sport to now the ultimate individual sport?
Now, I apologize. You have the wrong person. I'm Everett Sands over Citadel, which I'm a football coach. But the thing is, the great thing about golf is I'm not only competing against myself, but I'm competing against everybody else.
This is your first Pro-Am ever played, and what's the best part of being out here?
Well, being out here is a great thing, and have the opportunity to play with some professional golfers is a intimidating thing, but also a great thing.
Good luck this weekend.
Hey, I appreciate it.
The 2-second pause. First of all, this guy is such a gentleman. He actually says to her, I apologize. What do you mean apologize? She should be apologizing. And dude, when he goes, I'm not Vince Young, I'm Everett Sands. They're walking down the fairway.
Yeah.
She's just got this look on her face. She's just staring at him. She
doesn't move the microphone.
She doesn't move the mic.
She continues to interview him.
She doesn't. I mean, in a way, I don't want to say she handled it correctly because it's a nuclear disaster, but she doesn't ever. She just tries to pretend like it never happened.
Now
she goes Piven, basically.
Yeah,
she kind of goes Piven. She just doesn't even acknowledge.
Deny till you die.
She doesn't even acknowledge like I'm sorry or I apologize. She's like, so what's the best part of the thing?
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude.
And Murph, I will say though, I'm not putting the entire blame on her.
Yeah,
because you hear in the first couple seconds of that clip, whoever is in studio throws to her, Tony, give me the beginning real quick, and says,
"It's true.
Yeah, we've got Vince Young on the course."
Vince Young playing this week, and he's down with Lauren.
And she comes out. By the way, she should have named his Heisman too in his bio, even though it's Everett Sands. Here's the catch, though. Did she say to him, I have Vince Young?
Oh, that's the
catch.
question. You never know what's going on. There's also the producers behind the scenes.
Dude.
Shout out to the time where Mike Holler told me I was coming on with Greg Papa at the Warriors parade, and instead, I ended up talking down the line to Brian Murphy.
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
So good. Okay, so we need to get into mistaken identities times. I've had a couple.
I apologize.
He shouldn't apologize, by the way. I had one
He should have hit her with a hook 'em.
up in
Just lean into it.
Or other people said, I've heard people riffing on this. He should have just rolled with it and role played.
Yeah, he's like, I remember being on the cover of Madden.
Man, that fourth down play against SC when I ran that thing in the end zone, man, it was a great moment. Where were you? Would have been like, where were you when I did that? But we're up in Tahoe, and Medium Impact Brian is hustling his A off to get us guests, and he gets Indianapolis Colts coach Frank Reich, but he didn't tell us that it was Reich. We didn't know it was Reich. We didn't know Reich was a possibility. I didn't even know Reich. It's got to be honest. I didn't know Reich was playing in the tournament. Who? And he just sat him down. Mib ran him over and sat him down. He goes, you're with Murph and Mac on KNBR. And we're like, hey. What's up, man? And let me tell you, Frank Reich does not have a recognizable
Big
face.
dog.
He's not wearing a Colts blazer or Colts pull-up that says pullover. It says
They have
Frank.
a name tag on his
Dude,
polo.
and Mib realizes it, and I'm like, hey, beautiful out here, isn't it? And he's like, yeah. And then Mib realizes it, and sweat's pouring down. He runs around and writes on my piece of paper, Frank Reich. And I was like, ugh. I'm like, hey, Frank Reich joining us here on the Had another one in Pebble Beach where the great Steve John brought me the Bachelor host, Chris Harrison.
Wow.
Would you recognize him?
I don't think I would. I'm not a huge
Bachelor
Bachelor
fan,
guy.
Tony,
I might be like
or
this guy.
Bachelorette,
I might
either
be
one.
like this guy looks familiar, but I don't think I've known by name.
Bro, I couldn't place him, and he had a bag that had his name, his golf bag said Chris Harrison, so I Googled it quickly, and it turns out there was a mini tour golfer named Chris Harrison.
Oh, no.
So I was like, oh, this is some mini tour guy who's getting his crack at the big, so I'm like, so, big opportunity for you, huh? And he's like, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's great. I said, great. And I'm like, yeah, you know, to be here at Pebble Beach, it's a big moment for you, and I'm thinking it's a minor tour golfer. And then he's like, yo, no. He goes, we take a break from the set. We take a break from filming and get, I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, my God, it's not dude, sweat pouring down my head. And then somehow I do another Google search, and it says Bachelor host. I'm like, Chris Harrison from The Bachelor. Here, dude. So,
Who's getting the last rose at Pebble Beach today?
So, woo. All right, so I was introduced, the next up is this, to a guy that I guess you guys knew about. I didn't. John Joe didn't either. His name's Mark Rebele. And he's an EDM DJ?
He's like a New York street DJ.
How long have you known about this guy?
For a while now. He's been going viral probably over the last year on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, all the socials.
For some reason, it escaped me. I don't know why. But anyway, I found him, so it's my discovery along with some others. So he does EDM with free-flowing, humorous lyrics.
Yeah, he's actually my favorite EDM artist, I was telling Young Tony.
So this is him at like a little street festival, and he's doing a whole bit on just being late to work. All right? This is the entire premise of the EDM piece. Here it is.
You're late to work, who gives a f? It's your life. You boss, I'm late. What you gonna be doing about it? I said I'm late. You gonna fire me? There's no one else here. Hey, I'm late. You gonna fire me? That's cute. Late.
I'm so glad I found this guy. It made me laugh, man. I gotta say. And by the way, overnight Dave, before he shoved off today at 6 a.m., said, hey, who was that? The guy who used to work here? If you know, you know.
I could see that blaring out of his sound system pulling into the parking lot 1 minute before you. Literally 1 minute.
Was he an EDM guy?
Yeah, he'd get into some EDM. Now, Tony, as the EDM head on the show, what's your review?
I think it's pretty good. Yeah. He's like a funny guy. He tries to. It's good EDM. It's a good beat, and then he just chimes in with his own free flowing lyrics.
Yeah, that's the cool thing. He's literally just standing on the corner of like a busy ass intersection out in New York, and he's just freestyling, just like kind of riffing.
One where he's in his kitchen in his bathrobe is pretty funny too. This one here, he's in his bathrobe, dude. I'm getting up here.
Get the out of bed. Go. Get up, and then they got go
Gotta wake up, get up.
Oh, man. All right.
I need that as my alarm
laugh.
clock.
It makes me
Waking up everyone. Get the hell out of bed.
makes
There
me
you go.
laugh. Makes me laugh here. All right. Should that be it for the cooler?
Get the out of bed, go.
And the beat drops to 2 Mark Rebelets and a Golf Channel misidentifier. All right, there you go. There's your cooler. And some Pat Sajak, too. All right, guys. Back to the other side. Let's get ready for Bruce Bochy by talking about the San Francisco Giants going into this series. What is lying ahead? And John Morosi suggesting a trade candidate? Next on the Sports Leader.
Get the out of bed, go.
All right, the good stuff at Provident Credit Union. Looking for a smarter way to save and you want guaranteed results? Well, look no further than Provident Credit Union. You can increase your earnings with a Provident Credit Union Pick a Term certificate. So, lock in a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term, or earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. So let your money work for you. Earn up to 4.75% and reach your short-term savings goals faster. Enjoy the peace of mind. That's a nice deal. Knowing your money will grow securely with guaranteed returns. Do not miss this limited time offer. Open a Provident Pick a Term certificate today. Visit providentcu.org or your local branch to get started. This rate is effective as of June 1st, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
Back to Reggae Friday. We always lose Reggae Friday between 7:30 and 8:30 because we go Kruko, he's got his own open. Big Hit's got its own open. And then Cooler Content has its own open. So reconnecting now with Reggae Friday. And Young Tone, this sounds good to me. What do we got here, Ben?
This is Revolution Good Day, and it was a request by the 831 at about 6:29 this morning.
I'll take it.
I'll take it, especially since I just heard this song in concert a couple weekends ago down at Cali Roots.
Was it a good day?
It was a great day down in Monterey.
We have Bill Withers' Lovely Day on our Hum Babies playlist. Kids like it.
That's a phenomenal song.
Kids like it.
I don't know if Young Tony knows it, but it's a great song.
JT Snow joins Tolbert and Copes at 2:50. Ballers coach, JT Snow.
Ballers.
We're getting ready for Bruce Bochy at 8:50 and getting ready by looking at 2 teams under 500. Now, the Rangers are banged up. Evan Carter, their awesome outfielder, he's on the IL. Scherzer and DeGrom are on the IL. Josh Young is on the IL. And Corey Seager strained a hamstring. in his day-to-day. And then even John Gray, the pitcher, he's on the IL too. So they've been dealing with some major injuries. How about having Scherzer and DeGrom on the IL? That's a lot of cake.
Who has more money on the IL right now, the Giants or the Rangers?
It's got to be the Rangers.
Between Snell, between Robbie Ray, between Alex Cobb. I mean, we're talking about close to $80, $90 million.
But don't Scherzer and
on the
DeGrom
IL
alone make like 80, 90?
I was going to say, it might be close. Rangers might have them beat out, but there's a lot of money on the Giants. I knew when I was doing my
Jock blog last Friday on Aaron Judge, saying paying him $40 million, it seems like a bargain, given that Shohei's getting 70. I know it's deferred, but I'm just going by AAV. And that Scherzer, and I looked it up, Scherzer and DeGrom are both, I think they're both making 43.
Dude, real quick, you want to talk about bargains? How about that Bryce Harper contract? How's that looking now? Philly's paying him like $25, $26 million.
That's why I felt like Correa at 24 a year was great. That's why I was. I mean, I know it was 13 years, but in 13 years, $24 million is going to be like $6 million.
Yeah.
You know?
And now we're talking about the Giants using 5 different shortstops this year, and Bruce Bochy facing off against the Giants for the first time without Brandon Crawford on the roster.
Bro, how about that? Oh, yeah, it's good stuff to talk about there with B. Craw and all that. So anyway, John Morosi, I teased it, came on with Papa and Lund, and he's kind of on his own brought this idea up of the Giants. He said in 2019 they probably should have been sellers with Madison Bumgarner. We talked about last year, Wilmer Flores.
Jock Peterson.
Great trade candidates.
We talked about a couple years ago, a guy like Carlos Rodon.
Yeah.
Who, if you didn't have plans of signing long-term, maybe you should have flipped him when he was putting up a Cy Young caliber
young,
season.
exciting players, because we see how excited everybody is about Matos and Ramos, and Luciano to an extent. When's he due to come off? Anytime?
I haven't seen any updates on Lucy.
Yeah. And by the way, I want to throw, despite Will Clark's entreaties, I want to throw him the first baseman's mitt. Get over there, buddy.
Give the kid a shot. If he's not going to be the long-term answer at short, his bat is too good to waste it. Third base is occupied right now by Matt Chapman.
Will said outfield.
I mean, we've seen it before with guys like Fernando Tatis. He's made the transition. It happens before. And if you can play shortstop, especially at the big league level, you can essentially play almost any position. It's the old little league shortstop is the best player in the game.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Marco Luciano's going to put on the mask and go behind home plate, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do move him around. I'm surprised they haven't done that so far with Marco.
Yeah, be interesting to see. So, in the meantime, Morosi, here's what he said about the Giants and the upcoming trade deadline, July 30.
The one interesting thing is, I know Wade is out right now. I'm a big Lamont Wade Jr. fan. And if he comes back healthy and is able to rebuild his value, he is someone that actually, for all the talk around Vlad Guerrero Jr., Lamont Wade Jr. is a better player since the start of last year than Vlad Guerrero Jr. if you look at a lot of the metrics, including wins above replacement. So if I'm the Giants and if I'm not in it, I would see what I could get for Lamont Wade Jr. at a time where a lot of teams need power at that position. I think he's a fabulous player that we don't talk about enough.
Okay, would you be willing to, Giants fans, part with Lamont Wade Jr.? And what does it get you? What is Lamont's trade value to a contender that needs a first baseman or needs a left-handed hitting DH? Let's say the Brewers need one, or somebody non-Yankees, non-Dodgers. I mean, they're all set at first base. Phillies are kind of set at first base too, right? But somebody like that, Braves are set at first base too. So Braves, Phillies, Dodgers, Yankees, but other teams like I said, like the NL Central teams, or who's manning the one bag for the Brew Crew right now?
Who's that first base for the Brewers?
Rowdy Tellez.
Rhys Hoskins.
That's right. Yeah, Rhys Hoskins just made his return to Philly. Got a standing ovation.
Okay. And then, or for the Twins. I'm not sure who's rocking it for the Twins right now.
Carlos Santana still over there?
Carlos Santana, and then maybe Max Kepler as well.
Yeah.
Your knowledge, you kid.
I know ball.
Dazzling me. You're dazzling me.
Shout out to me and Tony.
Who's the starting catcher for the Twins these days?
Shoot.
Put him on the spot.
It was an old Mariner, I think.
This is incredible. Because the other day in the Immaculate Grid, one of the categories was Twins caught at least one game. And I was like blanking. I was like, I can't name other than Joe Mauer. I didn't want to do Mauer because I didn't want to get 59%.
Gary Sanchez
I
was with the Twins for a little bit.
Yeah.
Is it that first-round draft pick that Seattle gave up on?
It's Ryan Jeffers and Christian Vasquez.
Okay, yeah.
Not a Mariner.
Yeah, we don't need to know who those guys are. Yeah.
I finally went with A.J. Przinsky, and I actually got only an 8% or something. So I
Shout out
felt
to
pretty
the
good about
8%ers.
that. Yeah, it was good.
But circling back to the question, would you trade Lamont Wade Jr.? Well, if you're trading him to one of these other teams that you're competing with in the wild card race right now.
Unless you trade in the American League.
Yeah, that's true, unless you flip him over to the other side. And you look at Lamont Wade Jr., who's scheduled to be an unrestricted free agent in 2026, will go into arbitration next year. If the value's there, you got to strike while the iron is hot. The question is, is this club going to be competing for a wild card spot? And if they actually have belief that they can get into the playoffs, then you need Lamont Wade Jr. in your lineup.
4-5 says Wade is a cheap, dependable player under team control. He's the guy you keep so you can spend elsewhere. Why would you trade him, and what would you get?
Well, he's got the most value.
Yeah, exactly.
He's the best player on the Giants.
We're looking other than you don't want to trade Logan Webb.
No, you're not trading Webb.
You're not trading Camilo Doval. I don't think.
I've heard that topic be brought up. I don't think you trade Camilo.
No, it has been because he wants too much money.
I mean, he's going to get paid eventually, and there's a thought process about maybe Randy Rodriguez eventually taking over as a closer. He is an all-star. He does have some value, but I think Camilo, Webb, these are the guys that you build around.
707 says the way this team is built, you can't afford to lose Lamont Wade because there's no one in the system, obviously, that can take his spot other than Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah, but Bryce is ways away.
He's playing first?
He's playing first down in San Jose right now. He's absolutely crushing the ball. I'm actually surprised he hasn't been moved up to high A out in Eugene, but who knows? Eventually, maybe this year he'll be in Eugene. Next year, he'll be in Richmond. We saw Patrick Bailey get accelerated from double A to the bigs pretty quickly, so maybe he's not that far away. But right now, this season, you're not going to see Bryce Eldridge.
I mean, some of these other teams are accelerating guys at that fast rate. Let's keep it on Morosi here about this 30. And we talked about this now. The Giants are 30 and 33. It's like, bro, you might as well give me Gabe at this point. You know what I mean? Thirst trap Gabe, 30 and 33. But, man, it's just brutal out there because the NL wildcard leader is the Padres at 32 and 34. I'll say that again. The NL, and I say this wildcard leader, I mean the sixth spot, the leader of the last spot. The Padres are 32 and 34. And then there's three teams at 30 and 33. Dude, it's hard to even say 30 and 33. It's such an ugly record. It's the Giants, the freaking Reds, and the Diamondbacks. And then even include also 3 games under the boring Cardinals. And then at 4 games under, the Pittsburgh Pirates, who actually might be the most appealing team of that group, given Skeens, Jones, and O'Neal Cruz, who hit a ball 462 feet into the Allegheny River.
Yeah, I was saying yesterday to Murph off air after seeing Skeens and Jared Jones deal back-to-back days against the Dodgers. I don't know if I want to play the Pittsburgh Pirates in a wild card series.
You don't. And it'll be interesting to see how their summer plays out.
But to your point, Murph, there are only 4 teams in the National League with a winning record. Yeah. Out of the 15 total teams, 11 of them have a sub-500 record.
We're just trying to watch some good ball here. This is some bad baseball, as I famously once said. But anyway, here's Morosi on the Giants being stuck in the middle. Shout out Steelers Wheel. Here he is. You got that cut there? Here it is. Yeah.
Do I see any path in which the Giants finish ahead of the Dodgers this year? The answer to that is no for me. I just don't see it. And so as a result, you then ask the question, if you're Farhan Zaidi, if you're Pete Putila, you're running the Giants, what then is your obligation? Is your obligation to try your best to put together a winning record, which puts you in the wild card conversation? Or is it your obligation to build for the future and in some way, shape, or form find a way to build a roster that can someday beat the Dodgers? And I think that's where you've got a lot of teams stuck in the middle.
Stuck in the middle. And so that's where the Giants are. I mean, do we really see this team? We talked about, I said 90. It was, shall we say, irrational exuberance. There was a phrase, Young Tone, look that up. I believe it was the chairman of the Fed, Bud, was his name Greenspan, who's described the markets famously as irrational exuberance. Yeah, you got to know your Federal Reserve System there, buddy. And it was irrational exuberance that I went to 90. Yeah, was it a riff? It was like a little bit of a riff, but it was partially just kind of, let's go. They signed Snell. It was right after they signed Snell.
Yeah, that was the big kind of missing piece for me. And listen, I was vocal about being excited about the Snell signing because of his history pitching in the NOS against teams like the Dodgers. And that's what we were talking about, a potential playoff series. We just got done talking about how the Pittsburgh Pirates are suddenly intimidated because of their young pitching prospects. That's what I thought it was going to be like for the Giants this year. You go into a series with Webb, Harrison, and Blake Snell, you would assume that you have a chance to win that series. Now, obviously, the season hasn't panned out for Blake Snell. Despite the fact that it did look like he was progressing, he's now on the IL for the second time. So in hindsight, no, it's not the move that we all thought. But when they signed Chapman and Soler and Jung-Hoo Lee this offseason, I viewed this team as a playoff team. But there's a difference between a wild card team and an actual World Series contender. But again, the counter argument is the Arizona Diamondbacks. were a wild card team last year, and they made it all the way to the World Series.
And then there's the old Montreal Deli theory that Bob Melvin's teams don't get going until the All-Star break.
Man, All-Star break can't come soon enough.
They have 7 games left with the Dodgers. You can maybe pitch Snell twice against those guys. So maybe, okay, that's one series at the end of June in San Francisco. There's a series down in L.A. They got to play them 4 times. So maybe you can get 2 games value there, and those 2 games might be the difference between missing and making the playoffs. So either way, stuck in the middle, 3 games under 500, possibly trading Lamont Wade Jr. per Morosi. But before we get to Bruce Bochy, who we're very excited to talk to, we do have to remember we do give tickets away in this segment, right?
Hey, what's up? This your homie Ice Cube. Now, keep listening here for your chance to win and play in our Big 3 Rick Barry underhand free throw contest. Now, I think Rick can still beat you. Now, come on out there. If you think you can do the underhand free throw like Rick, come on out, man. Keep it locked right here, baby. You know what it is. The sports leader.
Damn, he was on fire for us. He loves his Big 3 basketball. So if you want to go be with Ice Cube in that situation, you want to call John Joe Curley right now at 415-896-KNBR. This is Big 3 basketball, 4 tickets. 4 tickets to Big 3 basketball Saturday, June 15th at Oakland Arena. Bay Area legends Rick Barry, Gary Payton, Hall of Fame coaches. We got Lisa Leslie, Nancy Lieberman, Stack Jack, Charles Oakley, Dr. J, Leandro Barbosa, Jay Rich, Joe Johnson, hard-nosed, trash-talking, banging down low. Yes, you guys got all excited yesterday when I said that, right?
Pause.
June 15th is Father's Day weekend. It's a special Father's Day ticket offer. Buy one, get one free for Dad. Go to big3.com/tickets or just call Curly right now, 415-896-KNBR. Yesterday, Robert from Santa Rosa was the lucky winner of those tickets. The great Bruce Bochy, baseball and life, next on the Sports Leader.
Just can't run as fast, jump as high, and not as good in bed. I'm still active. That's all I can say.
I like to bang low and play tough D.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here to talk to you about Prize Picks, the #1 fantasy sports app in America with more than 5 million members. It's the most fun and exciting way to get in on the action while you watch your favorite sports and your favorite players. You just need to pick more or less on 2 or more players for stats to go over or under, and you can have a chance to win 100 times your cash. With Prize Picks, you can turn $10 into $1,000 in a single game watching your favorite sports this summer. You can make a Prize Picks lineup in as little as 60 seconds. You just need to pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat options, and you're locked in. And here we go. This is a 60-second read. I'll give you a pick. I'm taking Logan Webb on the bump today against the Rangers, over 5 strikeouts. So join me on Prize Picks, and you'll have a chance to double up your money. All you need to do is download the app and use the code word LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. That's promo code LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So our Reggae Friday is our favorite thing, right? It's a summertime thing. And then, so we said, hey, we're having the great Bruce Bochy, who lives down in Texas now, so said, hey, young Tony, get us some Texas reggae. This is Willie Nelson's reggae album, I'm a Worried Man with Toots. So a little Texas reggae to welcome Bruce Bochy. Bruce is the kind of guy who's so nice that when two different KNBR shows ask for him, he says, well, how about I do you both? Bruce, you're too nice. That marks who you are. You're generous with your time. You're generous with your feelings towards the Bay Area. So we start by saying thank you very much for making time. And good morning. You got me. You got your boy Murph. You got Marcus Boucher right next to me. Good morning, Bruce.
Hey, morning, Boch.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Good morning. No, it's always good to catch up with you guys. Yeah, I was on yesterday. I don't want to wear out my welcome there in the Bay Area, but it's good to hear your voice.
Yeah, we're going to say you're overexposed, Boch, right?
yeah, I've been there. Trust me, as a player.
Talking to Bruce Bochy. Hey, I want to start with, we just mentioned Texas. So it's been a while now. Like, how's Texas living for you and Kim? Like, and is it, and I guess I'd start by saying, how's the fishing?
Yeah, you know what? Really haven't done any fishing. On that day off yesterday, I was scheduled to go, but backed out. Mike Maddox and I were going to do some bass fishing, so I haven't done that. I do have a brother who lives about 45 minutes from here. In fact, he scouted for the Giants, Joe. And so we had dinner last night. I get to see him a lot, but I live pretty close to the ballpark here. I don't make my home here after the season. I go back to Nashville, but it's ballpark's beautiful. You should come out and check this place out. It's quite the venue. People are great, friendly. It's a large area. I mean, you got Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington. There's a lot to do here. So I'm enjoying my time here.
Hey, Boch, have you caught Mavericks fever with Luka?
Yeah. You know what? It's exciting. I went through it there with the Warriors and what's happening here. It's pretty cool that I'm getting to experience the city come around for a team like this area has. Yeah, it's going to be a good series, exciting series. It's fun to watch. Playoff basketball. Obviously, I got to see a lot of it there in San Francisco.
Yeah, but so what happens is we're having a tough time with the connection. We're going to put you on pause right now. Because there was a muddy connection. I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't know, maybe there was somebody in the Giants front office messing with the wire. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, let's just get him. Maybe move him to a different part of the house or something like that, to his vast air-conditioned mansion. So as soon as John Joe figures that out, he thinks he's good. I think, okay, Boch, I think we're back. Are we good?
Yeah, I think so. Is this better?
It's a little better. Mm-hmm. It is a little better. It is. And by the way, you're playing inside that dome now, right? It's the first time you've managed a team inside a dome.
Yeah, and I tell you what, it's nice because it gets smoking hot here. I tell you, last summer I get to experience it, but really not so much. I mean, I walk, 20 feet to my truck and drive to the ballpark here where, it's air conditioned, so it's a great venue. The clubhouse is huge. And on the visiting side, they all compliment how nice this place is. So it's nice to be indoors. Trust me, when you're in Texas in the summer.
Bruce Bochy. Well, here come the Giants, who play in weather about 50 degrees cooler than the Texas Rangers. So let's talk about it a little bit. First of all, it's the 10-year anniversary of the 2014 team, and I know they're having a reunion. I guess you had to RSVP no?
Yeah, I haven't got my invite yet. I don't know what happened.
What?
Yeah. No, but they know I'm busy, but you know what? Good for them. It's going to be a great time. I know Sage is going out there. I did get a chance. I talked about it yesterday. To spend some time with my staff and Brian when he got inducted into the Bay Area Hall of Fame. So I'm disappointed that I can't be there because it's such a fun time catching up, and of course, you get to relive, that special year that we had.
Yeah, and Bochy, you mentioned you had sort of a mini reunion at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. I thought it was awesome to see you show up after coaching a game out in Oakland, then coming across the bay to see Brian Sabian, see some of those core four guys. So what was it like reuniting with some of your colleagues?
Oh, I tell you what, I wouldn't have missed that for anything. It's been a while since I've seen some of them. Flannery, I don't get to see a lot, but just see them all. Eddie Gardner, Billy Hayes, some of the scouts, Lee Elmer, of course, Brian, his family. I know I'm going to leave somebody out here. And, of course, Lotus, but really the whole staff and front office. It's always good to catch up. It's been a while, because even in 12, a lot of guys didn't show up for that reunion. We're missing quite a few, but to catch up with my staff, I loved it.
It's funny, Bruce. I got to MC that dinner, and so I was there really early to prepare. And Sabian arrived, and he was just like, he was just so relaxed, and he had a glow about it. Like it was great. He was in a great place. If you reflect on him, it wasn't always that way, right? Sometimes he'd be tough and gruff. Sometimes he'd lock the door, and you guys would have to stay in the office and kill a bottle of wine and break it down.
Yeah, he could. As Brian's got an edge. It's a good edge, though, and that's what helped us win championships there. But I will say this: he was very honored. He was excited about getting inducted into the Hall of Fame there. So it meant a lot to him. And I know it was probably a long time coming, but he couldn't wait for this to happen. And, we were texting each other before he went out there. So I could feel it. I could sense it from him. That was a big moment. So good for him. He certainly deserves it with all that he did there in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Bruce Bochy is the voice you hear, of course, on the UMA guest line. Giants, Rangers tonight, but just an excuse to get old Boch on the line, Marcus.
Yeah, and it was awesome to see Brian be kind of honored by the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. But later on this summer, Boch, the core four is going to be honored. They're going to be inducted into the San Francisco Giants Wall of Fame. These were guys that made you look like a genius, always pressing the right button. So just tell us about the core four and their importance to this Giants dynasty.
Yeah, that's going to be a cool moment, too. I did get to see Javi Romo and Affel at Sage's thing at his induction. So I did get a chance to talk to them. I know Jeremy's coming tonight. He'll be at the game tonight. He's going to be on the field because I'm leaving them field passes. No, those guys, come on. I mean, what they did for us, for me, you're right. They made me look smart, and I had a special group there, and they were so good, so consistent, and we don't win those championships without those four.
How about Romo's doing TV now, Boch? They got him. They can keep him into like a tight soundbite.
Oh man, that's good. You know how entertaining he can be. That's good for him, man. I love the man. I know for years I kept hearing his elbow was hanging by a thread, and here he is. He's going to go down as one of the better high leverage setup guys in baseball.
Romo, Boch, have you ever had a guy that I can't think of a guy that tiny? I mean, he really, like, if people saw him on the street on a T-shirt and shorts, they'd think he was just some skater. You know what I mean? Have you ever seen a guy with that? Right. To use an indelicate phrase, the balls of a burglar, right?
Right. No. That's just goes to show you. If you get those cojones, it's amazing what you can accomplish. And this man had no fear and had great command, of course, that slider, but also he used his fastball well, had a changeup, but he wanted to be out there, and that's what made him so good.
And it was cool to see Sergio Romo end his career with the San Francisco Giants after they bring him into spring training last year. Now, this offseason, the Giants decided to bring back Pablo Sandoval, and there was a really awesome moment of you and Pablo reconnecting down in Scottsdale, giving a hug and embracing each other on the field. What was it like to see Pablo back in a Giants uniform?
Yeah, I think everybody knows how much I love this man. I just love the way he played, the joy that he played with, the enthusiasm that he brought every day. It did so much for our club. He loves baseball, and you know what? I talked to him about coming, to join us in spring training, and he went to San Francisco, and I don't blame him there, but we did text quite a bit there last off season, and I was pulling for him to make the club. This guy, again, he's probably playing somewhere now. I don't know, but I can't thank him enough for what he the man did for us.
A few more minutes here with Bruce Bochy, kind enough to hop on both the afternoon show yesterday and the morning show today. It's the kind of guy Boch is, and the Bay Area just loves you. So one of your old sluggers is in the coach's box for the Giants. Well, not the box, I should say, in the dugout, not Matt Williams. I'm talking about Pat Burrell. And Pat the Bat, man, talk about Sabian, right? Going and getting that guy. Tampa was kind of done with him. You guys pick him up, and, man, he had some thunder in that bat at some key moments, but now he's in the dugout. And now he's got a little book out, and he's coaching up these Giants hitters. I wonder your thoughts on seeing Pat the Bat become part of the Giants coaching staff.
Yeah, I was really, really happy for Pat when they hired him. Here's a guy that a lot of people don't realize how much he loves the game. You know, he was down in San Jose, spending a lot of time with those hitters, and even traveling through the minor leagues. But he has a real passion for the game, a real thirst to make players better. And when we brought up Buster, I'm trying to think of the date now, May 19th or something, but, Pat came up that same day. And, of course, we know the impact that Buster made, but also Pat, the impact that he made, not just with the bat. I've talked about this many times, but what he brought in the clubhouse. So good for him. I'm looking forward to catching up with him here, and I know he's going to make a difference with those hitters.
Yeah, and you mentioned Pat's time down in San Jose working with hitters like Elliot Ramos and Marco Lucianos. Those were a couple of guys that joined the organization while you were still here in San Francisco, and now those are guys that are making a big league impact. So what have you seen out of those guys' development and seeing that kind of transition from being minor leaguers at 16, 17 years old to now being in the major leagues?
Yeah, well, when I retired, I was traveling in the minor leagues, and I would run into Pat, and we would talk about these guys, and he was really excited about them, as I was at the time. I mean, you could see the talent in them, and it's a matter of time before they get called up, to the major leagues and get a chance to show their gifts and talents. So yeah, I'm not surprised. A lot of these guys that he's worked with are up there now helping them.
Coach, there are a couple of old heads still on the squad. Austin Slater, Mike Yastrzemski, Logan Webb. I mean, that's like, what does that say about those guys to hang around? Slater and Yaz are not really tearing it up, but they're still grinding it. And Yaz went back to Boston again this spring. So will those be the three guys you come over to make sure to say hi to, too?
Yeah, hopefully I'll get a chance to say hello to them. Yeah, I mean, all three. Just done a great job, great careers. I did follow that, the time that Yaz was in Boston, because I remember it as a special time for me when his grandfather came in my office and we sat and talked for a while. So I know that, again, was another great moment for him. But, Slater, he's battled his injuries, but, he's had a nice career. And, of course, you look Webb, I mean, he's one of the best pitchers in the game, and a great guy too. A great kid, great teammate. I knew this guy would, just be really, really good, and so I'm not surprised about what he's done in his career.
Boch, we had we have a new producer, John Curley. This guy, he booked us the week Yaz went back. He booked us Carl Yastrzemski. Now, Carl doesn't do, unlike you, who's so generous with your time, Carl doesn't do radio. I don't know how we got him. We got him on this little sweet spot. And I got to tell you, Boch, it was like talking to an icon, and you're saying he came into your office, because Bomel, your buddy Bob Melvin, said he was starstruck when Grandpa Yaz came in for just a quick visit. But you had one, too, in 2019? Yeah,
he came in the office, and I was the same way. I mean, I was, you're with the legend, and, as a kid, I remember trying to impersonate Yaz, and, but I was a huge fan, and so, for him to be sitting there, I mean, it's like a Mickey Mantle or Willie Mays, those guys. He's in the same class for me, and so very, very special time.
Bruce Bochy is the legendary voice you hear on the Uma Guest Line this morning. And, Boch, it's not your first time squaring off against the Giants since becoming the manager of the Texas Rangers, but it will be your first time facing the Giants without Brandon Crawford on the roster. So I'd love to get the breakdown, just your opinion of what it's going to be like to look up in the middle of this series and see somebody else playing shortstop that's not named Brandon Crawford.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it until you mentioned it, so now I'll probably look up there and think about it. Crawl, obviously, with his lone time there with the Giants, it's going to be a little different, sure. Now I'm sure I'm going to run into him here at some point, when we play St. Louis. But I mean, how good was this guy? And so he's probably going to go down as the best shortstop ever with the Giants. So that will be a little strange. I will get to see Pence on Sunday, so I'll get to catch up with him. He's doing the early game there. But hopefully I'll get a chance to see Crawl once we play the Cardinals.
It's funny, just nostalgia. I know yesterday you talked with the boys about analytics and the game of baseball today, but we're just trying a different tack with you about the 2014 team. So we do this fun little thing with the digital team here, and they asked me to name the 2014 starting lineup that night. And it's funny, I think people forget, your left fielder was Juan Perez and your center fielder was Gregor Blanco. Those were not superstar players, and yet that's what you guys put down, and that's what you guys won the World Series with. When you look back at that Game 7 lineup, does that jump out at you?
Yeah, you know what? It's funny you mentioned those two. Well, especially Gregor. I just saw him last week. We were down in Miami. He came in, and
nice.
I said, "Really? You had to play, pinball against the wall there in that last triple?" And so I was kidding him there because I think Buster thought it. I thought it was over once that ball was hit. I thought he was going to catch it, but it fell in. But I mean, what a great teammate, and just a great addition for us. We brought him in as a non-roster, of course, Perez, and we just had a team that came together and played as one there.
Bosch, speaking of that night, Madison Bumgarner does not talk. He does not talk to people. I'm thinking the one or two or three people in the world he might talk to might be you. Is there anything you can share with us?
We talked this winter. Yeah, I checked in with him. We texted and talked, and he's doing a lot of fishing. He's gotten into offshore fishing. He's got a boat. He's trying to figure out, do I want to come back? Do I have the appetite to come back? Do I think I can come back? So I guess he doesn't quite feel it yet because I'm sure he's out there somewhere trying to hook into a marlin or something.
Did you guys text him because you and Chris Young were actually thinking about giving him an invite?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I'm just saying, hey, shoot, with all he did for me, and I didn't know where he was mentally or physically, and I just said, hey, I'm checking in. Yeah, I just felt like that was the right thing to do, and you kind of see where he's at. So yeah, and he knows how to get a hold of me.
Give me a call. And then just speaking of old Giants legends, who's back in California in the Bay Area is Dusty Baker. And you guys, that interview you guys did with Carl Ravitch was really special, that Sunday Night Baseball, the two of you sitting there. And you reflect on that now, that the fact that you two locked horns out in Texas and then that he's now back with the Giants. Any Dusty stories then and from those later years when you guys were representing the old guard?
Yeah, I mean, gosh, we'd have to be on the phone for a while to go through all our battles, going back when I was with San Diego, of course, last year. But I just revered the man so much. I mean, he's just special for a game. Everybody loves Dusty, and what a great career he had. I'm glad that he's back with the Giants. I think as he should be, and he lives in Sacramento, so I'm sure he's doing a lot there to help them. But if we do another show, I'll start coming up with the stories for you.
And then finally, Buster, I don't know if you've been in, now he's an executive, right? He's in the. Do you text him and say, hey, what's life like driving the Cadillacs and being in the penthouse suite, right?
Yeah. You know what? We haven't texted in a while, last year a couple times, but I'm sure he's busy with his club trying to, do all he can to help them out. I know he's back in the Bay Area, good for him. And, with us here, it looks like I'll miss him, but I just haven't talked to him in a while.
Well, Boach, it's just great fun going down memory lane with you, man. You're very generous with your time. We will let you go. Just real quick on you guys. Too many injuries, huh? Evan Carter, Scherzer, DeGrom, Young. Seager's got a hammy. John Gray. You got to get healthy, Boach, huh?
Yeah. Every club deals with it, and we have to deal with it too. So, we're having a tough time putting some runs on the board, but that's got to put your big boy pants on, through these injuries and find a way to get it done.
Well, if they get upset at you or the talk show guys or the writers give you a hard time, just Tell him you're combing your hair in the reflection of a World Series trophy. All right, Boch?
I will. Thanks.
You are the best. Give Kim a hug for us. We love you.
I will.
We miss you. Catch fish with your brother. Thank you for your time, and go forth and conquer, Boch. Be good.
Thanks, Boch.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
There he is, Bruce Bochy on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah, just goes to show you, if you get those cojones, it's amazing what you can accomplish. And
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Oh boy, back-to-back days with Giants icons on the Murph and Marcus show. You just heard Bruce Bochy, but yesterday morning we had Will Clark on to talk about the decision to send down Luis Matos to AAA Sacramento. To hear both of those podcasts and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
We talked this winter. Yeah, I checked in with him. We texted and talked, and he's doing a lot of fishing. He's gotten into offshore fishing. He's got a boat. He's trying to figure out, do I want to come back? Do I have the appetite to come back? Do I think I can come back? So I guess he doesn't quite feel it yet because I'm sure he's out there somewhere trying to hook into a marlin or something.
Did you guys text him because you and Chris Young were actually thinking about giving him an invite?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I'm just saying, hey, shoot, with all he did for me, and I didn't know where he was mentally or physically, and I just said, hey, I'm checking in. Yeah, I just felt like that was the right thing to do, and kind of see where he's at. So he knows how to get a hold of me.
Bruce Bochy, enjoyable chat. A lot of memories and some current stuff there about him saying, hey, Bum, come on and pitch for Texas. Bum's hooking a marlin right now, Madison Bumgarner. So
how about Bumgarner now on the boat? Murph, I got to find the yacht club that has Bruce Bochy, Madison Bumgarner, Klay Thompson, and Nick Bosa in it.
Ooh, wow. Good call.
Dude, talk
That's
about boats in the bay.
Yeah, dude, very good. I like that. We'll get him there. Yeah, we can get them all on the bay here in San Francisco. That is awesome. Great memories with Boch. He's fantastic. He's so generous. I know the afternoon guys wanted him, and we wanted him, and he said, I'll do both. I mean, that's the kind of guy he is, which is just, it's kind of unprecedented, really. You just don't get guys like that. You just don't.
In the middle of a series.
No.
He's got a game to coach tonight, and he's like, yeah, let me stop by the morning show.
You just don't get it. I mean, he's just good people. Who was it talking? Was it Will Clark who was saying he's first class in everything he does, and I mean everything he does, and so.
I mean, Murph, think about the situation we were talking about a couple of weeks ago. When we were at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame and Brian Sabean is being inducted, Bochy's across the bay managing a game against the A's. And then he hops in a car, in a boat, in a helicopter. I don't know how the hell he got there, but he shows up in San Francisco, and there he is in the lobby talking it up with Sergio Romo and Javi and Sabes and all these guys. The fact that he still made an effort to get over to the ceremony after coaching a baseball game tells you everything you need to know about Bruce Bochy.
And don't forget, then they went upstairs and crushed wine for the rest of the night. So he used to tell us that, Sabean there were times Sabean wanted to just stay. And he was like, after a loss, he's like, I got to get home. Boch lived across the street. And Sabean would come with the wine, sit down, say, we're breaking this down. And he said, I remember one time he told me, it went till like sunrise.
Wow.
Yeah, it went till sunrise.
Bochy and Sabes till the bottom of the bottle.
Red wine. Red wine, and figure out the baseball team. Man. So anyway, just fun. Here, 214 says, I'll be there in Arlington tonight. That interview inspired me to wear my Bumgarner gamer. Nice, how about that? Yeah. Nice. 917 says, sorry, did Bochy just say he tried to recruit Buster as a player? Did he say that? Did I not hear that correctly?
Oh, he talked about recruiting Pablo to the Texas Rangers and seeing some of those workout videos over the summer.
949 says, oh, man, Boch is just the best. Thank you, and thank Boch for this. So good to hear his voice. He says, man, how do you pick your most beloved Giants manager? You got Dusty, you got the hum baby Roger Craig, you got Bochy, all legends. Well, I mean, I don't mean to go for the low-hanging fruit here, but, where are the hats, Young Tone? I don't know.
I would tell that texter they might need to do some homework.
You probably need to do some homework on that one. They wear the Marlins hats.
So, and shout out to the 559 says, yeah, Gabe was trying to hook a Marlin too, a Marlins hat.
They wear the Marlins hats.
I mean, obviously, Bochy has to be number one.
Yeah.
He won 3 World Series, right?
Yeah, it's an easy decision for me.
But the Dusty era was glorious. God, just filled with just tons of wins and excitement. They built the park during the Dusty era. Barry freaking Bonds was in the lineup during the Dusty era. But obviously for me and my age, the Hum Baby changed everything. Dude, to this day, I call our Majors Giants Little League team the Hum Babies exclusively. I talked to him yesterday. We have the city championship tomorrow. I talked to him yesterday about what a Hum Baby attitude is in moments like this.
I mean, Murph, how many years every Monday morning? Hum babies, bum babies. Like it all derives from the Hum Baby.
It was a listener who came up with that. Wow. Yeah. It was years ago. I was like, we need to have a weekend recap segment. What do we call it? Because you can't just do champs and chumps. The easy one's champs and chumps.
Winners and losers.
Some listener, God, I wish I knew who the listener was, but he said, how about Hum Babies and Bum Babies? I'm like, bro, you're a genius.
Phenomenal.
Absolute genius.
Absolutely phenomenal.
4 and 5 says, this is the greatest interview ever.
Ooh.
Seeing better said, hearing Bochy speaking is a treasure.
Now, I'm glad that you brought up the interview that Bochy and Dusty did last year when they were sitting behind home plate, where they were essentially just interviewing each other. And if anybody missed it, treat yourself. Take 10, 15 minutes out of your schedule and watch this conversation between Bochy and Dusty. It's 2 of the coolest guys in baseball, just talking ball. It's absolutely phenomenal.
You know, and I wondered we thought about him retiring after this year, and I thought it would have been like a really, I don't want to say easy move, but like kind of the right move. You know, he's 68, 69. He just won the World Series, but he wanted to come back.
I mean, this is a guy that wanted to stay in baseball, in my opinion. Of course, his time came to an end in San Francisco, and then next thing you know,
I love baseball.
He's out here coaching the French team in the World Baseball Classic.
He will be, it's awesome. He will be 70 next year. He's 69 right now. He'll be 70 next April. I wonder how much longer. I don't know, he just kind of still enjoys the grind and still enjoys the competition. Now, they're not having the year they want, right? They're 2 games under 500, I think. They're 30 and 32. And like we said, they got Scherzer and DeGrom on the IL. They got Evan Carter, Josh Young on the IL. They got Seager with a hammy last night. So, and it's hard to repeat. You know, he's done that. He's had to kind of have to. But man, oh man, I hope he's loving it. By the way, is that any way to live, by the way, in Texas? He says you go from your house 20 feet to your truck and then drive to an indoor office. Is that, I ask you, is that any way to live? Because everybody leaves the Bay Area for Austin. You know, moving to Austin, Texas, which, whatever. And one of my dear buddies did that. He left for Austin. Now, originally, he's from Texas originally, so it's kind of going home for him. But I'm like, do you really want to live from house to car to indoor to car to house?
I mean, just living your life trying to hide from the heat.
So, apparently, the heat dome is crushing the rest of the nation, too, right now. 408 says the gap between Boch and Sabes and Kapler versus Farhan could not be any bigger. I'll tell you this. I mean, in fairness, 17, 18, and 19 were not great. They were not. But if you look at the history of almost any great coach or great manager or anything like that, there are downtimes. You know, there are downtimes. I mean, Bill Walsh didn't have that because he left in 1988. You know, Steve Kerr's kind of, I don't want to say down times, but you know, they won 46 games last year, something like that.
Yeah, but missed the playoff bracket because they were eliminated in the playing game against the Kings.
I mean, they finished 10th. Or as I said, what was it? I said the Warriors finished 10th this year, or as your dad called it, the lottery. Poor Raymond got mad at me last night. I know. So, anyways, you guys see? Do you guys used to keep your TV on and see Brandon Pajemski on ABC last night?
I did not see Pods.
Or in his Valks gear. Totally a Raymond Ritter production for sure. So, anyways, great to hear Boch. He will not. How about them not inviting him back to the 24th?
Yeah, come on.
Because I didn't get my invite.
That invite cannot be lost in the mail.
How do you not? So, I mean, they know he's busy.
You can't have a reunion without Bruce Bochy, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, he's not going to come, but you got to invite him.
At least have the common courtesy to invite the guy.
So he could at least give a video message, maybe?
Dude, like they should do a live Zoom on the Jumbotron out in center field. Give me Bruce Bochy.
415 says, by the way, I left Austin for San Francisco 20 years ago. We'll never go back. Those summers are absolutely brutal. Oh. And then 623 says, shout out JJK for cleaning that phone line up. Does Curly get credit for cleaning that phone line up?
I don't know. I saw him run to the bathroom when my guy Walter run into the studio real quick.
Yeah, it was actually Walter.
Shout out Weekend with Waltz.
How about Weekend Walt? He did that. He cleaned it up for us. God bless that kid. So anyway,
that's my guy.
We just wanted to sort of like recap that Bochy interview. It was really fun. And listen, now you got to be. It's what Will Clark said, where he said, "I wore the Rangers uniform. I'm an alumnus. I love Boch. I'm going to send him a text, and then I'm going to send a text to Bomel saying, kick his ass."
That's the beautiful thing of baseball.
That's kind of how it goes. So anyway, thanks to Bruce Bochy for hopping on. All right, on the other side, the 49ers, you got your Ayuk, you got your Debo, you got Mike Silver checking in, you got Matt Mayoko checking in. As we head into the off season, or I should say the summer season before training camp, drama awaits. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
If you need a beer, grab a beer.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Reggae Friday. What do you got here, Tone?
This is YG Marley, Praise Jaw in the Moonlight. And shout out to Kyle Harr for putting me on.
Yeah. We haven't seen Kyle Harr in forever.
I know, right?
What's he doing?
Where is he?
He's working weekends. He's like the same job that I was doing for the whole year last year, doing Lasky shows.
So he's doing extra innings with Bill Lasky on the weekends. Shout out to our guy Kyle Parr.
All right, Elliot Ramos joins Papa and Lund 10:15 today. Elliot Ramos hitting the ball. Realistically, what can the Giants get from the Rangers this weekend? Can they get one? Can they get two?
Well, realistically, who the hell's pitching for the Giants this weekend? I think that's where we got to start. Yeah. Tonight, Logan Webb is on the bump. Anytime Webb takes him out, you got an opportunity to win.
Lorenzen's pretty good for them.
Saturday and Sunday is a big question for the Giants. Sounds like there could be a possibility of Keaton Wynn returning this weekend.
Possibly, for sure. So, all right, guys. Well, listen, we tease Niners. We'll give you guys Niners because they head now into the offseason of Brandon Ayuk and stalemates. Because we had Matt Mayoko come on yesterday, and if you guys missed it, he said they might not extend him. Young Tone, this is cut B from Matt Mayoko saying, and this is so weird because a month ago, I think Mayoko and those were like, yeah, it'll get done. Yeah, it'll get done. Yeah, it'll get done. Well, all of a sudden, maybe it might not get done. Here's Mayoko.
You just kind of wonder what's going to happen with Brandon Ayuk. I mean, do they really want to pay him the going rate for wide receivers, or do they think that maybe that money could be allocated in other areas? Bracing, I guess, for Brock Purdy's big contract. But this offseason, they did re-sign Juwan Jennings to a 2-year deal. They did draft Ricky Pearsall in the first round, and they still have Deebo Samuel for this year and next year. So it'd just be really interesting to see how this whole thing plays out. And it's entirely possible that they don't sign him to a long-term contract and they let him play out the final year of his deal and then just kind of see where it goes from there. Maybe, kick the can down the road a little bit.
It's entirely possible, says Matt Mayoko. They don't sign him to a long-term deal. This is why Deebo said it's a stressful time for Brandon Ayuk. Now, again, $14 million on the table is, it's not, I don't call that generational wealth. I'd call that generational wealth almost. I mean, I don't know. Maybe $14 million doesn't go as far as it used to.
Yeah, $14 million is not generation wealth. I'm sorry to my future kids. So I ain't going to have no generation wealth then.
I know, right?
Yeah, what the hell are we talking about?
If you invest wisely.
Come on, go buy some parking lots.
Exactly, dude. Or I'm going to buy an apartment building in the Sunset and just collect rent. Although you'd probably have to deal with crazy San Francisco ordinances that would tie you up in red tape.
You got to deal with guys like John Joe Curley.
Right, exactly. Saying my plumbing broke. Come fix it. So then you got Mike Silver hopping on. And actually, I want to stay here on Mayoko before we go on. Because we talked about this about an hour ago or an hour and a half ago. Really, and it's just going by the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, you see people start to make arguments, not necessarily against Ayuk, but saying, well, I can kind of see the logic of not signing him to the big deal when you have to pay everybody and what truly is his value. Now, he's the value. He's a guy who made the ladybug catch against the Detroit Lions. He got them to a Super Bowl, but you could start... People are starting to craft arguments that the Niners can exist and thrive without Brandon Ayuk. Do you agree?
And that's kind of my take. I want to make it crystal clear. I am not anti-Brandon Ayuk. I think he's the best pure wide receiver on your team. But I am anti-Brandon Ayuk for $30+ million per year. And you just heard Matt Mayoko talk about kicking the can. This is a strategy that the 49ers have used before with Bosa and Deebo, and they were able to kick the can all the way to training camp, and it has turned out successfully. But now you're seeing with all these wide receivers contract, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Justin Jefferson, as Fat Joe likes to tell us, Tony, today's price is not yesterday's price.
He's missed it.
Oh, dude, we had the whole setup and everything, Tony.
Oh, man.
Yesterday's price is not today's price, Tony.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Goes right into a beat.
Yeah, and now the price has gone up. Oh.
So, it's all right. So, here's Mike Silver yesterday. If Ayuk does get the long-term deal, cut G. If he does get the long-term deal, what does that mean?
If Brandon Ayuk signs between now and, say, the start of the season, we know what's going to happen. Deebo is the third guy. It doesn't matter. Then that means Ayuk is staying at a high number. Ricky Pearsall has been drafted and is the future, and they're not going to pay Deebo next year along with that. So we know that he's on a farewell tour, which is dicey because, again, targets are going to be impacted. He's not going to love it, and he needs to have production for his next contract with a different team.
Okay, so farewell tour, targets get dicey, all that stuff. Now, you've heard Papa say, and Papa's obviously pretty connected down there, they're going to sign him. They're going to sign him. They're going to sign him. And that could happen. This whole thing is coming off of Matt Mayoko, interestingly, rolling out the idea that they might not sign him, and Mike Silver rolling out the idea now. Some might say that the Niners, I don't know, and I haven't checked with Maddie and Mike, who are buddies of mine. I probably should check with them before I say this. But are the Niners Is the Niners front office using the media, perhaps, to get stories out there? I don't know. Now, I'm not implying Matt and Mike aren't. They of course, they have tremendous ethics. But if the Niners are saying this is, hey, we'll play a little hardball with Ayuk, we can play hardball.
Matt and Mike said what?
The media said what?
So if indeed Ayuk stays on his current deal, which is $14 million, then Mike Silver's read on that as Debo and Ayuk go into 2024 with Ayuk playing only on his final deal, cut H, young tone from Mike Silver.
Now, if Brandon Ayuk, who I'm hearing maybe their offers in the 26 million range, which, it's certainly not just Justin Jefferson money, nor should it be, but it's closer to that Devontae Smith, Amon-Ra St. Brown, that next tier down. Let's say that's their last best offer ultimately, and he doesn't want to take it, and he doesn't want to sit out a season, which would not be a great move for him, although I guess it's theoretically possible. And he says, fine, I'm just going to take your fifth-year option, your crappy, 14.1, again, all relative, and play it out. Well, now, as I said on Twitter, it's Hunger Games, between him and Debo, because we know Pearsall's staying, and he's going to be worked into the offense immediately. Targets are down, and now one of those guys is probably gone after the season, if not both. They need numbers. Ayuk still won't have great leverage because you could tag him and, then try to do a deal or just tag him.
Man, so intrigue awaits. Again, there's a very easy scenario where Ayuk gets his money, and then it's Ayuk, Pearsall, and Jennings in 2025, and Debo goes on his way. There's another more intriguing scenario where he doesn't get his money. And by the way, Hunger Games, I want to make sure everybody knows the analogy when Mike says it. But I had to look it up just to make sure here because I never read the book, and I didn't see the movies.
You didn't see any of the movies?
No, so I'm just going on pop culture awareness of what it is. It's like a Survivor type deal, but the actual wiki says every year children from the first 12 districts are selected via lottery to participate in a compulsory televised battle royale death match
I
called the
sacrifice myself as tribute.
Oh, really? Okay. Aided by nuclear weaponry, the last district instead successfully rebelled against the Capitol. But anyway, so that's straight out of, and I'd be going back to the old days, Shirley Jackson, The Lottery, or Survivor.
Wow.
So.
See, I like to compare it to probably my favorite foreign film of all time, Battle Royale, which is a Japanese movie that has the same premise. I was actually showing young Tony the trailer the other day, and in the trailer it says, "This is my favorite movie of all time, Quentin Tarantino."
Oh, well, yeah, definitely Quentin would love a a harrowing film to the death filmed in Japan.
Yeah.
That's very Tarantino.
It was kind of the same premise. A high school class in Japan, they all got thrown on an island and they're forced to kill each other.
During the pandemic, what was the one we all watched on Netflix?
Squid Game.
Squid Game.
Yeah, it kind of got some Squid Game vibes to it.
Hey, all you got to do to make some money is just come up with a concept where, you're doing something blank, blank, blank to the death, and then you're in.
People love violence.
How about a radio show to the death?
To the death.
You know what I mean?
Bring back Radio Wars.
If your take isn't good, you get killed. All right,
it's over.
That would be an incredible radio games. You know what I mean? We're walking in this day with our Ayuk takes and our Debo takes and our Pearsall takes, and it's like, here I go, buddy. Oh,
that's it. If your streaming numbers don't sustain a certain point, you're done, Murph.
408 says after seeing Ricky Pearsall, besides cornerback is still the team's Achilles heel. Oh, I read somebody, I think it was Grant Cohn in SI, said Isaac Yiadom looks really good.
Yiadom's getting a lot of reps right now.
Yeah. So that, I don't know if cornerback is that way too. That same person says, are they having these same conversations in Philly with their two high-priced receivers? We talked about that. They don't have the same.
No.
They don't have the same stresses at left tackle, at pass rusher, edge rusher, at middle linebacker. The Niners at tight end. 49ers are paying a lot of people a lot of money.
And that's a different situation. But we've also seen teams go in the opposite direction, a la the Kansas City Chiefs, who decided to move on from Tyreek Hill because they didn't want to spend $30 million at wide receiver. And we've seen over the last couple of years, they've gone back to the draft, took another wide receiver in the first round this year out of Texas. We're kind of seeing the same thing here, the cards unfolding with the 49ers.
Well, guys, I don't know if we're going to hear anything anytime soon. I think that we talk about this a lot, and I'm not sure if this is going to be something that they do down till late July or whatever. Because right now I feel like it's going to go into chill mode. Although the Justin Jefferson contract I thought it would hasten it. David Lombardi told us he thinks it'll make it go longer, is what he said. that he said that because the money is so big, if you find that Lombardi bite, Young Tone, and when he came on our show Monday about he thinks that the Jefferson contract will make the Ayuk thing go longer because now the Ayuk side is going to say, well, give me that damn money. You found that one?
And
Nice
also,
work, buddy. You found
real
that
quick,
fast.
I was just going to point out that Brandon Ayuk's camp is probably waiting until CeeDee Lamb gets his contract extension. These are all same guys who are in the same draft class.
Yeah. So listen, here's Lombardi on that.
And so it makes you wonder, is this just going to be treated as an outlier by teams like the 49ers who have to negotiate with Brandon Ayuk, teams like the Dallas Cowboys who have to negotiate with CeeDee Lamb? And if it is treated like an outlier, if these teams just decide to continue along the old scale, and that is Tyreek Hill was at the top of it, then it actually won't affect the Brandon Ayuk negotiations that much in the short term from the team's perspective. But the reason that the teams aren't happy about it is, at the very least, receivers like Brandon Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb are probably going to be more annoyed, because if teams aren't going to be willing to play ball on Minnesota's scale, which is astronomical for Justin Jefferson, it's going to cause receivers to say, hey, wait, I deserve to be paid too. I want at least a chunk of the gap in between Justin Jefferson and everybody else. And I think it sets the table for prolonged standoffs coming up here in training camp.
Oof, prolonged standoff. So you know how that affects on-field performance. I tell you, keep going back to Bill Walsh. Walsh, I think, would say you have a contract, play. At least that's my feeling, unless a Walsh historian can correct me on that. But I feel like Walsh would say, go play.
Yeah, and Murph, my feeling is Brandon Ayuk is not Justin Jefferson, who just became the highest non-paid quarterback in the entire NFL. I said it earlier. I don't think Brandon Ayuk is worth more than Christian McCaffrey. He's definitely not worth more than Nick Bosa.
This is where we get to the point where you start dogging Ayuk because we're comparing them, and it's tough. We always say this, man. That's why Jim Harbaugh always says comparisons are odious. For example, I was getting my hair cut yesterday. Shout out Ken Thunderhawk down here on Battery. My man, he's my little Romo. And we got into a conversation about restaurants, and he was talking about this fish restaurant on, there's a really expensive restaurant on the Embarcadero called Angler. Went there once. You better call Provident Credit Union, by the way, before you go to Angler, okay?
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
You better call your loan officer, okay, before you go there. Anyway, and then he asked me to compare it to a place in Hawaii called Mama's Fish House. And I was like, well, I start denigrating Mama's Fish. I don't want to denigrate Mama's Fish House. I like Mama's Fish House. But I was like, but this guy makes the fish better. Now, it costs more and all that stuff. But anyway, the point is comparisons make you dog somebody. And here we are dogging Ayuk. All of a sudden, you're like seeing a way forward without Ayuk. You're like, well, you're going to have Debo. You're going to have Juwan. You're going to have Pearsall, you know?
And at the same point, with these reports coming out from Adam Schefter that the 49ers reached out about trading for Justin Jefferson, tells you that maybe they had those thoughts. Hey, if Brandon Ayuk wants a contract like Justin Jefferson, we would rather have Justin Jefferson.
925 says maybe it's that Pearsall has shown so well in the camps that the Niners are changing their position on Ayuk and saying this guy can be Ayuk's replacement. Now, I don't know if that's true. His argument, 925, says then you keep Debo, who's more versatile and more of a matchup piece.
That's kind of what I was saying earlier. And from the reports I'm getting from Papa, Ricky Pearsall looks like a dude.
Dude, when the Niners picked Pearsall, a chill went down the spine of two people, Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, because it created tension in that room. It created tension. Now, who's going to be the recipient or beneficiary of that tension? It all plays out. 49er football. Y'all can't wait. What do you want, August 10th against the Titans? Is that what you want? Or do you want September 11? Is it September 11 against the Jets? Is that the right day?
Maybe, possibly.
No, what's the day? Monday night against the Jets here. You got to beat the freaking Jets, by the way. I got to call a win against the Jets. September 9th, my bad. It was September 11 when he got hurt last year. Aaron Rodgers, right? September 9, and Brock Purdy and the Niners will take on Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. All right, here's the deal. Congrats to, do we have the new winner for the tickets from the Big Three? Is that Robert from Santa Rosa, or was that yesterday's winner? You got to give me that winner, bud. You can verbally tell it to me right now, Young Tone.
Someone won. We're trying to figure out the name. Curly, you might have put it on my desk already.
Congratulations, whoever the hell you are.
All right. And on the other side, the Sutter Health Medical Giants Report, and what did Young Tone learn today? It's a couple of doozies coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Friday's cheat day, cuz. So get after it, man.
Alex in San Francisco, congratulations.
Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We have this hot shot digital team here, the Please Don't Destroy Boys here. And they're posting all this like trivia ambush stuff now. And they just posted the one this morning where I just looked terrible. Because he asked me to name young Jack Loader. Jack Loader, the pride of Boyle Park and T-High, you know. He got me on the top 3 home run hitters on the 1989 Giants, which is like a freaking layup. It's Mitchell, Kevin Mitchell, MVP, Will Clark, and then, of course, it's Matt Williams. But I had one of those moments, one of those senior moments.
You had one of those moments, Murph.
What happened to your brain, bro? Well, I mean, you know, we do 4 hours of data, and I'm mentioning Robbie. I'm mentioning, like, Ernie Riles ahead of Matt Williams. He had to, like, give me a little nudge. He's like, he's still in the... I was like, What happened to you? If you all go to the KNBR Digital and you see it, just know that if you're upset at me and think that I'm a clown you're right.
No.
Because I should have known that.
No.
And it's a no-brainer. I'm going to take the beating on this one.
I'm blaming Jack. I'm saying it's his fault. Don't be doing my guy Murph dirty like that.
Well, that's an easy one. That was an easy one. If he asked me like the top 3 home run hitters on like the 2022 Giants, then I'd really struggle. But like 89, they went to the freaking World Series. I watched Matt Williams hit one of the great home runs in Giants history in that season in 1989, Game 5 on a warm summer night. The night before Will Clark clinched the pennant on the Monday afternoon, he had like a 12-pitch at bat and hit a critical home run. And I dissed him. So, Matt Williams, I apologize, and I apologize to all of you.
Well, Murph, we're having such a fun show today, so how about you turn that frown upside down? It's Friday, it's cheat day, because we're about 6 minutes away from the weekend.
Okay, and then why don't we get let's talk health then. Let's get healthy. Let's do that.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
The Giants are taking on Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers, but there are some question marks after Logan Webb takes the bump tonight. Well, maybe one of those questions will be answered by Keaton Winn, who could return to the starting rotation this weekend. Here is an update earlier this week from Andrew Baggerly about the status of Keaton Winn.
And then with Keaton Winn, he followed Ray. Ray pitched 1 inning, struck out 3. Winn struck out 6 and 3 and change. I think the thought is that Winn, may fold back in the rotation. If they put him in on regular rest and treat this one as a start yesterday, then he would pitch Sunday in Texas, and they could figure out one other start from there.
Bob Melvin also said on Wednesday that he expects Keaton Winn to make his next start with the Giants, so sounds like Keaton Winn will be in the rotation this weekend against the Texas Rangers, and that is your Sutter Health Report, sponsored from the doctors that never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
All right. Well, hey, young Tony just said during that, what do you want to share with everybody what you said there, young Tone?
Yeah, Robbie Ray pitched, I believe it was Wednesday, I think in the ACL Giants, just a spring training game just to get reps. But we could start doing updates on Robbie Ray. He might be back, right at the start of the All-Star break.
So that is true. Him and Keaton Winn piggybacked with each other down in the Arizona League. This was his first live action since having Tommy John surgery, so it's definitely a step in the right direction.
I mean, he seems like almost like a mythical creature to me, and like Robbie Ray, he's a giant.
Yeah.
Like it's like so bizarre.
Is he still wearing those tight pants?
And he probably is. We're gonna have to get that out when he plays, right? I mean, I'm sure we're not the first radio show to do that, but I'm
Got
worth
my
it.
Tight pants on.
Any chance to get Farrell out there? All right. Well, hey, it's that time of day on a Friday, on Cheat Day, on Reggae Friday. What did young Tone stumble across today?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Okay, so today's, and it gets us Tom Petty, I need to know, which is awesome. A couple of things came up today. Number one, tonight is Pat Sajak's last spin on Wheel of Fortune, and I hit him with that, and he's like, no, bro, don't know. So do you want to come correct on this one here, buddy?
Yeah, so I'm not great with names. I've seen the show. I've seen it, on social media, everywhere. It's some funny clips we've played actually in the cooler content. Did not know the name, but I know the show.
Name. Pat Sajak.
My apologies.
How do you feel about that one, Tony?
Well, Tony says he's not good with names. I think a lot of listeners would say he's not good with pop culture.
So I would have thought Sajak would have kind of secured a spot in your brain. It's really not my generation specifically, although this is 8,000 shows. Can I be honest, guys? Wheel of Fortune, Mid. Mid.
Wow,
right? Yeah.
hot takes.
Yeah.
When
Mid.
tonight's the last spin.
Well, I mean,
you're talking this.
By the way, is mid an insult?
It is.
Okay.
It's mid-grade.
So
it's not top shelf.
Well, I don't hate it. Like, I'll have it on.
Well,
but
you just called it mid.
See, that's what I mean. But mid to me is like you said, C's are good.
C's do get degrees.
And then the other one was Stephen Curry is going to be in it. Unfortunately, he's had so much downtime. He's filming a new comedy that's going to be on Peacock. He's been filming it all through May and June called Mr. Throwback. Some guy from the Mindy Project is going to be a down in luck memorabilia dealer who tries to reconnect with his old 6th grade basketball teammate, Steph Curry. Some mockumentary like The Office, The Fourth Wall, that whole deal. And we were like, damn, Steph, you're making sitcoms now? And then we were reading like the background. It said that he's done a lot of entertainment with Unanimous Media. He's becoming multimedia. And it said he was involved in the Netflix animated revival of the old TV show Good Times. Now, for my generation, that's like an automatic, the kid, Dynamite, but you weren't aware, right? Good Times?
No, not a clue.
So can you end it with like a Pat Down Petty for one of the greatest TV theme songs of all time? Here we go. Yeah, hit this. Let this roll. Not getting hustled, keeping your head above water, making your way. Here it is. Temporary layoff, good time. Easy credit rip-off, good time. Starting and surviving, good time. Wait, ain't you lucky? Unbelievable. What was that, like 55 seconds? 55 seconds of perfection.
Of dynamite.
How's that for a TV theme song?
It's a great theme song. I love seeing you lip sync every single word to it, by the way, on camera.
Didn't want to sing it for you. And it gave us the kid Dynamite. I told you guys about Who Shot JR yesterday. Before Who Shot JR, there was Jimmy Walker, J.J. Evans.
Hello, lucky person. You got the number right, because you are talking to Kid a Dynamite.
That actually made me laugh more than I thought it would. That caught me under. You got the number right because you're talking to Kid. That made me laugh, buddy. No, you made my day. Makes me feel better about that 1989 Matt Williams trivia question.
Good times on the show
Well,
today,
thank you,
Murph.
Tony. Your youth is bringing me some joy because I get to hear the Good Times theme song. So have a great weekend, buddy. No ball games for you, huh?
No, I'll find somewhere to watch a ball game.
So
Yeah,
wish
good
us
luck to you.
Hey, listen.
Up at Boyle Park.
Just try to enjoy the process, right? Young Tone, have a great weekend. John Joe, happy anniversary to John Joe and his bride, Hannah.
Hey, happy
How about that?
anniversary, John Joe.
And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
What's the biggest shift you make going from the ultimate team sport to now the ultimate individual sport?
I apologize. You have the wrong person.
Get the out of bed. Go. You're late to work. Who gives a
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader. Sports leader.
Ramos hits one very high and very deep. Carroll at the wall, and it is out of here. And the Giants take the lead.
Well, they were waiting for this shot. That's 2 times that he has gone in to center field, and he's hit it over the big poles, the big banisters.
Just staying with my pitch, just trying to attack with the right pitch and make the right decision. Honestly, I don't want to be up there and just automatically take, you know what I mean? But I want to stay aggressive with my pitch. And when I stay aggressive with my pitch, I know that I want to leave something right down the middle.
That is Elliot Ramos. Good morning, everyone. Elliot Ramos is going to join us at 10:15, so do not move. The Giants star, dare I say, although it's just 90-something at bats, but Elliot Ramos is making a huge difference. He's going to join us at 10:15 ahead of a Bruce Bochy matchup against the Rangers as they start a 3-game set deep in the heart of Texas. Andrew Baggerly is going to join us at 10:50. Matt Mayoko on some Niners stuff, which there's a lot of news, even though they have about 40 days off. 11:30, Chris Rose at 12:30. So a great lineup as we get you ready for Elliot Ramos at 10:15 NBA Finals. 49ers news. Mark Grant goes crazy in San Diego. Happy Friday, my friend. How are you?
Mud. Yeah, Mud didn't like the balls and strikes. We are going towards ABS at some point, but I'm excited to talk to Elliot Ramos. Remember when we didn't know how to pronounce his first name? Is it Heliot, Heliot, Ramos? I think everybody knows now that he is Elliot Ramos. And he was drafted. He was just 17 years of age when the Giants took him in the first round. 19th overall pick in 2017 out of Puerto Rico. And every step along the way, John, the guy made his league's all-star team. We talked to Joe Rizzo the other day. He saw him in San Jose in 2019. He saw the beer batter innings there when his pitcher was on the mound. He had 13 home runs that year. Drove in 40 runs, 306, went up to Double-A Richmond. And then you know what set him back like so many guys? And a lot of people that lost their lives, the pandemic of 2020. Elliot Ramos did not play at all. No baseball, minor league baseball that year. 2021, he came back, had to kind of reinvigorate himself. The power wasn't there as much. Last year, he was hurt a lot. He spent a lot of time on the IL, but second half of the year at AAA Sacramento, and that's where he began this year with the River Cats. He just caught fire, and right now, John, they got a lot of guys are swinging the bats well. Wilmer's coming alive a little bit. You lost late night Lamont. But right now, whether you lead him off, bat him second, bat him third, bat him fourth, he's the one guy in the lineup you want consistently up. And he didn't want the off day yesterday in the Metroplex because he got on base all 6 times in Arizona on Wednesday with 4 walks, a single, a hard hit single, and an impressive 2-run homer the other way, which we'll talk to him about. But it's amazing to think about it. The All-Star game is going to be in this ballpark where the Giants are today. Globe Life Park in Arlington, the Dallas Metroplex. It comes up on July 16th. The Giants have not had an homegrown player in the outfield make the All-Star. Is this still true? Chili Davis? What year was that? 86, I want to say.
That's unbelievable.
I mean, you can't count Barry Bonds. Obviously, he was a Pirate. So, I mean, it's a little premature to go that way. We'll ask Bags about it. I mean, the guy that came up, middle of May, and taken over in June, by July, could he be your lone all-star? Logan Webb's pitching tonight. He's probably that guy, but fans love the homegrown, and especially in the outfield. Could Elliot Ramos be the Giants' first homegrown outfielder since the 80s?
He has 92 at-bats, so, I mean, if he's in there every time and he absolutely tears it up, possibly there's always a ton of competition in the outfield. But like you said, and Logan Webb is the most known Giant, so we shall see. But I know this, that, we're all kind of skeptical because of maybe Casey Schmidt last year and the start that he had, and then he could, sliders away and all that kind of stuff. And then he started not being able to just hit fastballs right down the middle. And so we just kind of get a little bit nervous when we see a guy who comes up and does this. But honestly, other than just 92 at-bats, I don't know what Elliot Ramos has to do. I mean, he is a great defensive outfielder, 6 defensive runs saved. All the metrics love what he does defensively. Offensively, he's a mature hitter. He just walked 4 times in the last Arizona game, so he's not chasing, so you got to come into him when you do. Last time out, he hits a home run to dead center that's just an absolute rocket. So, I'm starting to believe. I know it's 92 at-bats, and there's still adjustments that teams are going to make to him because that's what baseball does, and pitching is really nasty right now. But, man, Elliot Ramos, to this point, and the maturity that he's showing, and he's talked about getting in physical condition, mental condition, Susan Susser said the other day. So I'm excited to talk about him, and he looks legit.
He's got a month to stay locked in. Now, is he going to play this well? I mean, right now, his slash line, John, at 108 plate appearances, his batting average is .304. He's walking with the 4 walks the other day. He has 15 walks on the year. So his on-base percentage is over 400, 407, and the slug is .511. I mean, ideally, the batting average is in the 300s, the on-base in the 400s, the slug in the 500s, added up, and you're at .918. Now, if he had done this over and started the year with the Giants, he undeniably would be an all-star. The one thing is, if he doesn't make it, he hasn't been here long enough. He tails off, and probably the best scenario would be late night Lamont comes back, and he makes the all-star team. I mean, how many Giants are going to be all-stars right now? Camilo Duvall's not having a great year. Patrick Bailey has had a very good year, but there are a lot of good catchers in the National League. Lamont's going to have a hard time at first base. Logan Webb could be a consideration. I mean, are they going to have more than one all-star this year?
Probably not. I mean, I love the way Chapman plays, but the numbers just aren't there defensively. He's been absolutely unbelievable, but he got off to that slow start, even though he's got the consecutive on-base streak. I mean, if he could get hot, maybe he could be a consideration. I'd have to look at third baseman in the National League, but like you said, Bailey, but I think it's going to be really, really tough because his numbers are just not going to pop out at you offensively. Ramos may not have been here enough time. Wade gets injured. I mean, they may go back to old reliable and just go with Logan Webb, but I don't see them right now having more than one unless Ramos goes crazy, Chapman could go crazy, Wade could come back. I mean, those guys could be on some sort of a fence. But, yeah, right now I would probably say Logan Webb, and then we'll see. Maybe.
Ramos is a consideration, though, to make it. And he's a former first-round draft pick, which is exciting. So we're going to talk to him in a couple of minutes coming up at 10:15, and we'll get into the outfield. I mean, we're talking about his bat. We haven't mentioned his range in the outfield. He's so much better of an outfielder. The catches he's making in right field, the throws from right, the play he made against Corbin Carroll in left field. And then he went to center late in the game on Wednesday when Austin Slater was taken out of the game, John. Globe Life Park, the Giants haven't been there ever. So a lot of these guys had never played in this new ballpark. It was the home of the World Series during the pandemic in 2020. So I'm sure Elliott's going to go out early today. We'll probably talk to him from the yard or on the long bus ride from Dallas out to Arlington in the Metroplex. But, do you want him to play center? Do you want him to play right? Do you want him to play left? I think your outfield tonight will be in some form Conforto, Ramos, Yastrzemski. It's up to Bomel to figure it out if you want to put Yaz in center or Ramos in center. But I think he's proving he can handle the corners. We'll ask him where he's most comfortable. Could he be your everyday center fielder?
All right, let's do it. Excited to talk to Elliot Ramos. I don't think we've ever had him on the show before. A lot of questions for him and a guy that, like you've said many times, he was out early in spring training. He didn't seem like a consideration, but he goes down to AAA, absolutely tears it up, and when the opportunity arises, he has been absolutely great on both sides of the ball. We'll talk to Elliot Ramos next. What's been the difference for him? We'll ask him. You'll hear it. Stay right here. We're on YouTube and Twitch, so you can check that out as well. And again, any of your thoughts, we'll start opening up the text, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line a little bit later as we get more into the Giants as they take on Bruce Bochy and the Giants. But Elliot Ramos is coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Mike Krukow, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to preview the Giants series against Bruce Bochy and the Rangers this weekend. Check out that podcast more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. Hey, your old friend John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard as you're looking for an attorney, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? You don't want that. And some are not even based in the entire state, as ridiculous as that is. So Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, yeah, they're based right here in the Bay Area. For more than 25 years it's been that way. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, with this beautiful weather, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, everybody's outside. They're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they've secured more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Ramos swings here, drives a high fly ball deep left center field. On the run, Carroll onto the track. He's looking up. It is gone. Over the high wall, just to the left of straightaway center. Elliot Ramos is doing it all.
Elliot Ramos expected to join us momentarily. The guys in the studio telling us that they are connecting the phone line as we speak. They'll let us know, so we'll speak to the Red Hot Giants outfielder in just a second. And he's, like you said, first-round pick in 2017. He was 17 years old. It feels like we've been talking about Elliot Ramos forever, but he's only 24 years old. Went out of spring training early, and so we're kind of like, what happened to Elliot Ramos? And all of a sudden he went down to Sacramento this year. He raked down there. Everybody was screaming and yelling, where's Elliot Ramos? A couple of injuries later, and he looks like he's here to stay. So he'll join us momentarily. And like you said, the big question is they got a hole in center field. Can he fill it? And will he fill it this weekend in Texas?
Yeah, I mean, he could play left. He could play right. Well, if you ask him if he can play center, you got Conforto, you got Yastrzemski, you got Slater, you got Fitzgerald. I think you know who the guys are going to make up your outfield. It's just a question of moving him around. And I think this is the time for him. We'll ask Elliot, why now? I mean, he's been around forever. He's 24 years of age. He got married recently, had his first child in the off-season, played Winter League ball in the off-season, the Puerto Rican Winter League, and went all the way to the Caribbean Series in May. So that may have been the reason, John, he looked good in spring training. But because they went out and got Soler, Jung-Hoo Lee, they didn't have a spot in the outfield for him. And he was sent out right away, and he went down to AAA, and he just tore it up. He's been just a different player. But the thing is, we'll ask him about how he's improved in the outfield. His first-step quickness is so much better. But the walks, John, he's never been a guy that has walked a lot. In his minor league career, 199 walks in total and 622 strikeouts. So that's not a great ratio. He's walked already 15 times this year. He struck out some, but he's been barreling a lot of balls. And then I don't think he's ever had a 20 home run season. As I'm looking at his minor league career, he had a 16 homer year in 2019 combined in San Jose, 13-3 in Richmond. I mean, his body and his build, the way the ball went out of the ballpark off his bat in Arizona twice, one just right to center, one left to center, and you heard the call from Joe Rizzo. I mean, he's a guy easily should be able to hit 20-plus home runs in the major leagues if he plays every day.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about it. Plus, I'm looking at his baseball reference page, and I mean this in the most positive way possible. He's listed at 5'11", 188. Doesn't he look bigger than that? 5'11", 188?
Not the 188. Totally. I mean, I'd say he's 5'11". I want to run 18 toss with him. I'd toss him a sweep going to the right, see who gets there first between him and Christian McCaffrey or Garendo. Yeah, he's got to be well over 200 pounds. When they weigh him? When he was drafted at age 17 or when he was born? He's not 188 anymore.
And again, I'm not saying this in the negative sense. That's what I'm saying, is that he looks like he's a built dude. And so I'm not saying, he looks
he's barrel-chested.
He looks like when he goes up to the plate, I'm thinking, especially when you saw that home run to center in Arizona, I mean, that's a dude who's got some strength. And like you said, he's built just a little bit differently. So, yeah, he's not the tallest guy, but he just looks like he's got 20 home run power. And he like I said, he can move better in the outfield than you think. Question will be, and one of the things we'll ask him about is center field. I know he did answer the question and said he's comfortable there, but it was kind of a little bit of a hesitant answer. So when we talk to him, we'll pin him down a little bit more on it. But as you start to look at the lineup, and I looked at the National League, we'll get into this a little bit later. Where now with the Padres losing in the way that they did, and we'll expand on that because there was a bad call at the end of that game. The Cubs are in a bit of a losing streak. The only teams now in the National League over 500 are, of course, the division leaders right now. The Phillies are hot, the Dodgers, the Brewers, and then the Braves, and then everybody else is a sub-500 team. So if you assume the Braves are going to be the wild card for a second, there's 7 teams right now kind of bunched up for 2 spots. And I was just looking at the teams and what they're, because we concentrate so much on the Giants, all of those teams have fatal flaws. But if Ramos is for real and Lamont Wade Jr. can come back, if you assume for a minute the pitching gets healthy, the one fatal flaw that the Giants have is clearly offense. But if this is Ramos and Wade can continue, and I don't know what they're going to do at shortstop. That's a black hole right now that they probably need to address outside of the organization. But, I mean, a lot of the pieces are here if Ramos is real and Lamont Wade Jr. comes back and does what he was doing before he got hurt.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you've been surviving. They had that streak of a couple of weeks when Matos came up, and then Ramos came up right around that time when they had the 10-2 after Baumel aired them out in Philadelphia. But they haven't played their best baseball. I think their best baseball is still to come.
Sure,
they're 3 games under 500. I mean, right now, San Diego, the Cubs, they're all Braves, they're all in the mix, and Padres, D-backs. So you're in the mix. You just got to play better and lock in and be more consistent. I think the offense, they won the other day in Arizona, and they had 3 home runs, and they walked a lot. They scored a lot of runs. They got 9 runs, but minus Matos, going cold and getting sent down, and minus Lamont Wade Jr., they just haven't been very good offensively. consistently. They had that 1-2 week streak where they were hot when they went 10-2, but overall they have underachieved offensively. And that's why, Ramos locking in, just getting on base. He's played 26 games this year. The guy's been on base 24 of the 26. So to me, he finds a way to help you win, whether it's with his arm, his glove, his eye, his bat, his legs. I mean, he has certainly flipped around the Giants season, and he's flipped around his career right now.
No doubt about it. Let's welcome Elliot Ramos to the show and to KNBR. The Giants outfielder joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Elliot. How are you?
Hi, good. And you? How you doing?
Yeah, we're doing great. We're glad to have you on the show, and we appreciate it. So just take us through this year. We've been talking about you a lot. You've been red hot, been playing great baseball. You were out early in spring training, and then you go to Sacramento, and you absolutely tear it up. So what was the difference for you, or what has been the difference for you starting early this season, going to Sacramento? Was it a mindset? Are you in better shape? Why are you playing so great so far?
Just a mindset, honestly, just trying to stay positive, just like looking at the bright side, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and you had a lot of injuries last year, and I know you caught fire the second half of the PCL year last year, Elliot, but a couple of things in the offseason. For one, congratulations, Daddy. You had a baby girl, so I think that does calm people down when they become a parent. And then playing winter ball in the Puerto Rican Winter League and advancing all the way to the Caribbean Series. Just what has it meant this time of your life to be a dad and to come in after playing winter ball and maybe take that kind of success right into the big league camp this year?
I mean, being a dad is the best thing in the world, honestly. I love my baby girl. I love my family. And Winter League helped me a lot, just helped me to build character, just, like, have a routine, just come out every day, like, play with fire and just try to, like, do my best and make the best decisions.
Elliot Ramos is joining us. Talk about you at the plate. You've done it on both sides this year, but the thing that was so impressive, you hit that home run in Arizona that was incredible, but the 4 walks. And I think a lot of young players, when they come up, especially as good as Major League pitching is that, they're going to try to make you chase those sliders away and those kind of things. So what has been the difference in your approach at the plate that has allowed you to be more patient?
Just try to stay relaxed, like my body, my mind, and just make the right decisions, honestly. Just get the right pitch to hit. Obviously, like, not all the time is going to happen, but if I, like, stay with my approach and just stay with my plan, I feel like I have a pretty good chance.
And you're seeing a lot of pitches per plate appearances. It's not like, Barry Bonds back in the day when they just waved 4 fingers and put them on. You're battling. And there was one 3-2 pitch, your final plate appearance Wednesday in Arizona, Elliot, where I thought for sure you would offer at it, maybe drive it, but it was just a little bit off center, and you took it for ball 4. So how do you discern on whether you offer at a pitch because you're so locked in with your swing right now, or if you spit on it and you just don't quite like that pitch?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not there, if it's not my pitch, I feel like I'm not gonna swing. Honestly, if I have to and it's too close, I would try to put it in play, but if it's not there, I want to try to make the right decision by taking it. You know what I mean? So I just feel like I just want to stay aggressive, stay with my plan, and just keep grinding my at bats.
What is this, just the entire process of coming in as a 17-year-old when you were drafted first in 2017, and then you come through this whole process, and now you're 24. So you're still incredibly young, but from a fan standpoint and our fans listening, it seems like you've been around forever. So what's this 7-year process? Does it feel like it's taken a long time to get to the point where you are now?
I mean, obviously, I wish it happened sooner for sure, but at the same time, I think that God's timing is perfect. You know what I mean? And everything happens for a reason. So, I mean, I definitely feel like I have been in the organization for a long time, but I honestly think that I still have a pretty good chance to, like, make a career in the big leagues and just play good baseball.
You are playing the Texas Rangers tonight. Your first Major League home run was against Texas last year at Oracle Park, and now you've got 6. You've hit 5 this year in 108 plate appearances, Elliot, and the homers in Arizona were just impressive. Out to dead center, just right of center, and then Wednesday in the day game just left of center. You've never had a 20 home run year professionally, is that correct? And your power. As you get older, you get stronger, and the ball comes off your bat more. How do you view yourself as far as the ability to hit home runs?
I never had a 20 home run season. I always wanted to, and I've been trying to do it, obviously, but it was a lot of the times I just get too tight, too tense, too like wanting to do too much. You know what I mean? So now I'm just trying to relax and let everything happen. Whatever happens, happens.
Let's go to the other side of it, because defensively, and I know you were asked this question the other day, but you've been tremendous in the outfield, whether it's left field, right field. You've made so many great catches, so many great plays. The metrics love you. But the Giants right now, as you know, there's a need for center field. Can you be a full-time center fielder for the Giants?
If they give me the chance, I can definitely try for sure. I played center field like coming up from the minor leagues. Until 2021, that's when I started actually playing in the corner. So I feel pretty confident that I can play in center, and I can make a good job. I can get the job done for sure.
No, you're getting the job done in the outfield. That first game against the Reds, off the wall, those two balls and the spins and the throwouts at second base, went to left to make great catches. The catch you made against Corbin Carroll the other day, Elliot, was just huge and very impressive on a ball that was sinking away from you. But if Bo Mel was come to you and say, what's your best defensive outfield position, would you prefer to play left, center, or right? Does it matter?
Yeah, he's asked me, and it doesn't really matter, honestly. I mean, I want to try to get the job done. I'm more familiar with right field. I can't lie to you. I play right field a lot in the minor leagues, but I will get the job done no matter where they put me. I just wanna contribute to the team and just like play my best.
You're going in to play with Bruce Bochy. I knew obviously he was with the organization when you were drafted. Did you talk much to Bruce Bochy when he was within the organization, and if so, what did you think?
I talked a little bit, but nothing crazy. I barely saw him, so it's just tough to have a conversation like that, you know.
So you're going into a ballpark you guys haven't played in before. Do you go out early to shag flies at Globe Life to get used to it? And I mean, Yaz can play right, and he's great in right, and you can play right as well. Do you think he'll be in center or right field? And then how much right field? Because Yaz is so good playing at right field at Oracle with the big wall and all the different surfaces. Are you comfortable playing right field in your home ballpark yet?
Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable playing it. I haven't had a play like that off the wall, but, I mean, I feel pretty comfortable. I feel like I can play it, but, I mean, yes, he was almost a Gold Glover almost every year, I think. I don't even know, but he's so good in the right field, I can't even, you know what I mean, I can't even complain.
Do you worry about hitting in that park? A lot of major leaguers don't like hitting at Oracle Park. What do you think of it?
I mean, the ball don't travel as much, but I definitely make it work. You know what I mean? I have to make it work because there's no excuses, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so you mentioned a couple of times, you know, the pressure, the 20-homer season, and gripping the bat a little tighter. What's it like to be a first-round draft pick for a franchise like the Giants, Elliot? And you were just a kid. You were 17 years of age in 2017 when you were taken number 1 overall. Did it take all these years to just settle in and not worry about the draft pick selection and do your thing? What's been the pressure like of being a first-round draft pick here?
Honestly, I didn't see it when I was 17. I didn't really know much, but as I grew older and I just kept learning the game, kept learning how the Giants franchise is. They have Willie Mays, they have Barry Bonds, they have Willie McCovey, they have all these greats. I mean, it's pretty, how can I say it? I feel like proud about myself, you know what I mean? Because it's not just any organization, you know what I mean? They won 3 championships in the last decade, and they're pretty good through the years, through the history, you know. So it feels pretty good to be a part of this organization and be a first rounder for them.
Elliot Ramos is joining us. He's red hot as the Giants go into Texas tonight. You'll hear it right here on the Sports Leader. How fun is that to have? You mentioned some of the greats for this organization and this franchise for years. I'm sure they're giving you tips. Barry's hanging around the team a lot. Buster Posey's now back around. How cool is that, as you said, to have that kind of star power around you and maybe giving you a few tips on hitting?
I mean, it's really good. It makes you feel comfortable, you know what I mean? It makes you feel confident about yourself because they tell you, like, if they tell you that you can't do it, it's like, I can definitely do it because they did it. And if they're telling me that, it feels reassuring that they tell you stuff like that and they, like, give you good advices.
Yeah, another name is the great Cha-Cha, the baby bull, Orlando Cepeda. And you being from Puerto Rico, and Orlando's not been in great health the last couple of years, but have you told some stories and him some stories growing up in Puerto Rico with the great Orlando Cepeda, Elliot?
I mean, I obviously know he's great. You know, Winter League, everybody loves him, everybody knows him for sure, but I never really got into a conversation with him like that, or like nobody has ever told me like a history about him, but I definitely know who he is for sure.
Elliot, I don't know if this goes through your mind. 92 at bats so far, and you've played so great. Before you came up, did you say to yourself, "Hey, I'm determined to stay this time"? Because obviously there's a back and forth here. Because to us, you look like you're here to stay. In your mind, is that your mindset as well?
Of course, I wanna think that for sure, but I was taking one day at a time and just trying to put good at bats together and just try to do my best at the plate. And obviously in the defensive wise, I just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity every day. It didn't matter if I play or not. Like whenever I had the chance, I wanted to take the opportunity and make it happen.
Well, you're hot, but you weren't as hot as your buddy Luis Matos was a couple of weeks ago. When he drove in 16 in 1 week and won the National League Player of the Week. But baseball can be humbling, and he got sent back out this week. I know you guys are tight. What was that like to send Matos back, and how do you think he took it, Elliot?
I mean, it's tough. It's tough for everybody, you know what I mean? But I feel like he's way too good of an athlete. He's way too good of a baseball player. And I feel like he will fix whatever he got to fix. And, I mean, I think he's fine. Baseball is baseball. You're going to miss. Either you're gonna hit or you're gonna miss. So it's like he will put it together. He will be fine. He's a great baseball player.
Is it kind of fun and make it a little bit easier that a lot of the guys that were in the River Cats opening lineup are here or were here with the Giants because you guys have a little bit of a fraternity going? Does that make it a little bit more fun?
I mean, for sure. I played with them last year, the whole year. I've been playing with them this year as well. So it's like they're all my boys, and we're like a family. And over there in AAA, we had a really good chemistry too as a team. So seeing them here and being with them here is the best thing ever because, I mean, I have my boys that I know, like I've been playing with them for like, you know what I mean, for like 2 years, a year and a half.
You know, one of the things you would like to see Matos get a little better at is, and he made some great catches climbing over the wall in center, Elliot, but that first step awareness, Jung-Hoo Lee is so good at getting the first step, reading the fly ball. And that's something it seems like you've improved a lot on, getting a read, getting off, and chasing down fly balls. You've made some great catches in right field and left field. How do you improve that first step quickness in the outfield and the direct line to the ball, Elliot?
Just reading the swings. Reading the swings is one of the most important parts because that can give you like an advantage for you to take off where you want to go. You know what I mean? I talked to Rhino, the bench coach and all that, and he tells me, like, if you see the swing and you see how, like, the guy's tendencies and all that, you can cheat a little bit to the ball if you want. So I'm just trying to make it perfect, if that makes sense, and just try to, how can I say, just try to make the right decision, honestly. I just have to read the swing and be sure and trust myself.
Elliot, thanks for making the time. We really appreciate it. Congratulations on the start. We hope you keep it going, stay healthy, and we'll talk to you again real soon. And good luck in Texas this weekend. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you, Elliot.
Elliot Ramos. We'll come back. We'll talk a little Elliot Ramos with you, get a little bit more into the Giants as they get into Texas. We got a poll we got to unveil as well because it is Friday after all. And Andrew Baggerly is going to join us at 10:50, so you got a lot. Stay right there. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I can't imagine what the discussion would be about other than that he made a second visit, which is illegal.
I think that's what they've actually ruled. I saw Travis Schlichting, a right-hander, up and starting to throw, and George Sherrill is up, and Tim McClellan is waving him in, saying somebody's got to come in. Broxton's out of the game.
Broxton leaves the game. An amazing turn of events.
We're doing best of Bochy moments. We're also going to unveil Friday's big poll, Danny's big poll, in just a moment before we talk to Andrew Bagley at 10:15. We just talked to Elliot Ramos of the Giants. If you missed it, we'll have it up shortly at KNBR.com. So Bochy's best moments as the Giants are going to Texas to take on Bruce Bochy and the Rangers. Well, Jonathan Broxton is obviously Dodgers, and I do remember that moment. I don't remember the year, but it was a snafu on the card, right? And Bochy came out and made Broxton stay in the game.
Wasn't that Don Mattingly?
Oh, Mattingly, you're right.
Mattingly walked out to the mound and then doubled back. Bochy, Kepler actually did that, I think, one of his first games. So
the Phillies.
That was a regular season game. You're talking about just Bochy using his big, huge head to outwit people.
Yeah,
obviously, just so many in-game managerial. You want to pick out moments and, the speech he gave in Cincinnati when they were down 2-0 to come back and win that game. And as far as isolated moments, probably to me it would be, there were so many in the World Series and and everything. But when he went to get Jonathan Sanchez and bring in Jeremy Affeldt early in Game 6 that night, when there was a brawl going on, and Sanchez got into it, and he made sure Affeldt stayed back in the bullpen, and he didn't want to play, Game 7 in South Philly. So leaving Bumgarner in to close out this 2014 World Series.
That was amazing.
I mean, that one, when he came in, I thought, whoa, didn't he just pitch Sunday? And he's back in, and I was pacing back and forth thinking, what are you doing? He's going to get hurt. How do you do this? And he wound up never coming out of the game and getting Salvador Perez to foul out to Pablo, and they won another one. So just a great big game manager. And you saw it last year with Texas, the way he was able to take that team. They weren't playing well in August, even when they came to the Oracle Park and, took a lot of steam out of the Giants season last year. And that was where the Giants began to slide last year when he came in. It's just, Tony's a great game manager. Billy Martin, one of the best of all time in the Bay Area. Dick Williams, on and on. Felipe could manage a game. Obviously, Dusty, so many. But as far as a big game manager, how to handle a lineup and how to navigate a bullpen, nobody better than Bruce Bochy. So there's so many moments that he had to make critical decisions to win big playoff games and World Series games.
Yeah, Walter was telling that, and we'll do this throughout the entire day. Bochy's best moments, Walter was saying he was at that game, but yeah, the minute you hear Broxton, that just goes right back into your brain, and you hear that thing. So we're going to talk to Andrew Baggerly at 10:50. We'll get a preview of Rangers and Giants coming up 11:30. Matt Miyoko is going to join us. A ton of 49ers news to get caught up on as they now will take a break and get a few days, or get 40 days, I guess, and then training camp hits up. So we'll do all that, but let's unveil Danny's big poll.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's big poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
All right, so in honor of the Giants facing off against Bruce Bochy this weekend, who do you have as the best manager or coach in Bay Area sports history? And you can do this right now on Twitter /X at DannyDunn24. He's got Danny's big poll up. I'll retweet it as well, as will KNBR. We have Bill Walsh, Bruce Bochy, Steve Kerr, John Madden on the list. I know that Tara Vanderveer would be on that list. There's a number of ones that we could put on there as well. So you can write in or vote for Bill Walsh, Bruce Bochy, Steve Kerr, John Madden. Who would you put at the top of the list?
Well, and the reason we were thinking about this, obviously playing Bochy this weekend, but Ann Killian wrote a piece, and it was mainly about Steve Kerr and how, the Mount Rushmore of Bay Area managers and coaches, and you can't leave off Tara. She's the winningest coach in college basketball history, men or women, and she won 3 championships and took a franchise, a program that wasn't much when she got there, and became a perennial success story. So John Madden had a great run. His 10 years here as far as a 1-loss record, phenomenal. He had a hard time winning the championship game. And that was the big thing with John. And I got a picture of John in my office, and we love Coach Madden there with the linebacker Dan Connors. But he just could not, whether it was the Pittsburgh Steelers or the Baltimore Colts or Miami Dolphins, and it aggravated Al. He did break through and beat Pittsburgh to win Super Bowl 11. He won the AFC Championship game the week before when Rocky and Franco were out. But he had a 10-year run where he won 100 games, and he beat the best coaches in football, and he meant so much to the Bay Area. I mean, to have Madden on that list over people like George Seifert, who was a 2-time Super Bowl winning champion, and Tom Flores. Now, Tom won his second championship in L.A. as the coach of the L.A. Raiders, but he was also essentially the offensive coordinator for John Madden during the earlier part of the 70s and after he retired. So I'd leave Coach Madden out. He's in a whole different category. And I love what Steve Kerr has done with the 4 championships, without a doubt, and his 5 as a player and 9 total and gold medals, and he's going to probably get another one this year in Paris. So Steve's right there, and he's technically got the most of anybody, and Bochy's got 3. But to me, and around that time, it was Roger Craig, it was Don Nelson, it was Tony La Russa. The Bay Area, we just thought we were smarter than everybody. We were just brainiacs. And the guy who was smarter than all the brains is the genius, Bill Walsh. And the way he changed not only the Niner franchise, obviously, but his impact on professional football. Yeah, who's not running a version of Bill Walsh's offense today? I mean, it just goes on and on. All these years after he retired and all these years after his death, Bill Walsh is still one of the most significant figures in the NFL as anybody. So I would pick Bill Walsh. Number one, it's a shame he didn't win more. I mean, the Seifert win the next year over Denver, the 55-10 demolition, that really was Coach Walsh's team. The last win, they completely changed in free agency when they beat the Chargers. But to me, and you got a lot of great on the list, and we're leaving some off the list as well, John. To me, the greatest coach and manager in Bay Area sports history is Bill Walsh.
All right, that is today's Friday's Big Poll with Bruce Bochy, of course, and the Texas Rangers on the agenda for this weekend. Bill Walsh, Bruce Bochy, Steve Kerr, John Madden on our list. You could write in as well. Tara Vanderveer. I'm looking at YouTube and Twitch right now. Some people saying Dick Williams, the old manager of the A's.
He won the first
obviously
two,
was really
and
good.
And Charlie, and then Alvin Dark got the third one, without question.
So we got a ton of them. So write them in or vote. Do it right now. It's on Twitter/X right now. Danny Dunn 24 KNBR. I'll retweet it as well. Vote early, vote often, and that is today's Friday's Big Poll. All right, let's hit up Andrew Baggerly coming up next. Extra Bags will join us as of course, he's well versed in talking to Bruce Bochy, so we'll get caught up on Boch, and then we'll talk about the Giants. They need to play well in Texas. Texas sub 500 team, the World Series champs, still struggling with injuries to their pitching staff. We'll talk all about it with Bags next, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Papa, Lund, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
The pitch. Marte, ground ball to short. Fitzgerald's got it, and he throws him out at first. The game is over. Already? Giants snap their losing streak and beat the Diamondbacks in a marathon game with a tiny strike zone. But it was the Giants who really, in almost every way, controlled this one. An impressive overall performance and a 9-3 victory that the Giants needed badly.
Of course, Dave Fleming on the long one. We don't get many of those anymore, but 9-3, the Giants win. Elliot Ramos with a home run and 4 walks. And we just had Elliot on the show, so if you missed it, just go to KNBR.com. But Bags has the latest on Elliot Ramos, as he says. The first accomplishment for Ramos came before the first pitch on Wednesday. It was not him that was sent down when Austin Slater came up. It was Luis Matos. So let's get into that and more Giants things as they get ready to take on Bruce Bochy and the Rangers this weekend in Texas. What's happening? How are you?
Hey, I appreciate the kind words, but I'm pretty sure Elliot Ramos has the latest on Elliot Ramos, not me. So I'll have to go back and listen to what he said. How was
he? He was great, actually. It took a minute to warm up. I mean, you've talked to him, but boy, he seems like, you know the story, and it almost feels like he's been around forever, being here since he was 17 years old. But man, it just sounds like a guy that's really comfortable in his skin and comfortable what he's doing out there right now.
I mean, it's been impressive, and whenever somebody comes up and they give you, a boost or a flash or they have success, I mean, it's a hard game, and not just for a week and not just for a month. I mean, look at Corbin Carroll. I mean, he's got like a 196 average right now, and he was the unanimous NL Rookie of the Year last year. So, I mean, it's a really hard game, especially when you're a young position player, especially now, because pitching is just so nasty, and people are throwing, everything moves, and people are striking their off-speed pitches better than I think they probably ever have. And, I think with Elliot Ramos, he really had to sort of search to find himself. And, you're always a little bit skeptical about, hey, how sustainable is this? But, he's hitting the ball like reliably hard, and he's making reliably good swing decisions. So if he keeps doing that, and like Bob Melvin said, the hardest thing to do when you're hot is to not swing the bat, and pitchers know that. That's why they started, getting Matos to maybe chase a little bit, and he kind of complied. And so, the fact that Ramos is taking his walks as well, and by the way, has a wonderful bat flip on his walks. Somebody compiled all of them.
He really does.
Yeah, I saw that.
Highlight those. Very, very good. Very entertaining. I think that does tell you that, maybe this is for real. And plus, man, he's a good athlete in the outfield. They're going to try him in center, see what that looks like. But, he's just making it look easy out there.
So if he keeps it up for one more month, you are in the Metroplex. The All-Star game will be in that stadium in Globe Life Park in Arlington, July 16th. We all know the story. The Giants have not had a homegrown outfielder make the All-Star team since Chili Davis in '86. But since moving to San Francisco, the only homegrown outfielders to make the All-Star team are Chili, Jack Clark, and Bobby Bonds. May, Cepeda, McCovey were all signed when they were the New York Giants, as hard as that is to believe. So Logan Webb is on the mound tonight. Lamont Wade Jr. having an all-star caliber year, but first base is tough, and right now he's hurt. So will he be back? Matt Chapman, Patrick Bailey. If you had to pick right now, Bags, who would be a Giant all-star, and are they going to have more than one this year?
Well, I would start with Logan Webb because he really should have made it last year, and everyone kind of knew it. I think even Alex Cobb knew it as much as he was happy to make the team, as much as everyone was happy for him. Not that he was less deserving than Logan, but I think Logan was very equally deserving last year. And he's a guy who has not been to an all-star team, and he was second in the Cy Young balloting, and his ERA is under 3 right now. I think he's probably not pitching quite to his standards, which are very, very high. But I think if he has a couple good starts here in June, I think he's going to be on that team, or should be. Now, does Ramos have a shot? I mean, he only came up a month ago, and but I think he already ranks like 4th among NL outfielders in OPS. So, I mean, if you were to do this for another month, I think definitely. There's not a lot of outfielders having great seasons in the National League right now. Look at Bailey, and I think the Dodgers' top 4 are all going to start this game, I think. Ohtani, Will Smith, and Freeman and Betts. So, that obviously takes up 4 spots right there. But, I think the Giants will have some candidates, maybe not like a plethora of them like they did in like a year like 2012, but I think those are probably some of the names that I would focus on.
Andrew Baggerly is joining us as the Giants get ready to take on Bruce Bochy and the Rangers this weekend in Arlington. Just as a big picture thing, and we have a long way to go in the season, but looking at the National League this morning after the Padres got robbed on that final call, the Cubs are kind of falling. 11 of the 15 teams in the National League are under 500. If we assume the three that are division winners continue, the Braves get one of those wild card spots, and then that's 2 spots for, it looks like, 7 teams in that. How can the Giants differentiate themselves amongst this group of 7 that are going to be fighting for those 2 wild card spots?
I mean, I guess I shouldn't be glib and say win more games, but
yeah.
I mean, it probably boils down to just being consistent and winning series, winning 2 out of 3. And when you get the first 2, get greedy and maybe pick off the third one every now and again. And one thing they hadn't done was play well against, winning teams with winning records. And then, they played pretty well to beat the Phillies 2 out of 3 at home. And the Phillies have really not played well in San Francisco over the years. And then obviously the Yankees series, they were right there and should have at least won 1 game, if not pick off another one. So, they weren't exactly outclassed. I think just ran into Aaron Judge when he was super, super hot. And obviously, Juan Soto hitting right in front of him. I think playing well against the good teams, maintaining a good home field advantage and winning homestands, winning series at home. I mean, that's what Giants teams, I guess, across history that have succeeded have done well at. And then, just finding a way to pick off some of the games when, they don't necessarily have their best pitching matchup. And they're going to be challenged, I think, this weekend with, you got Webb going today, and it's really paramount importance that he's Logan Webb and goes 7 innings, because after that you've got Spencer Howard as a bulk guy in a bullpen game likely, and then Keaton Wynn probably starting Sunday. And, he may only have 65 or 70 pitches in his quiver. So, they're going to have to use a lot of bullpen there too. So getting some, I think probably the biggest thing I would point to that's sort of team specific is getting more length from their starting pitchers. And, Kyle Harrison, I think, has done a really good job of prioritizing being efficient, maybe sometimes to his detriment to get through 6 innings his last start, throwing up maybe too many strikes. But, we know that Jordan Hicks is going to run into an innings limit at some point. That's why Robbie Ray coming back is going to be super important. Alex Cobb getting healthy, which is maybe a little shakier right now, is going to be super important. And, maybe some of these young guys stepping up, whether it's Carson Wisenhunt that we haven't seen yet, or Landon Roop, who's hurt right now, but we have seen. Tristan Beck coming back. I mean, they're just going to need to get more dependable innings, because this is a talented bullpen. It's a deep bullpen, but it's not a bullpen that can throw, 5 2/3 innings every day. So, Blake Snell is obviously the biggest one. I mean, getting him back to being the guy that they signed is going to be maybe the most important factor for helping that rotation to be a little more stable than it's been, because it's really hard to make the playoffs when you're 26 out of 30 teams in the ERA.
Kyle Harrison's last start was Tuesday in Arizona, Bags, and he didn't give up a walk or a home run, but the defense behind him was just hideous on the left side. In particular, 2 of the best defenders on the team, Casey Schmidt at shortstop, and even a ball went off of Matt Chapman's glove. And we're learning more about Bob Melvin. We knew him obviously managing the A's, but when you see him every day, you know more about him. He's already fired a couple of bullets this year on his team. May the 6th in Philly, after that terrible loss, he aired him out. And then he did, a month later on Tuesday in Arizona, and they responded and played a great game on Wednesday. Do you have any more about exactly how that went down? And the last time he aired him out, they went to Colorado, won a couple of games, played well against the Reds. The Dodgers won 2, but then they got on that streak where they won 10 of 12. So it did help the team get more focused. So what have you observed about Bob Melvin? And he looked like he was really agitated after the game Tuesday night.
Yeah, and Wednesday, too. I mean, he was yelling about the strike zone to the point where he was shocked he didn't get kicked out of the game. But we're learning that he's obviously his own man. He's a different manager than Gabe Kapler. Gabe Kapler trusted these guys to be professionals and adults and to police themselves, and he didn't think he needed to really do that. And obviously the team reached the point where that is something that they needed, and he maybe wasn't really equipped to provide. You got to be careful, though, that you don't go too far in the other direction. It's like you're a manager of any office or it's obviously different. You got 40,000 people watching your every move when you're a player, whether you succeed or fail. But, you manage people. It's you try to get the most out of them. You don't want them to be grumbling about you because you're a taskmaster or because you're always grumpy or you've got the red behind, as they say. But you do have to make sure that people hold themselves accountable and they're not okay with losing. And Sometimes you have to sort of, put the poker in the fire, so to speak. And I think Melvin's already had to do that. You don't want to do it too much for multiple reasons. If you have to do it too much, it means you're not going the right way. But, I think he hasn't been shy to do that. And like you said, it could very much just be a coincidence, could be a narrative that we all sort of fall back on that's easy. But the fact is they have played better after a couple of those meetings. What did he say? He didn't tell us, but it was very short because we weren't held outside waiting for the clubhouse to open for very long after Tuesday's game. So I think he basically just told the players what he told us, which is this is unacceptable. And that was a terrible game. And we're capable of being much better, and he expects it.
Andrew Bagley joining us, talking to you, of course, with the Giants going to Texas, take on Bruce Bochy and the Rangers. Injury-wise, there's lots of it, but Blake Snell, it looks like the MRI showed a mild groin strain, so it doesn't look like it's going to be as long this time. What is the latest on Snell and when he might return?
Yeah, what you have is what we have. They had the MRI. It didn't show that it was a worse strain than the first one. He's already walking around without a limp. Obviously it's something where he's had an aggravation, and it may be something he has to pitch through if it's not debilitating. But you also don't want him to sort of tweak it worse, and now all of a sudden he's out for 2 months, or he has a real tear or something. So they're going to be cautious, but they also know that time's a ticking, and so that the hope is that he's not going to need as much time to, maybe it's the same amount of time to sort of heal, but not as much time to ramp back up as he did last time. So, last time he missed a month, basically. And this time I think they're hoping that, if he misses something closer to maybe 3 weeks, and that I'm just pulling that figure out of out of the stars. But that may be something that's a little bit better than the time he missed last time. But, we're just going to have to wait to see what he feels like when he gets off a mound and what his readiness is. And you never like to push someone who's hurt because of a team need. But that's going to factor in. It's got to, given where the pitching is. So, it's going to be something that I'm sure we'll be asking about and monitoring and updating you about as we learn more.
Nice save, pulling it out of your stars, since you are deep in the heart of Texas where the stars are big and bright. And one of the biggest stars there is our guy Bruce Bochy, who unbelievably comes out of retirement and wins a 4th World Series ring. You were there for the first, Bags, and you literally wrote the book, A Band of Misfits, about the 2010 San Francisco Giants, and you covered them all along the way, 10, 12, 14. We were trying to figure out Bochy's, defining moments as a manager of the Giants, Game 6 against the Phillies, and going to get Jonathan Sanchez, the fight there, and Affelt coming in and leaving Bum in 2014 and Kansas City. When you think of Boch and managing big games, which ones come to mind?
Well, you just mentioned the two. I mean, to me, the first one was Game 6 in Philly. It was a non-elimination game. If the Giants lost that game, they were not only going to come back for Game 7, they were going to have Matt Cain rested on the mound, and he'd been pitching great. And yet Bruce Bochy knew. He's like, I do not want to play a Game 7 on the road. And he drew a line in the sand and said, we're going to win this game, and we're going to, he used 3/4 of his playoff rotation in one game. That was a non-elimination game. He didn't save Tim Lincecum for the next day. He didn't save a Bumgarner for the next day. And, that was sort of like the way people manage now. You really manage every game like it's an elimination game. You don't have the situations anymore where like a Buck Showalter leaves, Zach Britton in the bullpen because it's not a safe situation and his team, loses it in the top half of the ninth. So Bruce Bochy was kind of a progenitor of that style of managing. And he knew when you could trust people. He knew when they would rise to the occasion. He knew not to quit on Edgar Renteria, who looked absolutely cooked in like August of 2010. And he ends up being the World Series MVP because he knows what he's got inside him. And he knows that he's got, the skills and the slow heartbeat. And he's been there before. He's walked off a World Series before. So, and of course he ends up being World Series MVP. And then I think the one that everyone will remember him for is Bumgarner and Ned Yost passing Bumgarner in the hallway after game 5 when Bumgarner was shut out and saying, well, I'm glad we don't have to see you again. And he assumed too much, obviously. And I think Boch, the plan was for Bum to maybe get it, 2 or 3 innings at some point, but he was pitching so well that Boch just let him go. And I'll never forget that I think it was Alcides Escobar bunted away and out early in Bumgarner's first inning when he was still not quite loose. And he was making some mistakes over the plate. And I thought that was just a big bailout. It allowed him to kind of settle in. And once he did, he was not going to he was not going to give up that lead. So, I think that those are probably the moments that I think of where Bochy just, he's almost like a riverboat gambler. You could just see him making decisions and being bold about them. And if they work out, they work out. And if they don't, then he played his best hand. And, that's how I'm going to remember Bruce Bochy as a manager.
Boy, that's well described. Andrew Bagley has joined us ahead of the Ranger series against Bruce Bochy and the Rangers here on the Sports Center. And, of course, you'll hear it later this afternoon. In regards to, all the injuries and things we talk about, the one position, well, center field is one. Maybe Ramos can play that. But the one position that is glaring right now is shortstop long term. Is it just going to be Ahmed when he is healthy? Could they go outside the organization and make a trade? What do you think they do long term or this season, I should say, at shortstop?
I think it'll be Ahmed when he comes back. I think he's going to get another chance to sort of settle in. And particularly, if they do have to sort of, maybe do a hybrid situation, I always thought that Ahmed was a good fit for them at shortstop as long as they have enough length in their lineup and they're not struggling to turn over the lineup. You don't have guys who are automatic outs in the 7 and 8 spot. Then it's really hard to have a guy who has a little bit of a light bat hitting ninth as your shortstop who's in there for defense. But if you've got some length to your lineup, then that's why teams like the Astros can play like Mauricio Dubon, or you get some really good offensive teams. You get to maybe the 8 or 9 spot, like the Phillies have Pache or some of their outfielders. They're just really good defenders, and then you can sort of press an advantage there because 1 through 6, 1 through 7, you're so tough and you score so many runs. So if their offense is going well, I think that's going to really enhance Ahmed coming back, and particularly if you start him behind Webb, start him behind Jordan Hicks, who gets a lot of ground balls, and then maybe you start some of the other guys when Snell's on the mound, or maybe when Harrison's on the mound because he's a fly ball pitcher. Obviously Harrison needed some better defense on the left side in his last outing, as you touched on. But and I think that Luciano we'll see what they do with him. He obviously was having some really good at bats, just as impressive as Ramos, hitting the ball hard, making really good swing decisions. There was one game I tracked him, and I think he took 9 of 11 pitches outside the zone and swung at 10 of 11 in the zone. And he just looked great. And don't forget, his bat is what was going to bring him to the major leagues. That's how he was going to make an impact. So, where he plays or what they do with him at shortstop, I think is a really, really interesting question. Maybe a question that they have to really ask themselves hard this off season. But for now, you're right. They got to get through the year with somebody who they can trust playing shortstop. And Brett Wisely, I think, has maybe done the best job out of the young guys in terms of playing there and being consistent. And he's got plenty of arm. He's got a good arm. So I would expect that maybe you could be looking at Wisely mixing in a quasi platoon with Ahmed, although Ahmed probably starts some more against righties than he otherwise would.
As long as Wisely understands he's got to cover second base on bunts, then everything would be fine.
Yeah, boy. When Luke Jackson rolled around to second base, I thought that ball was going into the swimming pool.
So did I. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff, man. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, and we can't wait to get your insights next week. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Look forward to it. Thanks. Have a good weekend, guys.
You got it. All right. There is extra bags, Andrew Bagley. I was going to ask him about barbecue in Texas. I should have asked him anyway because I know he's a foodie. Do you think Bags is a barbecue guy?
Yes.
I don't know if he is. You think he is? Okay.
I think
yeah.
he is. And normally when you go there, and you got to do it at night.
Yeah.
You just can't possibly do it in the day. But it's only 91 degrees in Arlington, Texas today. That ain't bad. Going there this time of the year, and it was 104 degrees routinely, and you go to that water slide across from the old ballpark.
Yeah.
They still got it there, but 91. They went from Phoenix, Arizona, and cooled off, going to Arlington, Texas. Not bad there.
Yeah, that isn't bad. There is a hole in the. I should have asked him because I worked in Arlington for a number of years, and there's a hole-in-the-wall barbecue joint, and I got to remember the name of it, but it is really good. But it's one of those places where, you look on the outside and you go, and then you go in and you're like, oh, my God, it's amazing. That's good stuff from Andrew Bagley. All right, we'll talk about a few of the things he said there. We'll get you ready for the bottom of the hour when Mr. Matt Mayoko joins us, and we get a little bit of 49ers. You were at camp the other day, so we'll compare notes and do that at the bottom of the hour. It's Pop and Lund on your Friday, only here on the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We were just talking about it. The great Bruce Bochy, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, discussed facing off against the Giants this weekend in Texas. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Cruz waiting on Wilson. And the right-hander for the Giants throws. Swing and a miss! And that's it! The Giants, for the first time in 52 years, the Giants are world champions as they come pouring out of the dugout.
Bruce Bochy's best as the Giants are in Arlington, Texas to take on the Texas Rangers. By the way, one thing that we have not discussed yet, and we have Matt Miyoko at the bottom of the hour, Rangers sub 500, Houston sub 500, Angels sub 500, Cubs sub 500, Cardinals sub 500, Cubs again before they take on the Dodgers. So the next 19 games are sub 500 teams. Does that mean the Giants are going to win? No. But it does mean you should take advantage of that. Now, look, the Rangers are the World Series champ. Houston's really good. Cubs got off to a really good start. But the fact remains that they don't play a 500 team till the end of the month when they play the Dodgers. Let's go.
Yeah, and they're playing one tonight in Texas, and they're just 2 under at 30-32. Great matchup, Bob Melvin against Bruce Bochy. And Texas has just been ravaged by injuries. Obviously, the top 2 starters in their rotation are Jacob deGrom and Max Scherzer. I mean, if they get them back middle of the year, it'll be a lot like the Giants, and more so getting Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb back. And their offense just has not hit on all cylinders. They've had a lot of injuries. Corey Seager won the World Series MVP again last year. He's a 2-time World Series MVP going back to the Dodger bubble in 2020. He had a sports hernia surgery in the offseason, and he's starting to round into form. He's a little bit dinged up. I'm not even sure if Seager's going to be in Boch's lineup tonight. But I remember Texas last year, John, when they rolled into Oracle Park, and they took it to the Giants. And there was a lot of, Cap got a lot of pushback that series and managing against Bochy, and Giants began to really tumble, that next week going to the Angels. Or right before that, they went to the Angels and lost, in Texas and Tampa Bay, and then Atlanta and Philly, and the season kind of slid out of control there. And Bochy's team, they didn't perform well for most of August. They got hot at the end, but he's such a great big game manager. So, and the American League West is kind of wide open right now with Seattle 36-28, but Texas gets hot and they get those pitchers back, they can make a run. So it'll be fun to see Boch, and he did have a personal issue. He missed a game earlier this week, manage against the Giants again. So we have any update on our poll? Best Bay Area manager, coach in Bay Area sports history?
Glad you asked. Friday's big poll in honor of Bruce Bochy this weekend and the Rangers. So as you might expect, Bill Walsh, big lead, 58% of the vote so far. Bruce Bochy at 29%. Steve Kerr, 7%. I'm a little surprised by that. Wow. And John Madden at 6%. Tons of write-ins. A's fans have written in with both Dick Williams and Tony La Russa. Some have mentioned Nelly. Nelly's got the wins, not the championships, obviously. Others have said Tara Vanderveer, which is one that you would have certainly put on this poll. And people mentioning Roger Craig, maybe not as the best, but certainly that deserves an also mentioned. So there you go. We've had a lot of good ones.
Well, as far as pure championships, I mean, Kerr's got 4, Bochy 3, Walsh 3, Tara 3. Then George Seiferd's got 2. Tom Flores, do we not count the one as the L.A. Raiders? They were just there a second year, but technically, 1 as the coach of the Oakland Raiders, the wild card team of 80, and Tom was a quarterback for the team. But Dick Williams won 2. They won 3 in a row in the 70s, and Dick and Charlie Otis went at each other so much that he got rid of him. Could you imagine that, winning back-to-back World Series titles and changing managers? And they brought in Alvin Dark, who was the Giant manager back in the 60s, and he was able to win a World Series with the A's. He's the only manager before Bob Melvin to manage both the A's and the Giants. So it's a good list. There are others that have been really accomplished that just were not able to break through. But I go with Bill Walsh. I mean, I'm shocked that Steve Kerr, and I know the pushback he gets on social media, it's just unbelievable to me that people don't appreciate what Steve Kerr has done. I mean, Kerr and Bochy would be a healthy debate. Steve does have 4 championships, and he did get to the finals 6 times in 5 straight years, one of the greatest runs in the history of the NBA or any sport, really. And he did it the first 5 years of his career. The Warriors were in the NBA Finals every single year, and the years they didn't win, 73-9, and Steph gets hurt, Draymond gets suspended, and the last year at Oracle, KD got hurt and Clay got hurt. So, I mean, he easily could have won 5, in a row there, and 6 in total. But to me, it is Walsh and just everything he meant, not just to the 49er franchise and to the Bay Area, coming off what had happened in the Bay Area in the late 70s and how they needed to win that. But just the way he changed full football with a short passing game. And, I mean, how many teams in the NFL run a version of Bill Walsh's offense today? 3/4, I think. The Niners certainly do, with Kyle Shanahan from Mike Shanahan, and so many of the Shanahan tree is coaching in the NFL and others. So in honor of Coach Walsh, John, I didn't wear my usual Niner garb. I had to go with a a golf shirt. Because Coach Walsh he doesn't dress the way he didn't have Dick Nolan or Tom Landry and the suit on the sideline, but he always looked natty, didn't he? With a golf shirt underneath the V-neck sweater, with his tennis build, he was perfectly in shape, and the gold pants, and
That's
he wore
a nice look right
what's
there.
he got
That's a
here?
great
White
picture.
cleats on. He's got the white Adidas on. I mean, that to me is the classic look of Bill Walsh. So I had to kind of dress up.
I
with
like
the golf
that.
shirt.
That picture is outstanding if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch.
And then you got this one, obviously, one of the greatest of all time. No matter what the weather,
He
he always
looks slick,
had that. He
man.
always had the sweater underneath, the perfectly pressed white golf shirt underneath.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, that's Zagiris' book right there. You need to pick that up. That's beautiful. That's a great picture of him. So, again, Bill Walsh leads at 58%, 29% for Bochy, Kerr at 7%. I just think people think that anybody could coach the Warriors, and they just couldn't. I mean, they had a ton of talent, especially when they had Durant around. But, I think that he's the perfect coach at the perfect time for the perfect team. And I think he's always going to be underrated. I just don't think people understand what he brings to the table, what he did bring to the table to those teams. So, yeah, he's vastly underrated, only has 7% of the vote.
That's amazing. He got 7 and John Madden 6. And normally when we have a poll, the Giants win in a landslide. So it's nice that people respect the genius of Bill Walsh. But I would think Kerr and Bochy would be really tight.
Similar numbers.
As far as the overall break. I mean, come on, Steve. You don't think Steve Kerr should get credit for the Warriors championships? He completely changed the way they played immediately with the passing that Mark Jackson was stubborn and didn't go with. He played more isolation ball, and they passed more, they moved bodies more, and they won the Pacific Division for the first time since the 70s right away, and won the NBA championship, came back the next year. You know what hurt them a little bit was they were so entrenched in their system by the second year, and Steve had the back surgery celebrating, I think it was the Game 5 win against Cleveland. At home, he jumped up off the bench and wrenched his back. They won in the next game in Game 6. And then he had the back surgery. They nicked his dura, and he was seeing all kinds of things. Had to be, as far as the ultimate concussion, how that felt for him. And he did not, what did he miss, John? The first 43 games the next year when Walton went, I think he went 39-4. And they got off to that 24-0 start.
Yep.
And I remember kidding him about that, but it was to me the empowerment of his coaching staff, the system being in place, and the players being able to run it without Steve actually there. And then it resurfaced a few years later, and Mike Brown had to run the team in the playoffs. And what did they go, 11-0 with Mike Brown? And then when Steve came back, they wound up finishing off that epic year. They only lost one playoff game. But I don't get it if people don't appreciate his X's and O's ability, but beyond that, that's a hard team to coach, to keep all those egos in check and deal with Draymond. And when you got Kevin Durant, I mean, honestly, if it wasn't for the genius of Bill Walsh, I think most people would say Steve Kerr is the greatest coach in the history of Bay Area sports.
All right, continue to give us your thoughts. Continue to vote on Danny's big poll today. But coming up next, let's flip it to the 49ers. Lots of talk around Brandon Ayuk. They're going to get 40 days off. What are they going to do in that time? And then they come back at the end of July as the 49ers continue to try to get that next Lombardi trophy. Let's talk to our good friend, Matt Mayoko, about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Greg Papa here, and you're going to be sorry if you don't go to Tony's Pizza in the North Beach to have the very best pizza in the Bay Area, in the state of California, and the entire world. Tony's Pizza has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my personal go-to spot for all things Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and they have delectable grandma-style pizzas that Grandma Papa would love. They also make a fresh pasta, a spicy bucatini is one of my all-time favorites, but Tony has other locations around the North Beach like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas, and one of his specialties there, you got to get the Chicago deep dish, and also get a Chicago Italian beef sandwich. His Can you do both? Those Chicago beef sandwiches are huge in the deep dish. They go deep, but save room for dessert as well. He's got the best dessert in the state. Delicious cannoli and tiramisu. And then if you want to wake up the next morning, you feel like you haven't had enough, take a stroll through the North Beach and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. Giants are on the road, but they're coming home next week. And when you do, get over to Oracle Park, Levi Stadium in the fall, or Chase Center when the Warriors come back in the fall, and visit Tony's Slice House, fast, casual restaurant serving up delicious slices and more across the Bay Area. Tony's Pizza, #1 by the Bay, #1 in the state, #1 in the world.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
It's like, why are you even here? Are you here because you're
I mean, that's the thing nowadays. I just don't show up. But no, I mean, this is my home. First of all, you know, I made this my home. I have a house here. I train here year round in this building on that field. With the strength and conditioning staff, I feel like they're the best at what they do. You know, they've gotten me right and ready to go every single year. So I'm like, I don't know any different. And so it'd be kind of silly for me to, you know, intentfully go somewhere else when OTAs start. Like, I'm here. I want to be a part of the team. You know, when we get started in phase 1, 2, and 3. You know, and that's just what I've always known.
Thanks for joining us, Bob and Lund. That was Fred Warner as he shows up at camp. Brandon Ayuk is the guy that's not. We'll get into that conversation and more. Matt Maiocco joins us every Friday. Make sure that you're following him on all his social media channels and watching all his stuff, reading all his stuff. He's a multimedia superstar, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
Nothing too much. Do you like that question? Fred Warner, why are you even here?
Why are you here?
I live here. Where am I going to go?
I think that's the first time I've ever asked that question of anybody. Like, what are you doing here?
You don't need to
why
be
are you here?
That is a good question.
Yeah,
thank
you.
You asked us to make sure to say that it was a good question, but it was a good question. And Fred's a good guy.
I kind of suggested
That's okay.
that it was a good question.
It's all right.
What's up?
Well, a lot to get to, and the story of the week. Well, I'm going to ask you about McCaffrey getting the extension and showing up, and but the Ayuk. We heard you on the air the other day, and we played some of it back, and you got me a little concerned. and then you wrote a piece about the 3 possible outcomes. What are your thoughts here? I mean, when they come back in late July for training camp, is there any way Brandon Ayuk is signed by then? Are we looking at a Bosa-type situation where it may get into September? And are you even convinced, Matt, that they do extend him?
Yeah, I mean, those are all great questions, and I will be quite honest with you. I don't have the answers to any of those questions. I'm not sure anybody does. I just think that what's happened with the 49ers have kind of led us into maybe a false sense of security as far as just predicting, Brandon Ayuk will sign an extension. It'll be right before training camp, or it'll be right, it'll take a while, but it'll get done. And when we say that, and I've been saying that for quite some time because of the track record, it was Kittle, it was Warner, it was Deebo Samuel, it was Nick Bosa. But, at some point, this team is going to decide that they cannot keep one of their top flight players on a contract that player deserves. In other words, they have paid market value, top of the market, for so many players over the past, whatever it's been, 5 or 6 years. And as a result, they've done a remarkable job of keeping the roster together. I mean, the only guy that they probably, the only top flight guy that they've lost really is DeForest Buckner, and they made that trade in early 2020. But, teams do have to make decisions, and is it, when you look at what the 49ers have done at the wide receiver position, yes, they do have Deebo Samuel for 2 more seasons. Then they pay Juwan Jennings basically a top-of-the-market deal for his role on the team. I mean, making more than $7 million a year, that's a really good contract for a number 3 receiver who this season might even be a number 4 receiver with the addition of Ricky Pearsall. And they also, and speaking of Pearsall, they use a number 31 overall pick in the draft to select him. So at some point, they're going to have to cut some corners somewhere. They're going to have to move on from some big contracts. And when is that time? Could it be with Brandon Ayuk? Have they already set kind of the foundation for moving on from Brandon Ayuk? And it wouldn't happen this offseason. It won't happen before the end of the 2024 year, but they could try to just, determine that, whatever that price is, $28 million a year, that's just too much for them to invest in a wide receiver when they have so many other high-priced players on the team, when they have a quarterback who's going to be making somewhere around $50 million a year beginning next year, when they have 2, I think, pretty good starting cornerbacks who are going to be free agents, when they have their starting left guard's going to be a free agent. He hasn't been selected to a Pro Bowl yet, but Dre Greenlaw, he's going to be a free agent. So, at some point, they're going to have to make a decision that they don't necessarily want to have to make. So that's why I just don't think the Brandon Ayuk situation as far as signing a long-term extension is such a slam dunk. I think that the team does have to make some difficult decisions. And right now, I'm kind of split whether, what is the most realistic option. Is it to sign Ayuk to that big money deal that pays him among the top 5 wide receivers in the NFL? Or is it to have him play the final year of this contract on the 5th-year option, $14.1 million, and then reassess at the end of this coming season? And the most likely scenario then would be that they franchise him, and knowing that he would be out there with the potential of having outside negotiating power, then maybe they either go ahead and commit to a big money deal that would be more next off season than it is right now, or have him under lock and key with the franchise tag and trade him. So I think it could go a number of different ways. Well, 3 different ways it could go, and I would say, trading him before the trade deadline is the least likely. The two that are kind of, in my mind, maybe 50-50 would be the signing him to a long-term extension at market value, or just having him play out this season on the 5th-year option.
Matt Mayoko explaining all the situation going on with Brandon Ayuk. My biggest question with Ayuk is because, like you said, it seems to me that the rest of the league is valuing this position more by throwing all this money at these different guys. The Eagles have $225+ million. The Dolphins now do, and all this kind of stuff. I've never thought that the position should be valued like that because lots of receivers are coming into the league this year. That's why they couldn't get one for Ayuk, because he had a great wide receiver class, and they were like, why am I going to spend $25 to $30 million for 1 year when I can get Marvin Harrison for 4 years and 35? So, it's a supply and demand issue. But my question to you is
well, before you
go ahead,
John. That's the thing right there. Like, we all know what the market value is, but is paying market value, is that the way to go for all teams? The Eagles have decided that's the way to go for them. The Dolphins have decided that's the way to go for them, but they also probably don't have as many highly paid guys at other spots on the team. So with your setup to the question you're going to ask, that is the crux of the matter for the 49ers and what they have to determine.
And so where I'm going for here is all the fans want to sign Brandon Ayuk, but to me it's who are you going to lose because you have to. Now we know about Purdy, that's going to be a ton of money, but are they going to lose Ward? Is it a Ward or Ayuk thing? Is it a Ward or is it Ayuk or Demo thing? Dre Greenlaw's a free agent at the end. Talanoa Hufanga is a free agent. Because they sign and prioritize Ayuk, are they going to lose Ward, for example? Is an either or could they do both of those guys?
I mean, they're going to lose somebody, or I should say that they would also probably part ways with somebody else a year before maybe they want to. Is that Fred Warner? Why, that's kind of doubtful, right? But is it George Kittle? Is it whatever? Is it Trent Williams? Is it looking down a couple of years? Would they try to get out from Nick Bosa's contract or Javon Hargrave? I mean, they would have to make some concessions elsewhere. And so that's why you have to weigh this. And, does it make sense to have two of the top 12 paid wide receivers in the league on your roster at the same time when you already have, Jennings for 2 more years and you have Ricky Pearsall for 4 more years? So, I mean, those are the elements that the team has to weigh. And going back to 2020, they were kind of new to this game, the 49ers were, but they were coming off their Super Bowl, and one of the top probably 3 players on that team was DeForest Buckner. And they ultimately decided, well, let's trade Buckner, get a good draft pick, which didn't really, I guess it turned out in one sense. They swung and missed on Javon Kinlaw for sure, but they were able to move back one spot, got Kinlaw there, and then they got Brandon Ayuk out of that deal as well. So, that's the one time I would say of all the veterans that they've lost, he would be the one guy where they wanted to keep him, but they just made the very difficult business decision to move on from him. But basically every year in free agency, the guys they've lost are guys that they really didn't care to keep, or they knew they'd be losing. So a year out, they kind of set the groundwork for that and drafted at that position. So, this would be, again, I think 49er fans have been kind of lulled into this false sense of security of, well, the 49ers have a guy who's coming up and he's a great player. They're going to find a way to keep him. But in all those cases, it's come at a cost. And I guess with Buckner too, in addition to what they got from the draft by moving on from him, they were also able to re-sign Jimmy Ward and Eric Armstead through that move. So that was basically 4 players that they got by moving on from Buckner. And so I would anticipate that when they're talking about this, these are the conversations they're having behind the scene. Like, okay, we can pay Brandon Ayuk what he's worth, which is a heck of a lot of money as a second team All-Pro. But this is what it means. This is who might not be on the team next year or the year after, and this is who we might be able to keep. If we move on from Brandon Ayuk. So those are the conversations that are happening behind the scenes.
And the timing of the DeForest Buckner call, that was after the Super Bowl year of 2019, in the offseason of 20, and they had no way of knowing the severity, but the pandemic hit that year, and the salary cap went down in the following year, and it's just now this year it climbed back up. One thing they don't know right now is what the cap is going to be even next year and future years. The Taylor Swift money that the NFL generated this year, not just in, you can laugh at it, Matt, it's going to be significant. Not just television ratings and butts in the seats, but merchandise sales. You had a lot of people that don't ordinarily watch the NFL, so look for a huge spike in the salary cap this year, which leads to future years out and the growth of the league and what the Niners were able to get done this week. And they didn't have to. We had grumblings that McCaffrey was out due to business reasons, and then he shows up this week, and they do it with a 2-year contract that pays him $19 million in the 2 extra years, and they add $8 million in the existing 2. So just your thoughts on McCaffrey, and, is he going to be able to age well? In fact, happy birthday to Christian McCaffrey today. He turned 28 years of age. This contract will take him into his early 30s, and that's usually around the time most running backs begin to deteriorate, although McCaffrey's not like any ordinary running back, Matt.
No, he's not. I mean, we've seen that, just how much of an impact that he's made, and just kind of interesting, right, at a time when, a year ago, the storyline around the NFL was running backs being devalued and this and that, and the 49ers now, a year later, Christian McCaffrey, the reigning NFL Offensive Player of the Year, 49ers are certainly valuing him. So to me, and Greg, you watched the OTAs and the mini camp, one of the things that really stood out to me was how much they used Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason out of the backfield, catching swing passes, catching, check downs. I mean, those guys were very apparent in the passing game. They might have caught more passes than any 2 other players on that team. And so my point is, it's been so difficult for the 49ers to get McCaffrey off the field because he's their best running back, period, on all downs, including third downs. When some teams have a third down back, well, that's Christian McCaffrey, who's also the first down and the second down back. So I think what this does is it provides them motivation to limit some of those touches, limit some of those carries. And, now it's a 17-game regular season. By the time that contract expires, it'll probably be an 18-game regular season. The 49ers expect to be playing at least 3 games in the postseason, or at least, that's their hope and their expectation. And now that you have him for 4 years, it's all the more reason to lighten his workload, obviously making him remaining with him being the focal point of the offense, but just to kind of pick your spots a little bit more, give, this season while Mitchell is on the final year of his contract, give him, 2 or 3 series every game where he's the guy. Sprinkle Jordan Mason in there, try to limit the number of touches. He had 339 touches last year, and that's probably like 250 more than any other 49ers running back. I think now that you can play, that you sign into that deal, you can play the long game a little bit and just kind of keep an eye on his usage and have a better plan going in about just limiting him, keeping him fresh throughout games, keeping him fresh throughout the lengthy regular season too.
Good stuff. Hey, before we let you go, I was going to do this with all our guests, and I totally forgot. But are you a donut guy? By the way, it's National Donut Day. Are you a donut guy?
I can't tell you the last time I bought a donut, but occasionally when people will show up at work with donuts, I'm like first one to grab one.
What's the best donut? Like if you had a box sitting there, what would you grab? Like a chocolate bar, a maple bar, a sprinkles, old-fashioned. Like, what do you got? Jelly donut?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Oh, man, that's a tough one. I am a equal opportunity donut muncher. But you know what? I do believe this, and I'm a firm believer, and you can write this down, and you can take it to the bank.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell how good the donut shop is by how they make their glazed donuts.
Good call. That's good. That's a good call right there.
And,
yeah.
And then once
donut.
you've determined that, once it pass that test, then you can branch out. But a glazed donut is the heart and soul. It's the pure essence of what donut making is all about.
Wow, that was a great assessment because it's kind of like the cheese pizza, right? Like you put a bunch of stuff on the pizza, but the cheese pizza will tell you if it's any good, and then you put the toppings. But that's a good point. The glazed donut, and then you go from there. It's a good call.
No,
I knew I could count on you.
I'm a firm believer. John, I've said this many times. So I've been consistent.
Yes,
unlike my feelings on Brandon Ayuk and his contract, I've been consistent with this one.
Why waste the calories on a donut, Miyoko? We're drinking. Are you over Friday at the Gotham Club? You closed that place against the Yankees. You okay?
Here's the thing about the Gotham
Club.
You
okay?
Once
he was there 2 hours after the last pitch.
I was there so late that when I left, those guys in the hot dog carts that lined
the street meat out in
Plaza,
front,
they were long gone.
No more street meat.
Yeah. Well, there were a few.
They stay for a long time, those guys.
Who drove home? You or your daughter is what I'm worried about.
That would be whoever operates the BART train.
Oh, good call.
Oh, you made BART. You made BART.
We had a one more at Lark right there by the BART station on Market Street.
I know where you're
at.
And
then, true story, when I was with two buddies, my daughter and two buddies. Mm-hmm. When we got to our BART station, the attendant or whatever his or her name is, was basically looking at his watch, waiting for us, tapping his foot, that kind of thing, one hand on hip, and then as soon as we went through the turnstile, he follows, and the gate comes down right behind us.
Wow!
Was it 11:59:59?
He barely made it.
It probably would have been later than that because
don't they shut it down at midnight?
That might
maybe
have been
on the weekends later.
Yeah, I think it's isn't BART till 2 or something, or 1 at least on weekends?
Is it?
Well, I can tell you it was open 2 seconds before we exited, and then that gate came crashing down. It nearly clipped my heel. That's how fast the guy wanted to get out of there.
No, you're right. It's midnight. For some reason I thought it was 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Weekdays 5 a.m. to midnight. Saturdays 6 a.m. to midnight. Sunday 8 a.m. to midnight. So midnight every night. I thought it was 1 a.m.
So shout out to Henry for getting us into the Gotham Club.
Wow,
Henry's
cool,
the best.
Man. Very cool.
Croy to Greg Papa, Croy to Matt Miyoko.
Yeah,
we love you.
By the way, what do you? I'm sorry to keep asking more questions, but now you get a break now. What do you do? You take a break here?
This is going to be fun. So my daughter will be a senior at University of New Hampshire, and so her plan is to go back a little bit early and maybe get a summer job back there in that New Hampshire area. And so a week from today, I believe it is, we are going to set out, drive cross country, take our time, see some sights, a couple long days of driving. But our plan is to be perhaps in the bleachers of Wrigley Field for that Wednesday Giants-Cubs game en route to New Hampshire.
You got to call us from there. June 19th. June 19th. Yeah. It's a day game. Yeah.
I think the game we're going to. I think it's the Wednesday. Is that right?
Okay. Yeah, Wednesday, June 19th.
Yeah.
June 10th.
Yeah. So that's the game we're planning on. And wouldn't you say, if you're going to go to a game, my daughter's never been, and I've been to Wrigley 3-4 times. Mm-hmm. Don't you think the place to sit would be the bleachers?
Totally.
Yeah, I've sat out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then take her to Murphy's like we did when the Niners and Bears opened the season.
100%.
The only issue with the bleachers is there's no assigned seating, so you have to have somebody. It doesn't have to be you, but whoever you're with. Like I'd say, the youngest person has to run and save you 4 spots. That's it. Everything else is assigned, but the bleachers aren't. So when you go out to the bleachers, you got to run to get a. I mean, you'll get in there. It's just they fill up fast.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, so that might because we want to maximize our Murphy's bleachers time before the game too.
Yeah, no doubt. But Murphy's goes right into. There's an entrance right there to the bleachers. So just
right there
if your
by
daughter's
the
there,
right
just
by the Harry Carey statue, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're paying for college. Say, go save us 4 seats or whatever. You know,
well,
squat's
there's only the 2 of us.
Oh, geez.
But if I have a few donuts before then, she might have to grab me 4 seats.
Yeah, that's a problem then. There's only 2 of you. Anyway, the bleachers are awesome, man. It's great.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, enjoy. Love talking to you. Thanks so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good, guys. Okay,
drive safely. What a trip. How cool.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Man, if you got that kind of time.
He's going the other direction. He's going to New Hampshire, but he could go right due south and go to Birmingham and go to Rickwood to watch the Giants-Cardinals play the next day in the Mays game.
Yeah. Absolutely. That is cool. All right, good stuff from Matty Miyoko. We'll talk a few things that he just said there. The latest on Brandon Ayuk gave us a little bit, and you were at camp the other day, so we'll finish up that conversation. Chris Rose is going to join us at 12:30. We'll get more into some baseball talk, the National League, all these teams playing for a wild card spot, and more. We'll get into the Giants with Chris Rose at 12:30. It's Pop and Lund on your Friday. Also vote on the poll. That's still out there. We'll reset that too, only here on the Sports Theater.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now it's a 1st and goal, 8-yard line. Arizona trying to get right back into the game, down 21-10.
Greenlaw back in the game.
They go empty. 3 eligibles are left, or 2 are right. Dobbs back, 4-man pressure, throws middle, touchdown. That man again from Stanford, Michael Wilson.
Thank you so much for joining us. Love your calls. Real quick, before we get into some of the things that Matt Mayoko said, and then Chris Rose joins us at 12:30. We'll update the poll, too. Ice Cube's Big 3 basketball is back in Oakland. That is June 15th. Today's the 7th, so a week from tomorrow at Oakland Arena. You can see Rick Barry and Gary Payton, some of the guys coaching as well. Lisa Leslie, Nancy Lieberman, Stack Jack is going to be hanging out as well. So make sure you check everything out, and you can buy tickets at big3.com/tickets, big3.com/tickets, or you can, between now and 1 o'clock, so you got an hour to listen to the show. Sorry, you have to. You can call 415-896-KNBR when asked, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win a 4-pack of tickets to see Big 3 basketball a week from tomorrow. When you hear this sounder, not right now, but in the future before 1 o'clock, when you hear this sounder.
Yeah. Well, we might need you to do a drive-by, so you got to know how to slow down. Hit the gas. That's Bonanza.
Bonanza. All right, there you go.
Little
that
Joe.
Sounder.
Hoss.
There you go.
Lauren Green.
Between now and 1 o'clock, best of luck. And again, you can buy tickets, you can win tickets, big3.com/tickets, or you can hear that sounder before 1 o'clock and you will win. Best of luck. All right, Matt Mayoko did not. He's just trying to be real. It doesn't sound as optimistic. I know that our friend TJ Hushmanzada said recently. Said that he coaches, helps coach Brandon Ayuk, and he says he's a little bit disappointed in what's going on. To me, this seems like the natural process. Is this more than that, or are you pessimistic that they're going to sign him?
I really have no idea. I really don't ask about the contract. I will when we come back and we take July off and come back at the end and get in the training camp. But they've got, and the Niners get out earlier than most teams. Most teams are on the field next week, a lot around the league, but Kyle wants to give them, I think it's even more than 40 days. It's like 7 weeks off until they come back. They're going to come back right around July 24th, somewhere in there when the vets roll in, and then start practicing later that week. So we'll see where it's at. Mike Silver dropped the number of $26 million was the Niner offer, and he wants 30 or so. So, how do you get around that? Spread that out over time. I think the great unknown is the escalation of the salary cap, and it's going to go way up this year. The NFL had a huge year, like they always do, but the Taylor Swift money brought a lot of additional revenue that was not there before from different sources, different demographics, and in the end, it was hard because Kansas City won the Super Bowl, but I think you're going to see another huge jump, if not a more significant jump in the salary cap next year, and we'll see where it all goes, but you'd like to get it done. He's a perfect Niner. It's just different than other wide receivers and his ability to block. And there was a report from Adam Schefter that the Niners actually looked into Justin Jefferson, trading for him. What would that have cost to get him from Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, who the Niners know well? He ran their analytics department for years, and Kwesi's tough. He lets a lot of guys leave in free agency and makes calls. I mean, they don't have Kirk Cousins now as their quarterback. And they brought in Sam Darnold, and they drafted J.J. McCarthy. So, but he did pay that guy, and that's the top of the market, and we'll see what CeeDee Lamb gets. Jamar Chase, who knows Justin Jefferson well. That guy's a great player in Cincinnati. How long will, how much lower will he come in? Will he go over? So you got some other contracts that have to go in the rotation, and I think those are the big three. Brandon Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase after Jefferson got done. So I really don't know. They value Brandon Ayuk immensely, and I don't agree with Mike Silver's assessment of where he is in the pecking order. He's one of the most valuable players on this football team. As an ex-wide receiver, something nobody else really has proven they can do in the NFL. Maybe Juwan can. But his ability to block and his leadership and just his quiet demeanor, he never misses practice. He missed games here and there. The COVID year, he missed the opener against the Giants, but some guys get vet days in and out, and not Ayuk. He's out there every single snap, setting a tone in the wide receiver room. I hope he comes in with the same sense of purpose he has the last couple of years whenever he does come in. I thought he was the most improved player and the MVP of the offseason, the OTAs and the minicamps the last couple of years. And I'm sure he's working hard wherever he is, but I really have no idea how long this is going to take and how hard of a line they're going to draw here. If it's 26-30, how do you bridge that over a multi-year gap? But I don't think they'll trade him. I think he'll be a Niner this season one way or the other.
Yeah, I've always thought that the deal was going to get done. I think the number has gotten big, but, at one point, and I don't think enough people are talking about something that you just talked about there, is the NBA is going to sign a deal now that's going to take the TV revenue from like $25 billion to $75 billion. The NFL is the king, and so the revenue keeps going up. It went down during the pandemic because there was no fans in the stands, and then it's going to grow and grow and grow. So the one thing that people probably aren't seeing, because we just see the numbers, and a lot of times they're Mickey Mouse numbers, but all these contracts are being backloaded. It doesn't mean that the guys aren't getting the money up front, but what it means is over that period of time, that money is distributed. That's why salary cap numbers go down at first, and then they go back up. So they're going to actually save money for probably the first couple of years of Brandon Ayuk. It certainly won't be a 14.2 number in the first year. So, they can backload the number when they say, let's kick the can down the road. Well, it's not going to be cheaper to sign Brandon Ayuk in a year, and they know that because they've waited this long, and it's gotten more expensive, and it's going to just keep getting more expensive when CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase and others sign deals. So it's just a matter of, there's a difference between $25 and $30 million. And in the offseason, when Ward and Greenlaw and Lenore and Hufanga are free agents, and in 2026, when it's Purdy, Kittle, Debo, Floyd, Jennings, Juice, it's not going to get any easier for the 49ers. But if he's truly somebody they want to keep, the numbers are going to go up so that even though they are sounding outrageous for wide receivers, and they are, it's the same situation, Pop, where Gruden said he didn't want to pay Khalil Mack $20 million. Just wait a couple years because it's just going to go up and up and up, but so are the revenues. And so is the salary cap, so they can keep him if they want to.
And because they already had Derek Carr making $20 million. They didn't want to have two $20 million a year players, but the cap was nowhere near what it is now. And now teams, they got multiple. Some teams, look at the salary cap of some of these front-loaded teams. The Niners, when Ayuk gets his extension, how many guys are going to make $20 million and more? Trent Williams, Christian's very close at 19, Kittle's in the high teens. And then you could have a quarterback, which is the real unknown. And Tua Tagovailoa's got to get done. What is Dallas going to do with Dak Prescott? They've got to lower that number somehow, some way. But they can't franchise tag him. They can't trade him.
Right.
I don't know what they do with him. But the Niners are going to extend Brock, and they want to. He's going to jump from $1 million a year to 40, 50, who knows, maybe higher. So you have to budget. There's a lot of unknowns. The cap going up and Brock's number ultimately, but. One thing, and I just wanted to comment on the quarterback room. Brock looks as good as ever. Obviously, the ball's just coming out of his hand, the command of the huddle and everything that he's shown. He's had his first real off season this year, had to rehab the elbow injury last year, and the year before, he was Mr. Irrelevant. He was getting scraps on the practice field. Now he's the lead dog. You know that I've been concerned about Sam Darnold leaving and going to Minnesota, but I'm not going to say I'm as confident in Joshua Dobbs as I am with Sam, but just watching the skill set with him. And you heard the call of the Arizona game. He played against the Niners this year and played well. He was 28 of 41 in that game, a couple of touchdowns. He ran effectively. He hit a little bit of a ceiling in Arizona, a little bit of a drop-off in his game where he had a hard time throwing the deep ball to Hollywood Brown on deep shots. He just missed him. There was one game in particular where he missed him repeatedly. And that's one thing I wanted to see on the practice field. He's got great movement skills. And whether it's, 7-on-7, some of the 11-on-11 they do, but the individual stuff they do with Greasy, the fake stretch going to the right, the boot coming left, the footwork, the flip of the hips, he is made to play in this system. This guy's a great athlete. Darnold was great going to his left. This guy is more of a natural runner. That way he can get outside. He's got you heard, when we had Paul Allen on in Minnesota talk about the hospital balls where he'll miss over the middle a little bit and guys are getting carted off the field. I think that was more just showing up in Minnesota middle of the year, after Arizona traded them and Cousins tore his Achilles, wound up there. But his deep throwing arm, he hit Terrell Owens' son, Tariq, on a deep shot a couple of weeks ago. That was, whoa, just a beautiful deep ball down the field. Haven't seen even Brock, a Niner quarterback, aired out quite like that. Darnold, a big-time arm down the field. So I'm not as... we didn't talk about the backup quarterback because Brock's healthy right now. But right when you start to ignore that, all of a sudden you need the backup quarterback to play. I felt great about Sam Darnold last year. I still want to see Dobbs in training camp and play in preseason games, but I think clearly he'll be the number 2 ahead of Brandon Allen. He has the skill set, John. The guy's obviously brilliant. He's got a great arm. He's got a great feet. He's just being in this system and getting schooled by Kyle and Brian Greasy and all the coaches will help him. But let's just hope he doesn't have to play much and Brock stays healthy. But we're not talking about the backup quarterback at all this year, and that's all we talked about last year.
All right, let's get more into the Giants to get ready to take on Bruce Bochy. Bochy's best moments, plus we had a poll that we'll got to reset for you as well. And then the bottom of the hour, our good friend Chris Rose is going to join us, winding out the lens a little bit, and we'll take a look at Major League Baseball and specifically the National League. It looks like there's going to be 7 teams for 2 wild card spots. Where do the Giants fit in all of that? Plus, early look at trade deadline talk. We'll do all that with Chris Rose at the bottom of the hour. It's Pop and Lund on your Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Greg Silver's dad, Mike, you might have heard from Mike Silver, joined Papa and I yesterday and discussed the options the 49ers have with Brandon Ayuk. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. The Papa and Lund Show now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Friday edition of the show. We got a big poll up. Talk some Giants. Getting ready for Bruce Bochy and the Rangers. Maybe the Giants can make a run. They got a bunch of sub-500 teams they're playing against. We just cut up on what's going on in the National League. And then Chris Rose is going to join us in about 12 minutes. Danny's big poll today has to do with Bruce Bochy. It is the best manager or coach in Bay Area sports history. Bochy's on the list. Bill Walsh is running away with it. 60%. 28% Bruce Bochy, 9% underrated Steve Kerr, 3% John Madden. A lot of write-in votes, of course, for Tara Vanderveer. Roger Craig has been mentioned, Nelly, Billy Martin, even Dick Williams, Tony La Russa. We've had a lot of good ones. So there you go. Coach Ladd at De La Salle was actually mentioned. So we have a lot.
The great Bob Ladouceur?
Yeah. How about that?
Well, they went 144 in a row. And as far as championships, he would have to be number one. How about the rugby coach at Cal, the great Jack Clark, the Ripper?
Yep. There you go.
He too would be there. But I mean, when Bochy was hired, I got to say initially, it was a little strange. He had been in San Diego. He had been in San Diego for 12 years.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. I remember saying, I mean, it's almost like hiring Tommy Lasorda as the manager of the Giants. Not quite that bold to bring in Tommy and the Dodgers, but he was still a Padre. And Sandy Alderson had a disconnect with him, and they wanted to part ways, and he was available. And Brian Sabian made so many great moves to build those championship teams on the field, but I just did not know the brilliance of Bruce Bochy and his ability to run a game. And you heard Bags talking about, those big moments, the Game 6 in 2010 in Philadelphia, and the Jonathan Sanchez, Jeremy Affolter came in, and he didn't care about Game 7. That was the thing about Boch. And you could see it also late in years. That 2010 year, they did not perform well most of that year. Late in August, they were floundering. Brian Sabian called the pitchers into Boch's office and aired them out and basically said to Lincecum and Kane and to Zito, Bumgarner was a kid then, that if you guys don't start pitching well, we're not winning. And we may be all out of here, so you got to figure it out. And they did. They dropped anchor and took off and won the division. And you could just sense late in seasons, you just knew when Bochy was serious now. And it was enough. And we're not there yet. We're only in June. Normally it would come some years earlier than others, some years in August, but always by September. And then Billy Martin was one of the greatest big game managers of all time. If you had someone to run one game for 9 innings, you'd pick Billy Martin, and most guys, including Tony, would agree. But after watching Boch, John, that would be a great matchup, Billy Martin against Bruce Bochy. As far as big game managers, being able to come up and seemingly always make the right decision. And the Cockroaches, I mean, in 10 it was a magical run, but 12, when they lost those first 2 games to the Reds at home, had to go on the road to win games 3, 4, and 5. And the way they were able to get it done in Game 3, I think they won getting 1 hit in a Scott Rowland error at third base. It was just amazing. So we've had a lot of great big game, coaches and managers, Steve Kerr, Bill Walsh, obviously, and Dick Williams and George Seifert and Tom Flores. But that's the thing about Boch. He It would go up and down, and he would get frustrated with his group, and we got to get these bats going, and he'd air guys out. But when it was time, guys knew that he would make the right decisions. And in 2012, I mean, he flat out outmanaged Dusty in that Cincinnati series, and Dusty let the 2-0 lead slip through his fingertips and didn't bring Aroldis Chapman in, keep him in the game in Game 3 to put the cockroaches away and kill him. And once they got a win, they didn't stop winning. So without a doubt, I mean, as far as big moments, big games, Bruce Bochy's up there with all of them in Bay Area history.
Yeah, plus, I know this is the weirdest thing, but the one lasting memory I have of him, the rain game, what year was that? Was that 12 when Scutaro was, catching raindrops in his mouth?
Yeah, St. Louis, 2012.
And I'm sitting there
Game
going,
7?
Yeah, I'm sitting there going, this game's over, but then,
He brought in
Coach is
Romo
like,
to close
nope.
it.
Yeah, because he just was never satisfied. That was one thing I really loved about him, was that, and it showed the intricate details in which he managed with. It didn't matter. I'm thinking to myself, come on, before the rain, let's end this game. Let's go. And Boch's like, nope. You can never be too careful. And he's making a pitching change in the rain, and I'm thinking, that's just the way he was that he just was like, look, it's I'm not going to take anything to chance here. I'm going to make the right move. Doesn't matter if it's rain. It doesn't, it's just that showed you that, Bochy was always engaged in the game. And I don't get that sense with other managers when you watch games, especially now. There are so many errors, and maybe it's just, you love Bochy, you won the World Series, you don't think about it as much or you don't remember it as much. But you always felt confident as a fan that Bochy was going to make the right move. Now, that's before you had to pitch to 3 guys a lot of times, all that kind of stuff. But still, you always had the confidence that he was going to make those right moves.
Yeah, I remember that situation vividly, because I was outside, and we had a tent built, an awning, but it was pouring.
Yeah.
It was a monsoon. And they were up, what was the score, like 8-0?
Yeah, it was a lot.
It was 2 outs in the 9th
but
inning.
It was like, you don't need to do this, but that's
it
who
was
he
Matt Holliday was going to be the hitter.
Look at you.
And he wanted Sergio Romo right on right to throw him one of his no-dot sliders. And Matt Holliday wound up popping up through the rain, and it was fitting because he had the altercation with Scutaro earlier in the series.
Right.
And Marco was the National League Championship Series MVP that year. But he said later he was never the same player. His knee, when Holliday rolled into him earlier in that series in San Francisco, he that was it. He was never the same player again. But it was fitting that it was Holliday who popped out to Marco Scutaro. But I remember that vividly. It was pouring, and he wanted Sergio Romo to close that game or end that game. I don't think it was a save situation. They were so decidedly ahead, but he was not going to leave. That's why you got to kill these teams. And I think other managers, Dusty and others, had a chance to kill the Giants. St. Louis that year when they were up 3-1. That's the thing about Boch. He's not going to worry about tomorrow. Yeah, we got to win tomorrow, but not always do we have to win tomorrow. If we win today, like Game 6 in Philadelphia and that Game 6 against St. Louis to go to the World Series, as far as big game and big moments, during the regular season, you worry about tomorrow and next week and all of it, but in the playoffs, you do not. He had a sense of urgency, and it's almost like he flipped to a football coach, John. He knew, even though technically some of those games you could lose and still win, he was not. When he had you down, he stomped on your throat.
Absolutely. That's what I'll always remember. All right, the Giants taking on the Rangers. We're here right here this afternoon on the Sports Theater. We're coming up next, one of our favorite guys, Chris Rose. And it is the Chris Rose rotation, has Logan Webb on every single week. And ironically enough, Logan Webb is going tonight against Michael Lorenzen in this game. So we'll talk to Chris Rose about that and more all around baseball next, only here on the Sports Theater.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. Don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell. He is the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation, and do it today. The number, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300, or visit them online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcast. You're tuned in to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Friday edition of the show. Bruce Bochy and the Rangers tonight in Texas for 3. Make sure you tune in later this afternoon right here on the Sports Leader. We got it for you. So Widen Out Lens, talk a lot of baseball. Talk about anything with Chris Rose. He's great. Make sure you're checking him out, the Chris Rose Rotation, which features, by the way, Logan Webb, John Boy Media. And Chris joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
All is well, gentlemen. How are you?
We're great, man. We can't complain, you know. It's a good time right now. How's Logan Webb been on the show? He's awesome.
Great. Awesome. He's really funny. He's very funny. He's got a good sense of humor, real light way about him. Has taken us kind of inside of some fun things, some matchups that he's had. He's not afraid to talk about when he hasn't done well. He kind of shies away from. It was very interesting. In his last episode that he joined us on, he was talking about. I think I asked him, and I don't remember how we got onto it, but I said, "Do people know that they live next to Logan Webb?" He's like, he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Some people do." He said, "There's kids in the neighborhood that go to De La Salle, and they're baseball players." He goes, "Do you think they tell their teammates that they live near me?" I was like, "Yes, they do. Absolutely, yes. Of course they do.
Yeah.
They're baseball players." I said, "Yeah, you're kind of a big deal." He's like, No, I'm not. I was like, "No, you kind of are. Like, you're really good."
No, I'm not.
So, Yeah.
He's got a young guy on his staff that went to De La Salle that he's kind of grooming right now, and that's the lefty, Kyle Harrison. So just give me your thoughts about the Giants overall. We'll start with the pitching rotation. Webb's on the mound tonight. They've had a lot of injuries, obviously. Blake Snell's year has not been good, and now he's back on the IL. We're waiting on Cobb, waiting on Robbie Ray. Jordan Hicks has been good, but there's some holes there. Kyle's been good, and but then he does show a lot of, just rookie tendencies. Just as far as the pitching, we thought that would be the strength of the team, Chris, and so far it's been below average, frankly.
Yeah, and they've also had some games where they've had them won and the bullpens let it get away, right? I mean, that was the weirdest road trip. I watched a lot of those games in Pittsburgh and New York where I was like, what the heck is going on? Weird stuff. I think that there's three really good teams in the National League, led by Philadelphia and then the Dodgers, who have just kind of muddled their way to a division lead. I think they're going to have to make some changes before the trade deadline. Atlanta's definitely going to have to now that Acuna is out the year, and obviously no Spencer Strider as well. I think Milwaukee has played about as well as any team that we didn't expect to play really well this year. They've done great, but they're not on the same level as those other teams, in my opinion. So it's like, who's next in line after that? I mean, the Giants have a shot of being. They really do. It's just, I know that they've had a ton of injuries, and I get that, but, their offense is hard to watch. I don't understand the move they just made, sending Matos down. I don't get. They're frustrating. I have to be honest with you. I'm not even a Giants fan, and they're kind of a tough watch.
I think you just encapsulated what Giants fans are thinking in general, especially of the offense. But just to your point, there's only 4 teams now with the Padres and Cubs falling below 500. There's 4 teams above 500, and it looks to me, if you take out the bottom, which is Colorado, Florida, and the Mets and Washington are kind of hovering down there too, but 13 teams within 3 games of a playoff berth in the National League. And to me, it looks like Atlanta's going to be the other wild card, 3 division winners. And so really you have 7 teams for 2 wild card spots is what it looks like to me. And it's just kind of what you just described. I think maybe the Padres, if they can get some health in their pitching. I think Cincinnati's kind of exciting. Maybe the Cubs. But it's just going to be kind of a mash, I think, the whole rest of the season with those final 2 wild card teams and who makes it and who doesn't.
Yeah, and I think it's also which organizations willing to pull the trigger on some trade pieces, right? Because you're not – I mean, what have we learned the last couple of years, particularly in the National League? It's make it to the playoffs. You might not be the favorite. Heck, you might be the first team out. People will be like, they'll never do anything. I mean, the Diamondbacks squeaked into the playoffs. They win 84 games last year? And they made it all the way to the World Series. The year before, the Phillies, I think they won 87 or 88 games. They made it all the way to the playoffs, so all the way to the World Series. Give your organization a chance. Don't say, we have to hold on to these prospects for dear life, because as we've learned, some of them just don't make it. They just do not make it. So prospects are there for 2 reasons. One is, yes, eventually, hopefully, to fill your stadium, particularly at a very cheap rate the first 3 years of their existence as major leaguers. But the other thing is to go get people who have done it at the highest level. And if one of those guys turns into Fernando Tatis somewhere down the line, yeah, you're going to look like a moron. But sometimes they don't ever make it, and then you look like a genius.
And history shows, as you say, the last couple of years, Phillies 2 years ago and the Diamondbacks last year, just get in, as a final wild card. And the teams that are putting up the huge records lay around for a week, and they're vulnerable in divisional play, which leads to, we got some dominant teams in baseball. The Dodgers and Yankees are playing this weekend at Yankee Stadium. The Phillies are going over to London to play the Mets. But Phillies, Dodgers, Yankees, just dominant this year, Chris. But right there, and a team we're not talking about, are your Cleveland Guardians. And we talked about Stephen Vogt. We obviously saw him with the A's here, and he was a Giant for 1 year. I think he was a consideration for the Giants to hire him as manager, but they were able to get Bob Melvin away from San Diego. What a job Stephen Vogt is doing. 40-21 right away, leading the American League Central. We don't get a chance to watch them a lot. We are going to see them when the Giants go there right after. Actually, they're there right after the 4th of July. Is this just natural for Stephen Vogt to run a baseball team?
Well, listen, I've known Stephen a long time. He's really one of my closer friends in the sport. So when I found out that he was up for the Guardians job, I was like, oh, my God, this is going to be incredible. Like, if he ends up managing my favorite team. And then I got a hold of him before his second interview. And he was so confident in his ability to do this. Like, I remember him telling me on the Rose rotation 2.5 years ago, he's like, yeah, I really want to be a manager, and I think I can do it sooner rather than later. I was like, okay, great. We'll see you as a coach for a few years, and you'll start getting interviews. Well, I mean, the guy was plucked off the field 18 months ago, and we hadn't seen that in Major League Baseball since Larry Boa became a manager a year and a half after he retired. It just doesn't happen. And then to replace a future Hall of Famer in Terry Francona and not miss a beat, I mean, he's really kind of set his own path. It is truly all about the players. There's not one thing he's comfortable talking about himself. Everything he says is about those guys in that clubhouse. And Cleveland's a great place if you are a young player because you're going to get your opportunity. It's a question of whether or not you're going to be able to hold on to it. I would put us a full step behind the Yankees and a half step behind Baltimore, but it doesn't mean that they can't get closer if they're willing to pull off some deals, and I think they are.
Chris Rose is joining us talking some baseball. Obviously, last night we had another horrible call, 4-3. Mark Grant went crazy. The Padres lose, had a guy on second base, and Jake Cronenworth has the ball taken out of his hands. Is it there's just more publicity of it? Is umpiring worse? We did get rid of Angel Hernandez, which is nice, but how do you read this whole situation with the umpires?
Yeah, I feel like on the show I do daily called Baseball Today, I feel like we have talked about it at least once a week, and we hadn't done that in years past. Like we had those two interference calls in back-to-back weeks, one that ended the game between the White Sox and the Orioles, and one involving Juan Soto recently, which I actually thought was a little easier call than the other one. But it does feel like there's some stuff that I think the league needs to do in terms of clarification, that when some of those rules were put in, we didn't foresee some of the issues we're having. The plays at the plate are still, I think, very difficult to umpire. And then the biggest deal here is, and I don't know how much of a role the umpires union plays, I think it's fairly significant, is that there's no system in place where these guys get judged, it feels like, on a yearly basis. Like, if ball players are bad, they get sent down or released. If managers don't win enough games, they get fired. Same thing with GMs. And if umpires are bad, they just keep going. Like, in what world does this operate in? Trevor Plouffe.
Except for Angel Hernandez, they got him
paid off.
Yeah, but how long did that take? I mean, he's been doing this since 1993 every day. I mean, we're talking about 30 years. Sign me up for a job where I don't have to get evaluated for 3 decades. Now, Rob Manfred came out and said, yes, we evaluate them twice a year, and if they're not good enough, they don't get playoff assignments, which means essentially they don't get bonuses, right? I get that, but that still doesn't mean that, like, I don't know. Shouldn't the 10 worst umpires every year get sent back down? Well, why should you be a Supreme Court justice or a tenured professor? Like, that doesn't make your product any better.
So what's the answer? Are you a proponent of the ABS system coming to the major leagues?
I do think it would help. I think. I'll be honest with you. I haven't watched a full game with that. I've only seen like some highlights and stuff. I probably have to do that before making a full assessment. I know that we talked about it with Logan, and he said he's absolutely against it because he goes, Rosie, you probably don't know this, but I am the pitcher that benefits the most from out of the zone strike calls because my catcher's so good. And he goes,
really?
and because I burn the edges so closely, I don't throw 97, so I have to do that. So I know he's not looking forward to it. So if he's not looking forward to it, then I'm not looking forward to it. Part of the John Boy Rose rotation teamwork.
That makes sense. In watching it, like you said, in limited time in the minors in terms of challenging the strikes, I do like that, though. And look, I don't want unlimited challenging of strikes, but by the time the ball is back to the pitcher from the catcher, they've already corrected it or not. And so I think that's a happy medium from going full-time robo-ump, because in a situation last night, it was so egregious, and maybe it didn't cost the Padres a game, but you had a runner in scoring position down one, and Jake Cronenworth's a pretty good hitter, and you call a ball, I don't know if he had a dinner reservation, was late for a flight, but, that thing wasn't even close, So, I don't know. Maybe in egregious situations, I don't know if they could do that where you challenge a strike. Maybe you only have one of those a game. I don't know. But there's got to be something in a situation where maybe it costs a team a ball game, and in the National League it might cost you a playoff spot.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm all for getting it right. I really am. I think for the most part, replay has been beneficial to the sport. Does it slow it down? Yeah, it will slow things down a bit. There's no question about it. But at the end of the day, if a game is 2 hours and 42 minutes instead of 2 hours and 38 minutes, are you going to be like, God dang, man, I could have really used those 4 minutes today? No, instead we're talking about a terrible call at Petco Park. And I would like to see as many of these, I guess, ball strike injustices get fixed as possible. It is amazing, by the way. I don't know how you guys feel, but when I'm watching a game and a hitter kind of turns back, I am amazed at how often they're right. Meaning the hitters, like knowing the zone. It is incredible how they can tell that a ball is like an inch outside or low. And I'm like, God dang, man, that's why you guys are so good. I'd have no idea.
No, it's absolutely true.
Make them the umpires.
Yeah.
Hire Frank Thomas. I think Frank was the best at it. Make him a home plate umpire.
Yeah.
I like Frank too much on the post-game show with Ozzie Guillen and Chuck Garfien, particularly during a 14 game losing streak. To listen to those guys
Ozzie is outspoken, isn't he?
After the Cubs, the walk-off by Talkman the other day. Oh my God, that was awesome. Was that last night?
If anybody out there has the baseball package, watch, if they continue to lose 15, 16, 17 this weekend against Boston, just flip over at the end of the game just to listen to the post-game show. It's pretty funny.
It is. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Hey, Chris, thanks, man. You're doing great work. The Baseball Today podcast, Chris Rose Rotation. We always appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks for the time, guys. Take care. Have a good weekend.
Chris.
You got it. Chris Rose. Make sure you're following him again. The Rotation, which features Logan Webb and the Baseball Today podcast at John Boy Media. Make sure that you're checking out Chris. He is awesome. All right. We'll get you a few things from the Giants as we get you ready for the Giants and the Rangers here right here this afternoon on the Sports Leader. A couple of things about the National League. We still got Bochy highlights, update the poll itself, and the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. We'll do that in 10 minutes at the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader. Hey, your old friend John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard as you're looking for an attorney, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? You don't want that. And some are not even based in the entire state, as ridiculous as that is. So Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area. For more than 25 years, it's been that way. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, with this beautiful weather, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, everybody's outside. They're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they've secured more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing. Nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Yeah. Well, we might need you to do a drive-by, so you got to know how to slow down. Then you hit the gas. That's Bonanza. That's Bonanza.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund. Danny will get the 4 together. I just sent him away. A couple with Bruce Bochy. He was on with... Was he on with Murph and Marcus? They was on with Murph and Marcus. Am I right? Yeah, I think so.
He was on with Tolbert and Copes.
Oh, he was? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. He was on with Tolbert and Copes. That's what I said. And we got the call last night where Mark Grant went crazy in the Padres game that we were just talking to Chris Rose about, and a little Bob Myers from the NBA Finals, which we have not mentioned. Good to see Kristaps Porzingis. He was on fire, especially in the first half, and Boston blows out Dallas. Dallas got into it a little bit, but if you're holding Luka, that's fine that he scores 30+, but I think NBA coaches will tell you this. 1 assist from Luka last night, and so he's not getting other guys involved, and so Boston takes the 1-zip lead over the Mavericks. What did you think of last night?
Boston came out on fire last night, and it was, Kristaps Porzingis, I think it's been one game before last night he played off the bench. So he didn't start the game, and it was, 13-12, and he comes in, and they just went crazy. They went crazy before the game when he came in. It really was kind of like a Willis Reed, moment. And he just had that look in his eye where he was so calm. Just the way he walked, the way he held his body, he just felt like he knew he was going to be fine for the game. And then he went out, and he was fine. He's such a... when I watch him play, and I'm obviously Celtics, Mavericks, you think of Don Nelson so much because he played for the Celtics and he coached the Mavericks. And that's the kind of player, Don Nelson. That's his wet dream. That was, Sean Bradley. The way he blocks shots is Manute Bol-like. Right. But he scores on the offensive end. Sean Bradley was going to be a great player. And he just, injuries. But Porzingis, and he's had a lot of injuries, but his ability to alter the shots on, one side of the floor and flat-out block shots, the chase-down block he got to Kyrie's shot, which was amazing. Boston had more block shots last night, John, than Dallas had total assists. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. And Al Horford, Big Al, got to Luka's step back. He blocked the shot out of his hand, which I've never seen happen before. I think Dallas is going to make the right adjustments to get back into the series. But that one thing is just Luka's got to catch the ball deeper, or when he's got to seek out switches that he likes, because they know now they're not going to put 2 on him, or they may. Mazzulla may change up and double him, but last night they didn't double him at all. And, Boston's been really good about switching onto him. I think both these coaches watched the way the Warriors played Luka 2 years ago in the Western Finals, the way the Warriors played Boston. Tatum still dribbles to traffic a little bit too much and turns the ball over, and the Warriors forced him to do that. But it was an exciting game. Porzingis, when he's inside the three-point line, he gets that shot up so high, you can't get to it. But when he's behind the three-point line, it's a low load, and it's a line drive shot, which I think they can get to. So I think Dallas will make the proper adjustments. But, boy, Boston, the one thing just watching, John, and they're 2 years older, the Jays, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, and they've got Horford still, but they've changed their whole team. Marcus Smart is gone. Drew Holiday is such a good player. Derek White, wow, has he gotten to be so smart and good? He was beginning on the ascension when the Spurs had him. That's one of the biggest coups in NBA history. Brad Stevens stealing him from Pop. And then you get Porzingis on top of that. And obviously Horford and everybody else, Pritchard coming off the bench. I mean, the Warriors of 2 years ago, could they beat this Boston team right now?
That's a great question, because with Porzingis, obviously they're better. As you just mentioned, those two guys are a couple of years older, and they're playing in another finals. I think that Holiday keeps it all together. He reminds me, not exactly stylistically as an Andre Iguodala, but he can do whatever. I mean, he'll, if he needs to score, he scores. If he needs to defend a certain player, he does. If he needs to ball handle, I mean, that was the biggest thing 2 years ago in the NBA Finals. Jaylen Brown's handling the ball all the time, and he's turning it over, and they didn't have a true point guard, and they tried – Brogdon, all these different things. But Drew Holiday just kind of calms everybody down, and that's kind of what Iguodala did for the Warriors. So I think they're a lot better. I don't know if the Mavericks can get in the series. I got a ton of respect for Luka and Kyrie and the guys that they acquired at the deadline to make them tougher and better. But this just might be Boston's time with the way that those, it's the big two, but then you have all these other guys. And like you said about Derek White, the way that he defends, hits key threes, he's become a much better player. They're a lot different team than 2 years ago. I think they're going to win this thing, and it could be quick.
Yeah, we'll see if Dallas gets back in the series on Sunday. I would not advise going down 2-0, but you never know. And Holiday, they even switched him on to the Luka some. I remember when he was in New Orleans or later in his career, he's changed teams. I always wanted the Warriors to get that guy. He just couldn't get him. They had a Holiday. They had the other one. He guarded Durant a lot. They would put Drew Holiday on Durant. A lot of teams put a smaller player. He guarded Luka fine, but the way he guarded Kyrie last night was a huge difference in the game. But Kyrie looked tight. He looked tight, and that is an awesomely daunting environment when you go there. It's not the Boston Garden, but the parquet makes it feel like it is. And when you look up and see all those all the banners in the rafters, it overwhelms you.
Plus, they want to get him. I mean,
and they're fans. And then I thought they would be on him more. They booed him when he touched it. I thought they would really bury him. But Drew Holiday just wouldn't let him breathe. And he lost his dribble. He has the tightest dribble in the NBA. It was loose and lost last night. And he missed open shots where he was hesitant. He would get to where he wanted to go, like Chris Paul does in the mid-range, and then he would hold the ball. They'd kick it out to him. He'd be open for a three, and he wouldn't shoot it on rhythm. Kyrie was rattled last night. That surprised me.
All right, let's get to it. It is Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station for playtime. Here is some Bruce Bochy asked if there is still a special feeling when he takes on the Giants.
Well, I think you're always going to have that. When I was in Oakland, Brian Sabian was inducted into the Bay Area Hall of Fame. So I got to see a lot of people and see him. And, come on, those memories, they're incredible, unbelievable. So, you're always going to, have something go through your head, when you play a team that you had so many years with and so many special years with.
I just think about the commercials every time I hear him talk. I mean, I heard what he just said there, and it was very nice, but the way he talks is just so amazing. It always cracks
the Toyota commercials with Buster or the cheesesteak commercials with Flan and Wody. He's great on those.
It's just not enough. I can't help myself.
By the way, the cheesesteak shop in the Bay Area, I got eyes on you. They have lifted a segment right from a couple of years ago, post-game live, where Estes and I are eating cheesesteaks on the air.
Yeah.
And 2 years later, they have recirculated it as a commercial.
What?
Should I not get something for that?
You need residuals,
Do I not own the rights for that? Seriously.
Absolutely, 100%.
Is there a lawyer out there that can represent me?
Wait a minute. So I do remember that. So you were eating them on the air, and then now they're using that in the commercial?
I have the commercial right here. You want to see it?
Oh, yeah, let me see it. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see it.
It's me and...
don't give me the wrong thing. Don't put the wrong thing up.
I got a video of me you don't want to see.
Watch it. Yeah,
so this is the Giants game the other night. Harrison gets out of the inning, and he's walking off the mound. And then listen.
Oh, yeah, I can hear it.
You smell this beautiful? I can. I'm starving, so I'm not ready to dig. Why don't you take us through the fourth inning of the Giants take a 4-0 lead? Because I got to take a bite of this.
They're what?
And
really?
Then there's a part two to the commercial later where they pick it up.
You're endorsing it. That's an endorsement.
But I didn't agree to that.
That's what I'm saying. That's an endorsement.
So now they go to a Coors Light and then they come back.
All right, I'm hungry. I've only eaten half. I saved myself for this. You haven't eaten the whole no, what are you talking about? I tried to.
Is that you talking with your mouth full?
To the last bite.
And then they got Rennell making the pitch at the end.
Whoa.
I bet you the doctor, Brooks Moon, got paid.
She gets money.
Cheesesteak.
Look, now there's Sean.
I either want a
I'm
lifetime supply of cheesesteaks from you.
Yeah, I've
or
seen
we're
the video
suing
now.
you and we want U.S. currency.
Well, not only
they can't use that spot without my approval.
I can hear your voice, and then in the next one,
my name. It's me.
Yeah.
I'm on. That's me. NIL.
And you're endorsing.
I want $1 million for that.
And your mouth full of this cheesesteak. Yeah, that's an endorsement, 100%.
They lifted that right off a.
What are you looking for? I can play lawyer. I'm a lawyer.
I want a lifetime supply of Philly cheesesteaks for me and Boch.
That's fair.
That's what I want.
That's very fair.
Boch eats a lot of them. He eats a half dozen a day, so that's going to be tough.
Half dozen. Him and Flan and Wody in that commercial. Next time we have Wodas on, we got to talk about that.
But I think he's eating
too.
in Texas. They love their Papa Dough
dude.
down there. They love their Papa Dough.
Right by his stadium, there is one of the best hole-in-the-wall barbecue joints. We'll look at Boch tonight to see if he's going at it. I mean, when you get older, man, you can't eat like
he looks
used
skinny.
to.
Boch looks skinny.
Yeah, he might be because I'm telling you, man, cheesesteak, they'll load him up with whatever he wants. Now he won a World Series. He doesn't pay for nothing down there. One more with Bochy. Thought we'd get some because we had Elliot Ramos on the show a little bit earlier. You can go to KNBR.com for that one. But Boch was around when they drafted Ramos and Luciano, and here's Bochy's thoughts on their futures.
Yeah, well, when I retired, I was traveling in the minor leagues, and I would run into Pat, and we would talk about these guys, and he was really excited about them, as I was at the time. I mean, you could see the talent in them, and it's a matter of time before they get called up, to the major leagues and get a chance to show their gifts and talents. So yeah, I'm not surprised. A lot of these guys that he's worked with are up there now helping them. All
right, so there's a little insight from that. What did you think, Alec Ramos, today, by the way?
I loved him. I thought, he's from Puerto Rico, but his English is tremendous, and he doesn't need Erwin Higueras to translate for him. I thought he was measured in his responses. Some were shorter than others, but we got him going on a couple of things. I thought he was really honest. He said, being a dad, the guy became a first-time father, I think February this year, and it changed his life. And he's 24, John. He's out of options. He's been in the system for 7 years. He's been everywhere, every level. It's his time now. Where the other guys, Luciano and Matos, may need a little more seasoning, a little more marinating, and then they'll be ready to come up at some point or not. You'll see. But I think it's his time. There's a quiet confidence in him, and I think he's up for all the challenge. I'm going to see how Bochy pitches him, Michael Lorenzen, tonight. We'll see where it all goes over the weekend. But I was really impressed by Elliot Ramos. You see where he's kind of figured it out. It took a long time, and he didn't play, college baseball like a lot of other players, Will Clark or Patrick Bailey. And, those guys get a little bit of a head start, Casey Schmidt. I think it's his time. And we thought that of Joey Bart, and it never quite clicked for him. But I think there's a maturation that's taken place in Elliot Ramos.
Yeah, I hope so. And, yeah, he was very cool to talk to. A little short to start, and then he kind of started to get, I think he started to trust us that we weren't, out to get him. And then we had a really good conversation. So check that out at KNBR.com. All right, umpire Eric Bacchus last night rings up Jake Cronenworth to end the game. It was 4-3. They were down to the Diamondbacks 4-3, had a runner on second base and a ball that is clearly high and away to end the game. And one of the voices that you're going to hear in here is our friend Mark Grant, and he is none too happy. Take a listen.
Strike three call. And that ends the ball game, and that was not close to being a strike.
Brutal. Horrible. Took the bat right out of the kid's hands. Wasn't even close.
Like Schilt out there arguing that very point, but this game is over.
You got to be shaving me.
Wow. He was strong.
He was not
Mud
happy.
Was on fire.
He
Mark
was
Grant
on
is
fire,
stupid.
man.
Uncle Fester nailed it.
Man, he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. But we'll see if this spurs anything. If that happened in the playoffs or World Series or something, I think it would spur something. But I don't know. You've seen this up close. I have not, and I've just seen highlights of it. I'm not saying full robo-ump like Burns, but what would be the problem in just having that challenge system? And look, maybe they don't want to go full challenge all the time, whatever the case may be. I know it's only on a trial basis in the minors. We've seen it in Sacramento. But I don't know, a couple of them a game, maybe even one a game, so you could, like in the NBA where you save it, and if you get it right, you get another. I mean, look, I love replay and I want to get it right, but in an egregious situation like that at the professional level, that's too much to take.
Yeah, I saw it at different junctures. During the week, they do one system where it's all ABS, and the weekends they challenge. And Marcus and I, Boucher, sat right behind home plate in Vegas one night, and it was a midweek game, so I sat right next to the guy with the iPad. It was running the automated balls and strike system, and he showed me the whole thing, and it's instantaneous. I mean, we're going into the time of the year where we get Wimbledon, and it's like Cyclops, with the lines, and that's been around for a long time in tennis. I think you'd put them on the lines in baseball. That's easy to do. Certainly goal lines and yard lines in the NFL, they could do it. But this is different because every player's strike zone is different. Every batter is a different size, and the crouch. And the one thing talking to the people in Vegas was it's not quite technically ready yet. There's a lot of holes that they're going to have to figure out, mainly as it pertains to tailoring the ABS system, the automated balls and strike system for each individual hitter. But once they lock that in, damn, it's quick. It looks like Cyclops, where it gives you the strike zone and boom. And during the game, the umpire calls it, but it'll be instantaneously where they just come up and change the call. And then on the weekends, the batter in the box just taps his helmet, and he gets a challenge. You know, how many would you give a team a game? Would it come from the hitter in the box doing it? Would it be a manager challenge? You've got to expedite it. I think it's quick. I didn't see any delay in any of it.
It's like catcher to pitcher, and they've already got the call, you know.
It's just, fast. Is it accurate? Is it accurate? Yeah. Is it, you know, some of these boxes we get, and the problem now is, and Chris Rose, they evaluate these umpires all the time, you know, every single day. They get an evaluation report on what they missed. They may, you know, take it to the commissioner's office twice a year, and they evaluate future assignments and all, you know, playoff assignments. But they look at it all the time. There's just so much technology now that you have an opinion on whether it's a ball and strike immediately. So it's a really hard job. But it does seem to be happening more and more, and people are outraged. So if the paying customers aren't happy and the players are grumbling, what do? Do you do what Carlos Correa suggested to start with, is give umpires the PitchCom earpiece? I think that would help. It makes it a lot easier to know what kind of pitch you're looking for if you know what pitch is being thrown. Is it a fastball? Is it a slider? Is it a changeup? Is the pitch going to have downward movement? If you know that Logan Webb tonight has thrown a two-seam fastball versus a four-seam fastball, in theory you're looking low for the two-seam and up for the four-seam, and it may get you in a better position to make the accurate call. So before we start firing guys, I think help them, let them use the technology, and then the question is, in time, how much of the ABS system do you want to actually use during Major League games?
Yeah, I just think in the egregious, and this is where in the NFL, when they finally decided to change it into a replay system, it was because of an egregious error. It was Vinny Testaverde against the Seahawks, and it cost the Seahawks playoff spot. And they just originally they said, let's fix the egregious error. And I think that's where we saw something last night, where it was an egregious error that ended a game that was 4-3 with a runner on second base. And maybe it doesn't come down to this, but the National League is stacked, as I said, with those 7 teams for 2 spots. And is it going to come down to the Diamondbacks beat the Padres 4-3 with a bad call? I mean, maybe not, but this is we're a reactionary society. So if this happens to end a World Series or a playoff series, they're sure as hell going to change it. So, and they have the technology to do it. And as you just pointed out, it's super fast. Literally, by the time the ball is caught by the catcher and thrown back to the pitcher, they have a reversed call after the hitter touches his helmet. It's that fast.
But they got to make it exactly accurate for the size of the hitter, the actual batter's the batter's eye for that hitter. You know, Ricky Henderson has a different batter's eye than Carl Yastrzemski. So you've got to tailor it differently, and that's where the people that run it, they're like, we're close, but we're not exactly right there yet. So tweak it at that level and work out. And then football actually goes back to Mike Renfro, the Oilers wide receiver in the late 70s. It would have cost Pittsburgh one of their Super Bowls. He caught a touchdown at the end of the AFC Championship game that they would have certainly overturned. There was one involving Otis Taylor and the Chiefs against the Raiders, the last ever game in the AFL. He was 6 yards out of bounds. It wasn't even close. They didn't have replay. So after the Renfro one, they put it in. And then why did it go away for so long? It's politicized, you know, and then they brought it back on the Testaverde helmet play. But even the NFL, because we talked to Pereira for years, you know, they should have had, instead of going to Manhattan and, you know, Walt Anderson, and they're changing that this year.
Too much.
Just to have somebody an eye in the sky that is the supervisor of the crew, a former referee, make the decision right there in the box on site. But they never actually did that. They didn't want to have someone above the white hat, the referee, so it becomes politicized. And the big thing is the union. You're going to get a pushback from the players' union. I mean, it took Sandy Alderson and the strike to fire them all, put QuesTech in every Major League ballpark to actually have video from all angles tell if it is a ball or a strike, and then he hired back only the good umpires, and he let the bad ones stay out. So, I mean, that's the thing you got to do is, I think the players are on board with it, and the commissioner's office, I got to get it through the umpires' union.
All right, there you go. There's your foreplay. We'll come back. We have a Giants lineup out, and I got a thought on that. Plus, I want to take a look at the National League with everything all bunched up. We concentrate so much on the Giants, but other teams have flaws too. It's Papa and Lund on your Friday on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boys.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Oh, we were just talking about it. The great Bruce Bochy, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, discussed facing off against the Giants this weekend in Texas. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
It sound right, boys.
Hey, it's Greg Papa there. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and that is Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tarek Habas, joins him, adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm. It's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to a life-altering tragedy, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Is center field much of an adjustment for you at this point?
I play a lot of center field coming up, and I feel pretty good, honestly. I mean, I haven't played since 2021, I think. And I play a little bit in 23, like maybe twice. But, I mean, I feel pretty good. I think I can track it, and I feel confident that I can play center.
That is Elliot Ramos. We had him on a little bit earlier, asked him that question, and he gave us a similar answer. The lineups are out for today's game. You'll hear it right here on the Sports Leader. And as we thought, Pop, Elliot Ramos in center field and leading off. Bailey catching in the 2, Chapman in the 3 at third. Conforto cleanup and left. Jorge Soler has been swinging it better lately in the 5. Flores at first. Yaz, Estrada, Brett Wisely at shortstop. But let's start at the top. Logan Webb versus Michael Lorenzen. And we are going to see if Elliot Ramos indeed can solve the problem in center field.
Yeah, we had him on, and we asked that question, and he was asked that question after the matinee Wednesday in Phoenix, because late in the game, when Austin Slater came out, they did move Elliot Ramos to center field. And they're doing this at Globe Life Park, so it's not Oracle Park where you want Mike Yastrzemski playing that big maze wall in right field. So this may be the way you just leave it, John. You just let Ramos play center, you let Conforto play left, and you let Yaz play right, certainly against right-handed pitching. So Patrick Bailey up in the lineup. One thing, a lot of ground balls he hit in the 2 double plays the other day. Could have easily been a third. I'd like to see Bomel be a little more aggressive by starting runners in double play situations. You don't want to run into outs, but you don't want to hit into 2 outs. So let's just be aware of that. And the other thing, Wilmer Flores is starting at first base tonight, and he is doing so against a righty, Michael Lorenzen. So I think in light of Wilmer, we are going to have our Papa's Plays of the Week coming up, and it's a lot of Elliot Ramos, but it's a Wilmer Flores, big swing of the bat the other day. We didn't have a lot of choices, John. They only won 1 game all week, so we went to that game on Wednesday, but so it's not Trenton Brooks, left-handed bat against the righty Michael Lorenzen. Wilmer Flores is starting at first base tonight. You got Wisely at shortstop. Tyro's sitting down in the order. So, what are you doing at shortstop? Is it Wisely against right-handed pitching? Is your everyday shortstop? And then, Casey Schmidt or Tyler Fitzgerald against lefties. But we're starting to see some continuity in the lineup based on what's going on right now. Ramos in center leading off, and Wilmer Flores back in the lineup at first base.
And, it's a really big series. If Ramos can play center field and solve that problem like we thought maybe Matos had, then you start looking at the lineup. You're going to get Bailey every day. You're going to get Chapman every day. Conforto in left mostly. Maybe some tough lefties. He'd be out of there. Soler they're gonna stick with. When Wade comes back, he's your first baseman, which then maybe Flores, if he's hot, maybe he gets some DH slots. Maybe Wade can play some outfield, whatever. Yaz, because of his defense, Estrada, and then it comes down to the shortstop. Hopefully one of these guys can take control. I have nothing against Ahmed, but it's a 546 OPS in a lineup that I don't think is good enough to have that kind of a non-hitting shortstop. So you hope maybe Wisely or somebody else can get the thing going. But is that the position? We're very early in the trade deadline talk, but shortstop really is the one that I look at and I say, God, can they solve it? Short and center. So that's why I think Ramos is so big this weekend.
Well, I think, and we'll see what Ramos does. He can become Matos in a couple of weeks, and he can be sent back down. But I think whether Ramos is in center or Yaz is in center against right-handed pitching. It's Conforto, it's Ramos, it's Yastrzemski. That's your outfield. Against left-handed pitching, you'll change and get Austin Slater in there, and maybe Tyler Fitzgerald gets in there some. You got some other right-handed hitting options, but I think that's the way it is now. Shortstop is he's searching. Casey Schmidt, he has not started since his game the other night on Tuesday, and he didn't look good, John. I mean, Casey
if he's
Schmidt
not giving you defense, what's he giving you?
Well, he should not. I mean, he's a great defensive player. So why is he making those errors? Is he not locking in? Is his focus not there? The one where he dove in the hole and kept it squirted off his glove and rolled in out to the outfield, that was a hard play. But there were two others right behind it where you're like, whoa. Is he worried about the play he missed before? Is he worried about his at-bats? Where's he at? Because he's a major league shortstop. He could win a Gold Glove. He's a third baseman playing out of position a little bit, but he's got the skills. So when he makes errors like that, you're like, where are you? You got to lock in here. And, Luciano's got a hamstring. It's not like he's going to be gone forever. You got to let that, heal up. Otherwise, you get Lamont Wade Jr. situation. They got to make sure Conforto's over his. So I think we're just going to see what they do at shortstop. But right now, it looks like it's Wisely against right-handed pitching. And we'll see what they do against left-handed pitching. As far as Boch's shortstop, Corey Seager is not in the lineup tonight. He is not playing shortstop. Marcus Semien, they don't move him from second to short. He just stays at second base. Smith will play short for Boch, but Corey Seager was removed from Wednesday night games against the Tigers in the second due to an apparent injury. And I know he was questionable whether or not he'd be able to play, so we'll see what they're going to do with him for the whole weekend. But Corey Seager, the former Dodger, who is a two-time World Series most valuable player. How many guys have won two in their careers? And he won 1 in 20. And again, last year, Corey Seager is not in the Rangers lineup tonight.
Well, and again, this is the time, as we said, the Rangers are the defending champs, but they're a sub-500 team, and that's going to be the next 19 games for the Giants. They're missing their shortstop. They're missing their young third baseman. They got a ton of injuries with their pitching staff. And honestly, in looking at the numbers this morning, guys like Garcia, who had great years last year, Jonah Heim was an all-star. They're not having those kind of seasons this year offensively. So despite the fact that you think of Texas as this offensive juggernaut, they're not. They're either injured at short and third, or they've got guys not living up to what they normally do, and they've got a lot of injuries. Even though Evaldi's a good pitcher, Lorenzen can be solid at times. They still don't, they don't have Scherzer. They obviously, they don't have
DeGrom.
They don't have DeGrom. They don't have their guys. And so this is when you look at Texas and you looked at it at the beginning of the season and said, boy, this is going to be a tough three-gamer, and it might be. But they're certainly not at the level that they were playing a year ago, and you got to take advantage of it. So it comes down
Although
to
they did not have a great regular season. They were kind of missing on things. They didn't catch fire till late in the year. I remember when they came into Oracle Park, and that when they came in, and did they sweep those 3 games when they came in last year? I'm trying to remember. That's when the Giants began to go down. I mean, we were in Vegas for the scrimmages against the Raiders in the preseason game, but we watched them all, of course, and Boch outmanaged Kapler, and it got a little ugly, and then they went to Atlanta and Philly, and then right before that they lost a game to Shohei. It's where the season started to unravel when they had that 9-21 stretch, and 5-7 they were at that point, and Texas was floundering a little bit. They caught fire, so they got time. I think Corey Seager right now, it's a hamstring injury now, so we'll see. He may not play all weekend, and he had an off season. He had sports hernia surgery right before spring training, and he was off to a bit of a slow start. Adolis Garcia, he's a great hitter. Obviously, you got to deal with him, and you got to get out Marcus Semien, who right now is an all-star, John. But assuming they get healthy at some point, and Young comes back as well, are they going to get Scherzer and DeGrom back at some point this year?
They
get those guys back, along with Evaldi and Lorenzen. The guy they are seeing tonight, Lorenzen, remember he got traded to Philadelphia last year? Mm-hmm. Didn't he throw a no-hitter his first start as a Philly? He's got great stuff.
Yeah, he can, for sure. All right, there you go. There's the latest on the Giants. Make sure you tune in right here on the Sports Theater. We'll have it for you tonight. But coming up next, Papa's Plays of the Week. And it's not a Chapman sweep again. We've had so many Chapmans. Not a Chapman sweep, right?
Do we have a Play of the Week? Didn't they lose every game this week? No!
A
Wednesday day game. It's the Plays of the Day. I think they're all going to come from one game. No, maybe one earlier in Arizona. A lot of Ramos and one Wilmer.
Let's do it next on the Sports Leader.
What's up, PNL Posse? Pin your ears back for Papa's Plays.
And he'll throw to the sideline. Oh, Houston. An unbelievable play by Brock Purdy.
Of the week. Happening now.
Pronto.
All right, let's do it. We do it every Friday at this time, 1:30-ish. Papa's Plays of the Week. Oh, I like the shirt.
Super
I like
Papa.
I like it.
I don't have the cape and I don't have the mask on because I can't read my notes. I'm blind.
The mask is amazing, by the way.
So I did want to bring you a Brock Purdy touchdown pass to Deebo Samuel where he got pressure in his face from Leonard Floyd, stepped up in the pocket, went left, deep down the field to Deebo. First down, but I wasn't rolling video.
But you just described what you saw. So
and we'll do it when we get into football season. But we did have Elliot Ramos on earlier today, right, John? At 10:15 to open the show. He's going to be in center field tonight. We've seen him make catches and throws, streaking across the outfield and right field. But I want to show you something from Wednesday. Corbin Carroll is the batter. He hits a slicing line drive. Ramos is in left field. So the ball's going to slice away from him, the way he tracks it, the way he catches it. Papa's play of the week, number 3, Elliot Ramos in left field on Wednesday.
Here's his 0-1. Carroll, line drive left field, and that is caught by Elliot Ramos on the run. What a play. Wow, Elliot with a terrific catch in left, a low sinking liner, and that looked like it was going to be a hit all the way.
And we talked about him at 10:15, and we asked him, John, how do you get first step quickness? He said, anticipate where the ball's going to be. Look at the first step, the direct line, the low backhand catch to snag that ball. That saved the Giants a run in that situation. Yeah, 2 outs, runner at first base. If he doesn't make that catch, Carroll winds up, who knows, with his speed, third base, inside the park, home run. And the run does score from first base. But when you see the first step, the direct line, and the low backhand, what a play by Elliot Ramos.
By the way, you can see these plays. We just played, of course, Dave Hilling's great call, but you can see all of these plays on YouTube and Twitch, so make sure you hit us up at KNBR as we're watching it over and over again, those in the room. But, and that's what gives you the belief he can do it because, like you said, that wasn't a lucky play or anything like that. That was a great jump. He's going towards the line. I know center field is different, but he shows more than what I thought as far as his athleticism and speed, and he consistently shows that in the corners, which leads you to believe, and he's in center field and leading off in Texas, that maybe he could do that in center as well.
He read the swing. I don't know if he knew Jordan Hicks was throwing a sinker. Probably not, but it was a sinker that ran away from Corbin Carroll, and he read his swing path, and he was able to go direct line like he knew where the ball was, and he doesn't make that play. That's a run and maybe two-run score. Now he's going to be in center field, so it'd be easier, you would think, to read the swing path playing in center. But Elliot Ramos, what a play Wednesday against Corbin Carroll. All right, speaking of center field, you had a home run in Major League Baseball out to dead center field with easy power. You have big-time pop in your bat. Elliot Ramos did it on Monday night in Phoenix, and he came back and did it again on Wednesday afternoon.
Elliot Ramos now, he swings to the first pitch, drives a fly ball deep right center field. Carroll on the move, going back at the track, looking up, it's gone! Elliot Ramos ties the game here in the 7th. A solo home run out to one of the deepest parts of the ballpark. Ramos homers for the second day in a row, and it's 2-2 here in Phoenix. Ramos swings here, drives a high fly ball deep left center field. On the run, Carroll onto the track. He's looking up. It is gone! Over the high wall, just to the left of straightaway center. Elliot Ramos is doing it all.
And I know it's warm in that dome, John, but it had the roof closed. But look at the easy power on this guy.
Second one, my God.
It looked like he didn't even barrel it. He may have gotten off the end of the bat a little bit, and the ball just exploded on the breaking ball from Jordan Montgomery, and that's the one that gave the Giants the lead, the 2-run homer. I don't know which one is more impressive, the Montgomery one. You know, that was all his power. It's only 82 miles per hour. And he's able to hit it out to dead center field. Look where it landed. And the one on Monday, John, the first one, that ball just took off.
Yeah.
It looked like it would go over the wall, but the first one against what Corbin Carroll chased down, look at where this ball lands if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch. All over the Phoenix children. The entire population of Phoenix that cleared that into the second deck on the mezzanine. Look at that kind of power. He's out in front a little bit on his leg, but he keeps his hands back. You don't have to barrel every one. But look at that swing, the follow-through, and the way it comes off his bat. We asked him. He's never had a 20 home run season in any level of professional baseball. With that kind of swing, he's got 5 home runs this year, John. Is he not a 25 home run a year guy if he plays every day in the major leagues?
Oh, there's no doubt. And, you know, you look at the one, they're both impressive. But like you said, the one to right field, like, you know when a guy's got it, that oppo shot to right center, as you said, you watch it and it just kept going and kept going and kept going. That shows a guy's true power if he can go, oppo the way that he did. And then the second one, he just obliterated. But, I mean, that oppo shot, that's an impressive home run by him, and that does show that he's got 20-plus home run power. It was big time.
Yeah, he stayed back on that ball, but he didn't completely nut that ball. It was not like he was on it all the way.
Great term.
And he was still able to drive it. But our number one play of the week is a guy who was on a pitch every bit of the way, and it was right after Ramos hit the home run against Jordan Montgomery in the second inning Wednesday. Wilmer Flores. I don't know if he got tipped that it was going to be a breaking ball or not, but watch the way Wilmer pulls his hands back on this one. And Wilmer, we've been waiting for this hit for a long time, and in particular from you, our Papa's number one play of the week, a Wilmer Flores grand slam.
1-1 pitch. He swings and drives it high and deep left field. This one on its way. It's a grand slam. Wilmer Flores launches one to left. A grand slam to make it a 6-run third inning for the Giants. And that's the hit the Giants have been waiting for here for about a week.
He'll be there for you. Did he know Jordan Montgomery was going to throw him that breaking ball? I mean, the way he laid back, the way he recoiled when he get the side angle, it's like he loaded up and he sat on the back leg until he knew it was time to explode on that 79-mile-an-hour curveball, and he crushed it. And we've had a lot of big hits lately. But that one, the grand slam from Wilmer Flores on Wednesday, John, if they can get Wilmer Flores going, and then Jorge Soler later at a bomb of a home run, they are right behind each other in the lineup tonight. Soler hits 5. Wilmer Flores, they've been reluctant to play him as a right-handed hitter against right-handed pitching. He hit that homer off a lefty, Jordan Montgomery. After that, you're in the lineup, as John Miller says, against all comers. He's in there against Lorenzen tonight, a right-handed hitter. So keep Ramos hot, get Jorge Soler hot, and get Wilmer Flores back to the guy we saw last year, John, and watch this offense take off. But look at the bat flip from Wilmer. He knew he got that one.
Well, I mean, you hit on it because you could tell he knew a curveball was coming. You're playing the guessing game with the pitcher, and he happened to know that one was coming. And then I think there was just a bit of frustration in that, he's just like, finally, and he doesn't bat flip a lot. He's not like Ramos. Ramos bat flips walks at a high level, but he flipped that thing like finally. And finally, that's maybe what gets him going, because if you do look at last year's splits, not this year, but last year's splits when he was so good and hit the 23 home runs, he hit righties, he hit lefties, he hit everybody. And if he can start doing that until Lamont Wade Jr. comes back, they still got to, Ramos in center, can he do it? Shortstop, you got to figure something out. But maybe, just maybe, he can fill in like we said. But he needs regular at-bats. Get him in a rhythm, and maybe that's what Wilmer could do, because you could tell when he flipped that bat, he was kind of like, ugh. And maybe
Helgen Ramos is flipping bats after he takes ball 4. That's how confident he is right now.
They're awesome, too, by the way.
They couldn't get him out on Wednesday. Ramos, he hits 2 of the actually, he has 3 of the 4, because we had the Ramos catch in left field, and we also had the pair of home runs. But Ramos is playing center tonight, and he's leading off. Patrick Bailey right behind him. Chapman hitting 3 and playing third. Conforto in left, and then you got Jorge Soler. We could have added this home run, but the game was out of hand at that point, so get a good sign. But Wilmer in there batting 6th, Yastrzemski, Estrada, Wisely. That is not a bad lineup. When you got Tyro Estrada hitting 8th in the lineup tonight, John, and Brett Wisely against a right-handed pitcher hitting 9th, from top to bottom, from Ramos to Wisely, this is a run-scoring lineup.
They got to get wins, too. I think it's, 5-8 when Logan Webb starts, 5-8, 5-9, something like that. So they got to get Logan Webb on the right side of things, even though he has a 2.95 ERA. Kind of like last year, got to get some wins. But you're right. If Ramos can play center and solve that, and then you start looking at, Soler's obviously got to get going. Flores has got to stay on something, and then Wisely, see if he can keep. I mean, he's hitting 341. I know it's a small sample size, but it almost seems like when you look at the lineup, it's like he can hit but not defend. He can defend but not hit. Back and forth, so hopefully they can get that combination. But if guys are rolling, again, Texas is a team that right now is vulnerable. Injuries, both from a pitching standpoint and from a position player standpoint. As you said, no Corey Seager in there. Young is not back at third base, and a lot of the guys on their team are just not having the season they had last year. So take advantage of it. Love Boch, cheer Boch, but they got to get this, man. 19 straight games with sub-500 teams.
They're scoring about 1 run a game less than they did last year. So you know what Boch is saying? We got to get these bats going.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying. So anyway, there you go. That
Rangers
is awesome.
Baseball, torture.
Yeah,
Not-
it is.
not really.
They're not doing it. All right, there you go. Papa's plays of the week. Ramos catch on Corbin Carroll. The 2 home runs, one going to right center, one going to left center by Ramos, who we had earlier on today. Go to KNBR.com to hear that. And Wilmer, maybe he's breaking out of it with that granny, and he gives you a little bat flip like, finally, let's go. So anyway, there you go. Well done again. Well done
Cue
again.
up the Rembrandts.
Very nice.
Wilmer's back.
Very
He's
nice.
back.
Very nice.
Super Papa's plays of the week.
I like
I gave
it.
it to you both today.
We got to find the mask. Got to find the mask.
I got the mask. I found the mask here. I just couldn't read my notes if I put on the mask.
Okay, got it. All
I'll
right,
be the
that's
blind
fair enough.
ranger.
All right. We got some remnants for you before we get out of here as well, plus a couple of stories that could be caboose stories. We'll give you that before the top of the hour in Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Greg Silver's dad, Mike, you might have heard of him, Mike Silver, joined Papa and I yesterday and discussed the options the 49ers have with Brandon Ayuk. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Tampa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I lived in the Midwest. Of course I appreciate America's farmers. I married a farmer's daughter. Of course I had to pick corn before her dad approved. I've got a hard work ethic full of early mornings and late nights. Of course I share that with farmers. I played for Iowa State and now the 49ers. Of course I bleed cardinal and gold. I partner with Pioneer Seeds. Of course I know how to excel on the field. On behalf of myself and Pioneer Seeds, thank you farmers for all that you do.
Oh, good thing he's don't quit your day job, bro.
How much is he making off the field? I think there's an
Probably
offset
more
in his next contract versus all the ads he is doing. Pioneer Seeds, the future of corn innovation. See how.
Colton?
That was what was that? Was that the John Deere?
Yeah, that was the
commercial
John Deere one.
He's got Toyota. How many has he got now, Brock? Wow.
Well, remember when we were doing the Super Bowl, we had him on, obviously not last year when he was a rookie, and he was doing panini cards, not the sandwiches, the cards.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's a national deal, and that was after his rookie year. So, I mean, I'm sure he's doing a lot. It's just good thing he's a great quarterback, because if he was an actor or speaker or something, he would be in trouble. But
he nailed that.
Somebody needs to help him with
all
inflection.
separate takes. They were all separate scenes.
But, like, he needs inflection and energy, and,
Really? You think? I thought he nailed that one. That was a good one.
I don't know. It's like, I'm
late nights and early mornings.
Seeds are probably not the most, fun thing to talk about, but it's like, these seeds are great. They're feeding
I married
America.
a farmer's daughter. Of course I had to pick corn before her dad approved.
I mean, every word is perfect. It's like he's calling a play.
A daughter.
Red 18!
I had to pick corn before I was approved.
You're harsh on him. When we did the state of the franchise, and we'll play it for in the coming weeks, when he and Kittle got on stage, I asked Bosa, who's the better actor in the commercials? Colton? Is that you?
I mean, if you rank the 49ers by what they do off the field, it's Kittle, right? I mean, we talked about this. The pineapple was classic. He's naked in his own house in front of his family.
Yeah, but Kittle's amazing.
Bosa's doing some stuff. He did something but he did it in the total Bosa way. It's like Celsius. It's like a sparkling beverage with, of course, no sugar, no nothing in it, and except for vitamins. And he did that, and it was very Bosa-esque. I'm trying to think. Fred does some stuff. Fred's in it's the Warner House. He does that, and so that's a reality deal.
That's
so that's
his,
not that.
That's his podcast.
Who else does ads on the 49ers? I mean, not a ton of guys.
Well, the former Niner backup quarterback in L.A., Jimmy Garoppolo. He doesn't have any national ads anymore. He lost the
Subway.
He lost the Subway ad.
Is that why he went to L.A.? Because he wants to be closer to Hollywood.
You talking Italians?
I mean,
even that's better. That's better than Brock.
Jimmy's wearing number 11, by the way, with the Rams, because Cooper Kupp has.
Oh, that's right.
10.
You ain't getting 10.
They can't.
Right.
Jimmy is a 10. No matter what team he's playing on,
yeah.
Garoppolo's a 10. Come on, Cooper Kupp.
That's right. You did. I now that you think about it, I did see a minicamp clip with Jimmy in 11 wearing the Rams, and that is a little weird.
Very odd. And Cooper Kupp, he changed his number. What was he when he first got in the NFL?
18.
18. Good call.
He went from 18 to 10.
And he went to 10.
Yeah.
Go back to 18 and give Garoppolo is a 10. Maybe not with his helmet on, but with his helmet off.
Exactly.
James is a 10.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Wait, Jimmy in Hollywood, that's going to be maybe he's not any good and he's going to be back up Stafford, but he's got to get some spots, doesn't he, in L.A.? I mean, even like a movie role where he's just walking down the street, preferably not saying anything, but, he's got to get something, right, as an extra.
So he is he's forced to be suspended
for
the first 2 games of the season. And isn't it interesting that the Niners and Rams are scheduled to play in Week 3? So that'll be his first game as a L.A. Ram, assuming he beats out Stenson Bennett, and he is the backup quarterback. But the Niners are home for the Jets on Monday Night Football to open the year on September the 9th, go to Minneapolis to play the Vikings, and then at the Rams September the 22nd. So it'll be Jimmy's first game as a Ram.
That's right. There you go. There's a little Jimmy update. A couple of quick things before we get out of here, before the weekend. Pat Sajak done at Wheel of Fortune. It's going to be Ryan
77.
Seacrest.
He's retiring. Last show.
That? Yeah. He's done. He spun his last wheel, apparently. So, as he said, he put a video out to Wheel of Fortune viewers in an emotional video, quote unquote, the time has come. He's 77. I mean, he tried to be a talk show host and everything.
He's been doing that a long time.
Well, he's made a lot of money on that show.
Remember when he left for a while and he was a talk show host? That didn't go
that was brutal.
So well.
That was brutal.
Ralph Bernershka, remember the former Charger kicker? Did he come in those years when Sajak was gone? Or I think he was the host of Wheel of Fortune before Sajak, right?
Yeah, he wasn't very good. It was him and Vanna. It just worked.
So is Vanna going to continue without Pat?
Yeah, I think she is. I think she is for a little while with Seacrest. I think her and Seacrest are going to do it for a while. And remember, she was talking about getting equal pay or something like that. And so anyway, I think she's continuing on for a while. But Pat Sajak is finito.
So he's been doing the Wheel of Fortune since 1981.
Yeah.
Wow. The Pat Sajak show was on from 89 to 90. I thought he came off the wheel to do that. Is he the longest running talk show host? Was Bob Barker on longer?
Yeah, maybe. Because that's 33 years, right? Or is that longer than that? 19 plus 24? No, that's 43 years.
No, it's 81.
Right? I mean, that's
a long
crazy.
time ago. That's 43 years ago.
43. Yeah, that's crazy. So maybe Bob Barker was a little longer, but anyway. By the way, there was a clip going around. Speaking of game shows, the Showcase Showdown, the final Showcase Showdown in Price is Right. Mm-hmm. A dude got to within $1 of it. $1 of win. And so you win.
Did he overbid though? You can't go over.
He was under by $1, and you win both showcases there. But it's the closest in history. 39. Wow. It was like 39,000. So the guy won both, but $1. Wow. I mean, come on, it's crazy. So anyway,
you're a fan of The Price is Right.
No, I just saw the video today, and I was like, oh my gosh, you got to be.
Price was damn close.
$1. So he got both. Although I do hate when people do it. I don't think they should do that. When they're opening up and they run down the aisle and they do the first bid and somebody thinks everybody's over and they do $1, I think that's weak sauce. They shouldn't be able to do that.
So who's going to take Sajak's job?
Ryan Seacrest.
Ken Jennings is available now. Is he going to be Ryan Seacrest?
Yeah.
That guy, how many jobs does he have? He's going to do that one?
Yeah. I think he's off of the Kathy, whatever that show is, Regis and whatever her name is. That's a long
she's
time
got her
ago.
husband on now.
Yeah, her husband does that show with her. And then
Kelly Ripa.
And then he was doing is American Idol. Is he still on American Idol? I haven't watched that in years.
He is, but he's been de-emphasized. They don't need him as much.
No.
It's all produced.
So I don't know what he does.
He's gonna do Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah, he's the guy. He's already been in. He's already in there. And that's when Vanna was like
generation's Dick Clark. Plus he does New Year's Eve.
Yeah, he does all that stuff. Let's see if I have one caboose story that I can. Oh, today's National Donut. You're not a donut guy. I know that about you. You're not a donut guy.
Are you? Do you like donuts?
Yeah, not as much anymore. Back in the day, I mean, I could be persuaded, but the only thing I'll tell people is today, June 7th, the first Friday in June every year is National Donut Day, and from all the donut places, they all have specials. So go into a donut place today if you like donuts. They'll all give you a deal.
Where do you go in the Bay Area? We still have a Krispy Kreme in Bay Area?
Yeah, there's a Krispy Kreme over in Concord.
We have Dunkin' Donuts? We don't have
Yeah, there's one in Walnut Creek.
Is there?
Yeah, there is one in Walnut Creek. I'm trying to think. It's all the local guys.
Tim Hortons? There's not a Tim Hortons.
No, not a Tim Hortons. No Tim Hortons.
Donuts.
Nobody brought donuts today. That's Homer
Brock?
Simpson.
It's Brock, though.
Is that Brock?
Brock's everywhere.
No, Danny said today, Jack in the Box. No donuts today. I thought there'd be donuts. It's always the local guys. Local guys do the best donuts, right? The mom and pop shops that, get there like 3 in the morning, make the local donuts. Those are the good ones. So, anyway, best of luck with that. All right, that should do it for us. Any good plans this weekend? Got anything?
If I can find a place to park the car, I think I'm going to Sonoma.
For
the Toyota Save Mart 350. I haven't been there.
Just talk to Holler.
Well, I got to sleep in his RV. I don't want to go near the RV. It's where Mike Baird slept. That could be weird.
Solar's.
I got everything. Suite passes and all secured, but a parking spot. Anybody have a parking pass? Let me know, and I'll take that.
Text Solar.
I haven't been there since 1 year. I was what do they call me? The Guy Fieri was the guy that.
Oh
said,
Kyle did that.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Yeah,
Kyle did it a few years ago. I was the starter. No, they were the starter. What was I? The track guy. Anyway, they asked me to go up there.
Honorary something or other.
Well, I had to go up there and announce all 33 drivers on the track. I'm like, what?
There's some names
this
on
is
there.
Like, how much you paying me for this? John Cardinale, we miss you and we love you. But I had to talk for like an hour. I was like, And at the end, I screwed up and said the number 60 Slurpee car or something, and the kids laughed at me. So I haven't been up there since, but I do need a parking
spot
pass.
Hit up, pop.
That's the hard thing, is getting in. I think I'm in the back. What's that back turn where all the curves are? Turn 7. I think we're in that suite over there, but. You may have to park in like Petaluma and walk all the way to Sonoma. It's far.
Holler's got you covered. He's always up for that. He's got some position up there. Hey, he's probably 10 beers deep right now, but call him. See what he's got. He might have something. All right. Great stuff as always. Elliot Ramos was a lot of fun today. Make sure Matt Mioka joined us as well. Andrew Bagley had a great time with Chris Rose. If you missed any of those, just hit up at KNBR.com. Thanks to Walter. Thanks to Danny. The boys are coming up next. It is Tolbert and Copes on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I lived in the Midwest. Of course, I appreciate America's farmers.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you for a couple hours before we get you ready for the Rangers and the Giants. JT Snow's going to join us in about an hour, and Marcus Thompson at 3:30. What is going on?
What's up, dude?
Nothing.
Taking some of the finals last night?
Yeah, that was that was rough. Rough for Dallas.
Unless you're a Celtics fan, then it was nice.
Rough for Dallas. That was, yeah. I mean, some of the stuff happened I thought could happen, but I thought Dallas would be a little better offensively. But it just, I mean, go back and watch it again. Count how many lob dunks they got. Maybe one. I think it was 0. It could have been 1. That was it. And count how many corner three-pointers Dallas got. Barely any. I mean, Boston's just built different to defend their offense. Count how many times Luka had somebody on his back dribbling into the paint on a pick and roll.
Yeah.
Like none. Because they switched it. Everyone was staying in front of him. And then count how many times they all collapsed their defense on Luka when he got to the paint. Like none. They stayed with the guy in the dunker spot. They stayed with the corner three-pointers and said, look, if Luka's going to beat us, he's going to beat us, but he ain't going to pass. It's the same strategy teams use and the Warriors use with Denver. You know, Jokic going to get his. Let's not let him get 13 assists too. Let's not help all over the place and let him pick us apart. So their offense was completely stymied last night, and then they actually had to take Lively and Gafford out of the game. And they kind of played him off the court there for a time. They put Kleba in at center because Lively and Gafford spent their entire time on the perimeter. They weren't down in the paint, defending the paint, because that's not who Boston is. Boston was just killing them on the perimeter. They couldn't contain the ball, dribble penetration, drive, draw, kick, 5 out. Porzingis was on fire last night in the first half, and then he defended everything at the rim. So they couldn't get anything at the rim. Porzingis was killing them every time they switched off on him. And they cut back up. They got within 8, and I thought that was the single biggest play of the game, if there can be a single biggest play of the game in a 20-point loss, was they cut it to 8, had the ball, had the rebound. It was 72-64. And Lively got the rebound and then traveled. The next time Dallas scored was on Gafford free throws with like 20 seconds left in the quarter. They went like 4 minutes, almost 4 minutes without scoring. By that time, they're down 20. So I'm from 8 and the ball to 20. I mean, that play was so huge. Yeah, because you get the ball there, you score, it's 6 or it's 5, and all of a sudden it's like, ooh. Crowd starts getting a little nervous. Team starts getting a little nervous. Like, oh, my God.
That's a 3-player swing, Cotton. Does he say something like that? He catches a couple of they get somebody out and then he catches one.
I mean,
that's a 2-player swing.
All of a sudden it's 5 or 6. It's like, sphincteritis time at that point.
Yeah.
But it never got to that point. They didn't get the ball. I think it was Brown hit 1 out of 2. They went up 9 and then just steamrolled them after that. Absolutely steamrolled them. Again, it's one play, and I thought it was a big play in that they could have really, really kind of squeezed the vice on them a little bit more, but never got to that point from 8 to 20, and then it was over at that point. But look, Boston's better. Boston's better. Dallas is going to have to figure out a way to get their guys going because they're not going to be able to do the same stuff they did against Minnesota. They're just not going to allow it. You watch the guy in the dunker spot, whether it's Gafford or Lively. And for those that don't know, the dunker spot is that little hash. It's outside the lane between the 3-point line and the lane, but it's closer to the lane. Call it the dunker spot because guys just stand there, and when their guy goes to help, you throw it over the top. Draymond's made a living out of that with guys like Festus Ezeli and JaVale Green and even TJD.
JaVale McGee.
I mean, yeah, JaVale McGee. I'm sorry. Who did I say? JaVale who?
JaVale Green.
Who the hell is that?
I know he sounds sick though. Sounds like he's been catching lobs from Draymond.
I don't even know who that dude is.
Yeah, sounds dope. Green to Green yet again.
Oh, he's got to be out there somewhere.
JaVale McGreen. Yeah.
Yeah, JaVale McGreen. So they just didn't get the same stuff they got against the Clippers,
right?
Against the T-Wolves, they didn't get those things. And with Dallas, it's tough. I mean, with Boston, it's tough to get those things because they just switch everything and they stay in front of you. Like Minnesota was coming over the top because they didn't want Rudy Gobert out there on Luka, so they came over the top of the pick and roll, and then just Luka had you on his back, and he just kept you there. And then he just maneuvered his way into the paint. Okay, here comes Gobert, throw it over the top. Well, they're not doing that. They're not playing it that way. They don't have to play it that way because they have the personnel to play it differently. So Dallas, they're going to have to come up with something different because what worked against the teams before, what worked previously in the playoffs, is not going to work. Like if they can adjust, they could get swept. They could just get swept right out of the playoffs. I assume they're going to make some adjustments to that, and Luka's going to have to make an adjustment too. He might just have to say, "Look, I might have to go for 40 every game and just shoot. If they're going to play me one-on-one and not help off me, then I'm just going to go ahead and get up 35 shots." Because last night he scored 30. But it was 26 shots, and you'll take that every day of the week. That's like a lot of points. It looks good, but it's not all that efficient. And if that's the way he's going to shoot, then Kyrie didn't shoot well either. But it's going to be it'll be tough. I'm not saying they can't do it. That's a good team, and they'll make some adjustments. But if they don't, then they don't have any chance whatsoever.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. We did mention JT Snow's going to join us. We got to tell you, JT was texting Derek earlier today about the extra inning rule in the Pioneer League. They do a home run derby. We'll tell you about that a little bit later because they went tied after 9 yesterday, but it sounded like it was a fun one out at Raimondi Field or Raimondi Park for the Ballers yesterday. Marcus Thompson at 3:30, and we are still giving away tickets between now and we're only with you until 4:05 today. So between now and 4:05, when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair plus reserved horse racing seats. It's June 14th. to July the 7th, furnished by the Alameda County Fair. Grab the rules at KNBR.com. All right, Raph, what'd you come up with today?
We have been talking about those pig races. We actually saw that earlier this morning. They are so cute. We saw 4 pigs here. They start racing to get over to their food here. That is one of the biggest attractions that we have heard when it comes to Alameda County Fair. It draws a lot of people.
Yo, what's cracking? This your homeboy Ice Cube, and you're listening to the Talbert and Copes Show. You know how I go.
So the soundbite is that whole pig racing promo and then?
And then Ice Cube.
All right. You get a little bit of credit today, Raph.
Dude, I love the pig races. Pig races are incredible.
You'll be out there, right?
Oh, yeah. Yukon Gold, or I used to know all the names because they're the same names every single year.
Yeah, right.
I'm assuming they're not the same pigs, but they are little racing pigs, so I don't think they're going under the butcher's knife.
Well, as our texter last week said about the bunnies, they're more delicious when you don't name them.
Yes, this is a good point.
I think it was True Blue said it last week. Tell Ring Copes with you when you hear that cue to call. Caller 10-415-896-KNBR, and you'll be the winner of that 4-pack of tickets. You can go out to watch the pig races yourself. A little bit more on the finals, game 1 from yesterday. How about Bill Walton getting a tribute before the game? That was pretty cool the way they were. We'll talk more about that a little bit next as Porzingis goes off. The Celtics win 107-89. Only with you till 4:05 today. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Well, it's me, Boach. I went on both Tolbert and Copes and Murph and Marcus. That's a whole lot of Boach. May as well call it the Boach Leader. Listen to Boach podcasts on knbr.boach and the Boach app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon, a Scott Friday. Raph bringing the heat with the Ska already. He knew it like an hour ago, too. He was like, it's Ska Friday, isn't it? You bet your ass it is, Raph. Celtics win game one, 107-89 over the Dallas Mavericks. I didn't expect it to be that big of a blowout. I still think Luka, he's nice, man. Still that three he hit to cut it to 8, he's nice.
He nice.
He very nice. Did you agree Mark Spears was texting with us a little bit last night?
Not nice.
Yeah, one assist, not as nice, no. And he said the length was bothering him. Is that what you thought in the game, too?
I didn't think the length bothered him as much as their defensive schemes, in that a lot of times he'll get to the lane and he'll look for the corner or he'll look for the lob instead of looking to score. And I think that bothered him because he's used to making a lot of those passes where he dribbles in, and hell, sometimes he'll even jump up in the air and chuck it to the corner. I mean, he makes some wild passes, but usually they're on point. There's just nowhere to go with the passes because you watch the way – I watched one – play last night where he got to the middle of the paint. I think Drew Holiday was on him, and to his left in the corner, I forget who the Dallas player was, but Jason Tatum was playing him, and he was 2 feet outside the paint. So if the pass goes to him, he can close out on him rather quickly. And then in the opposite corner, I don't even think Luka was looking over there, was Kyrie, and you certainly don't want to leave him. And Al Horford was guarding him. And he wasn't 2 feet outside the paint. He was like 2 feet from Kyrie.
Yeah.
Like he just wasn't going to let the pass get there. He was like, nah, I'm good. He was barely even looking at Luka. It was one of those like face guard jobs where it's like, I'm just going to I'll keep kind of an eye on Luka just so I can see the ball coming, but you're not getting away from me. Like I'm not going to let you get a wide open corner three. Not going to do it. And that's exactly what Boston did earlier in the game. It was close for a while, and then Boston just blew it open right there. I think they're up 4, and they went up 17, and they were bombing threes from everywhere. And they were getting to the paint, collapsing the defense, and then just, kick it out. Kick it out. Like, that's kind of the new NBA, the high pick and roll or just 5 out. Go 5 out, flood the three-point line, and beat your guy off the dribble. And when you beat your guy off the dribble, either you can take it all the way to the hole if nobody helps, and if somebody helps, kick it out and then start the whole process over. That's what gave the Warriors so much problems this year, was they couldn't keep the ball in front of them, and your defense gets scrambled all over the place. Boston doesn't have that problem because they just switch everything. So, you know, they do a pretty good job of keeping players in front of you because you got Drew Holiday out there, you got Derek White out there, you got Tatum out there, you got Brown out there. And even for big guys, Horford and Porzingis do a pretty good job of keeping the ball in front of them. Like, that was the ultimate success of the Warriors in 2015 through 2019, was like they just had guys that switch off and get up in your grill. And it's like, oh, man. That's why they targeted Steph so much, because, like, I don't want to go at Clay. I don't want to go at KD. I don't want to go at Draymond. I don't want to go at Iguodala. I don't want to go to Harrison Barnes. It's just, like, you can't, there's no, like, easy mark there. And with Dallas, you know, Kyrie's not a great defender. Like, he works at it. They involved Luka in just about every action. So they're going to go at Luka. You know, you get Jaylen Brown out there and Luka's guarding him, and he's crossing him over, taking him to the paint, flushing on the team, and getting to the paint, kicking out. So they do have guys that if you guard, like they even had Lively guarding Tatum because they just were kind of cross-matched. So that will be an issue for them. Now, we talked about it yesterday. Sometimes Boston just doesn't hit their threes. Like, it seemed like they hit a lot more than they did yesterday. They were like 16 for 38 or something. I think they shot 38% is what it was. So, you know, it was a good percentage. And I said yesterday that if they get to that, they're tough to beat. Well, they actually have games sometimes where they shoot in the 40, and they shoot over 40, then you're just screwed because they're gonna shoot a ton of them. And if they make a lot of them, like they did in the first quarter, that's what it looks like when Boston is hitting threes because they get after you defensively, they get out in transition, and then they break your defense down and hit a bunch of threes. And I mean, everyone was hitting threes. Brown was hitting threes. Hauser is hitting threes. Holiday is hitting threes. Tatum's hitting threes. Porzingis hitting threes. I think Pritchard's the only guy that didn't have a three. Like, everyone was just bang. Horford. At that point, that's when they're the best team in the NBA. I mean, there's a reason they had the best offensive efficiency rating in the history of the NBA this year. And that the league's changing because I think Sacramento had it last year. So it's like 2 years in a row. But they're the number one team in the league, been the number one team in the league for a reason. That's why.
Could you, based on what we saw yesterday, and I don't know if it's, again, it's tough to tell sometimes if it's one game or if this is going to be just a mismatch systematically or the defensive strategy they came with yesterday against Luka, but could you see a sweep based on what you saw last night?
I mean, it's easy to say based off what we saw last night, but games rarely mimic one another.
Sure.
Just because you get something in game one doesn't mean you're going to get it in game two. Dallas will go back, look at the tape, and say, okay, how do we get the guys open that we need to get open, and where can we get them? Where can we get them open? The problem they're going to have is keeping the ball in front of them because that's not anything that's systematic. That's just something that I'm guarding you, and I need to figure out a way to keep the ball in front of me. And it's tough when you have Kyrie, who has a tougher time keeping the ball in front of him, Luka. And I give those guys credit. They've been better defensively, I think, than they've ever been in their careers this year. Derek Jones is probably the one guy on their team that, like, he can get up in your grill and keep you in front of him like you're not going to blow by him. P.J. Washington's not bad at doing that. Kleber's better than you think. But they have guys you can go at and involve in certain actions where they're going to find a way to get a paint touch. And that's the whole key. That's always been, like, for me, if I have one, I don't even know if I'd call it a philosophy because it's pretty easy stuff, but get the ball to the paint. Get the ball to the paint, whether you shoot it in the paint or don't, get the ball to the paint, make the defense collapse, and then kick it out and do it over again. And that's when you get everybody scrambling. You go side to side, out to in, and then kick. And if you can do that, then you're in great shape. But you got to be able to collapse the defense. Like, Boston just wouldn't collapse on Luka. They're like, look, we know you can score, but we know you can pass too. We're not going to let you have either or. It's like a two-way go. We're going to give you one way. You want to shoot it, shoot it. And you might make a lot of them, but we're going to force you to make a lot of them. But it's not going to be those games that we saw during the playoffs where Derek Jones has 22, P.J. Washington has 24, Gafford and Lively have like 6 lob dunks, and all of a sudden, and then Luka and Kyrie do their thing. Then you're thinking, well, now how the hell are we going to? That's a lot of points. Like, so they're saying, look, Luka and Kyrie, you're going to get yours probably, and Luka's going to be the one that's going to have to get more. But we're just not going to let the other guys go for 16, 18, and 20. We're not going to do it. Because you look at Boston last night, there was nobody that went off. I think Brown might have had 22. I think Porzingis had 20. Tatum only had 16. But their top 6 guys all had double figures. So they were sharing. They were spreading the ball. And Dallas was having a hard time keeping up with them. But sweep, I think Dallas is playing too well. They'll figure some stuff out. And Boston always has one of those games where they shoot like 9 for 39 from 3. And, you know, like Miami, game 2 of the first round where they had like 23 threes. Dallas is capable of one of those games where they have like 18 threes, and maybe at home they win one. But, again, it's not about winning one. It's about can you get 4. And it's hard to believe Boston is going to lose 4 in this series because I don't think they're going to have 4 games where they shoot poorly from 3. And based on what I watched last night, That's kind of what it's going to take. And let's be honest, Porzingis isn't going to do that again. That was amazing. He hadn't played in like 3 weeks or so, and he comes out, and the dude's just on fire, unconscious in the first quarter. But it's going to be tough. I mean, there's a reason they were a minus 200 favorite. I mean, they're supposed to win, and they're supposed to do stuff like this in the series. So, yeah, it's hard envisioning Dallas winning it, but it is sports, so you never know.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. By the way, just real quick, I thought from you on the tribute of Bill Walton before the game. I thought that was pretty cool. We walked out of the studio together, and we saw them all standing on the around the court, and they were wearing the Walton T-shirts that had the tie-dye in it. Just your thoughts on the honoring of Bill Walton. I thought that was a really, really cool pregame ceremony.
Very cool.
All good vibes for the Celtics.
Family was there, and just Big Bill and the crowd was. I love the tie-dye T-shirts.
That's so cool.
In the lettering, so that was really cool, and it's just fun to see him always smiling. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. Like that was his saying. I'm the luckiest guy in the world, and thank you for my life. He had a few sayings, but now every time there's certain people you see that every time you see him, whether you see him in person, on TV, or a tribute, it brings a smile to your face.
Yeah.
Bill Walton always brought a smile to my face, and I'm sure millions of people that watch basketball feel the same way. When you see Bill Walton, you smile, and you might not even be laughing like a joke. You just smile because you feel good. You feel good that he feels so good about his life, and it just makes you smile. And there's not enough people like that in the world where you just see them and you're smiling. And for that, I'll miss him, but it's awesome that we have some stuff in the archives. It's awesome I can go on YouTube and just watch clips of Bill, because if you ever need a smile, just go look at a Bill Walton clip. Yeah. It'll make you smile, because if you're not, you have a stone heart.
He transcends. I mean, it's not like I ever saw him play, right? He's been a broadcaster to me for my whole life, but you're right. It was a really, really cool ceremony. And I got to say, I know that it's never fun when anybody passes or you lose anybody. The NBA has done a really, really good job in the last decade plus with their celebrations. I mean, Craig Sager, remember everybody wearing the shirts and the ties and the wacky color things to honor the suits. I just think they've done a great job with people who've been close to the game of basketball. Anyway, great stuff there. Game 2, by the way, not till Sunday night.
Yeah, I love it. Let's just play a game and then just wait a couple days.
One game in the last 2 weeks and 2 more days off before Sunday, because we scheduled this thing a year ago. Anyway, Celtics lead this series 1-0. Game 2 from Boston on Sunday. Giants and the Rangers facing off today. 5:05 first pitch. We'll have pregame for you at 4:05. JT Snow joins us at 2:50. But has Bochy's success and early success in Texas made it harder for Giants fans to accept this era of Giants baseball? We'll talk a bit about that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
We have been talking about those pig races. We actually saw that earlier this morning. They are so cute. We saw 4 pigs here. They start racing to get over to their food here. That is one of the biggest attractions that we have heard when it comes to Alameda County Fair. It draws a lot of people.
Yo, what's cracking? This your homeboy Ice Cube, and you're listening to the Talbert and Copes Show. You know how I go.
Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
Well, I think you're always going to have that. You know, when I was in Oakland, Brian Sabian was inducted into the Bay Area Hall of Fame. So I got to see a lot of people and see him. And, I mean, come on, those memories, they're incredible, unbelievable. So, you know, you're always going to, have something go through your head, when you play a team that you had so many years with and so many special years with.
That's the voice of Bruce Bochy, who joined us yesterday. He was on with Murph and Marcus this morning. You can hear all of that, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Giants going to see him today out in Texas, the defending world champion Texas Rangers. Whenever the Giants play the Rangers, we always get nostalgic. You brought it up yesterday. You said, do you ever get any feelings? And that's what he was responding to there. Do you ever get any feelings when you see the Giants uniform across the field from you? Now, he is a handful of years removed now, right? I mean, he's 4 years. I guess this is year 5 removed. Season 2019 was his last year with the Giants. So he's now 5 years removed. There's not a lot of familiar faces on this side of the field when he looks over. Now, the starting pitcher tonight, Logan Webb, he had him in 2019 for a brief period of time. We saw some of him. But in general, there's not a lot of faces or names over here that were here when Bruce Bochy was here. So it's nostalgic for sure when you think about his time with the Giants, but I'm pretty staunch in my stance that it was time to move on from Bruce Bochy.
Yeah.
At the end of 2019. I think Giants fans...
now that you said that, I should have asked him that because he probably would agree that he probably needed a reset. It was getting old there. The team wasn't playing well. The team was different then. And they wanted to go in a different direction, and it was I will say it was better for him. He got to go to Texas, got to take a few years off, landed in a spot, won another World Series. So I would say that's a win. So sometimes even you don't realize it's like, it's probably time to go. I've been here a long time, same old thing, comfortable. Maybe it's time to move on. And when you're forced to do that, then it probably hurts. You're like, oh, really? All the stuff I've done here? And then when you have time to reflect, it's like, I got time to hang out, fish, do what I want, hang out with mama.
Shopping with mama.
Shopping with mama. I just stay in the car. I wouldn't do anything.
Pretty good Boch.
Sit here, listen to a little country, maybe a little flan. So, I mean, it's like, I think it was best. I absolutely think it was best. Just because he goes and wins a World Series, you can't go back and if we would have kept him. No, if you would have kept him, what? Like what would have happened? Didn't change the players. Like one of the reasons he won a World Series because he had Simeon and Seager.
He joined a team that was stacked. He said he had to go to a roster. Right, he had to go to a place that was almost ready.
Yeah, Roldis Garcia. I mean, they had some dudes that could rake there. Still do. Lowe at first base. Is he Lau or Lowe? I mean, I always get those.
There's Nate Lau and Brandon Lowe. Is that it?
Yeah, I think he's.
Or is it Nate Lowe and Brandon Lau?
There's one on Tampa.
Nathaniel Lau, or is he Nathaniel Lowe?
Is he Lau? Yeah, I know one's Lau, one's Lowe. Yeah. I just don't know which one. I wish they could get together and go, look, should we just do one? Like we're killing people here with Lau and Lowe. At least killing me is what they're doing. So,
try to look at the pronunciation too on their phonetic. I don't know. It just says low.
It's like what?
The pronunciation just says LOW. I'm like, I don't know.
What are we doing here? So I mean, everything worked out, and the Giants just had. And this is, I hate to plow the field again, but it's what happens when you hang on to guys maybe a little bit too long, and they did, and the farm system wasn't replenished, and that's what you get. You get years and years and years of mediocrity, except for one incredible year. Like 2016 was kind of the end. Like that was the only year that I think everybody felt like, you know what, this team has a chance. Best record in the league at the All-Star break. And then the bullpen just absolutely imploded. Just imploded. And it came back to bite him against the Cubs. And then the next year, they go out and get Melanson and thought, okay, that was the only thing. Like that kind of when we said 107 to win team kind of maybe set the Giants back a little bit. Maybe so did 16 for the Giants.
16 definitely did, certainly.
16, they thought, God dang, we had the best record in the league at the All-Star break. Man, we're right there. And then they thought, all we need is a closer. So they didn't change anything.
Well, and don't forget what they did going into 16 also. They went and they traded for Andrew McCutchen.
Yes,
traded for Evan
They
traded for Evan Longoria, which is a tough one, right?
Yep.
So that set you back a little bit. They were trying to extend the window, which I don't blame them for doing because that's what they had done. They'd been to 3 World Series and won 3 in the previous 5 years. You still had what you felt was a core of Belt and Crawford and Posey and some starting pitching. They added Johnny Cueto. They added Jeff Samardzija. They also tried prior to getting Jeff Samardzija and Johnny Cueto to get it might have been Scherzer or throw some money at Scherzer or try to get somebody like Zach Greinke was out there. John Lester was out there. I know they tried for a handful of guys before they landed on those two. They spent a lot of money that offseason, but they had just gotten out of the Hunter Pence contract and then basically threw the same deal back on there with an Evan Longoria one. Right? And the Rays were, when the Rays were willingly getting rid of somebody, I'm like, damn, that's not good.
I know.
That's not good when the Rays don't want him. I'm like, I want the guys the Rays want.
For a reason.
Yeah. So,
but I agree with you. Like I don't blame him for doing it. I'd want to do it too. Like, hey, let's go ahead and milk this as far as we can. But always remember, there's always a price to be paid. You're going to pay the piper at some point. It just depends on how long you're going to have to pay for. And the Giants have had to pay quite a while. Astros had to pay a long time when they were like kind of building their team. Like, okay, we're just going to suck for like 3 or 4 years and see what happens. And they ended up getting a couple World Series out of it. But there's a price to be paid, and if you don't have a farm system to support it, well, then this is what you get. This is what it looks like. But there's no one. Anybody could bitch all they want. No one would trade this for the 3 Worlds. I mean, the 3 World Series is incredible. who gets that? Like Yankee fans, Red Sox fans. I mean, it just didn't happen.
Red Sox have 3, right? They got 07, 13, and
it doesn't
4, 07, and 13, yeah.
I mean, 3 and 5 years. I mean, the A's did it way back when. I mean, you could pick some teams. I mean, but since 2000, I think there's 2 of those teams. Like the Red Sox won 3 in 4, 5, 6 years, something like that. And the Giants.
It took them more. It took them 04 to 13. to get 3.
Is that what it was?
Yeah,
okay.
04, 07, and 2013.
Okay.
The Yankees did it early part of the century, right?
It doesn't happen. It just so. And that's what happens at the end of it. It's just what happened. And like Philly went through the same thing. What'd they get out of it? They only got 1 World Series out of it.
They went to 2. They only got 1.
Yeah, they
felt like that window closed fast because the Giants came and took it. I mean, they felt like
probably like, all right, that's cool.
They went 08 and 1.
That stacked team. I mean, not only was it a stacked lineup, that pitching staff was just insane. Yeah. You're like, how's this team not going to win multiple World Series? Well, they didn't. They won 1. Giants got 3. And so that's
Halladay, Oswald, Hamels.
Yeah,
and Cliff Lee. Cliff Lee.
And they actually had their 5th. I think was Blanton when he was actually decent. Yeah, I mean they had a great staff. Didn't matter. 1. So
Jazz hands,
you get 3 out of 5. Then that's I mean again that's pretty heady stuff right there. So there's a price to be paid. Warriors dominated. They're kind of paying that price a little bit right now. It just is. There is a price. And the Giants are paying it, and 16, 17 kind of set them back a little bit. Then they just see you 18, terrible, 19, see you Boch.
Well, the last 3 years of Boch, 17. So if you go from the second half of 16.
Yeah.
Start the second half of 16, then go into 17, 64 and 98, 18, 73 and 89, 19, 77 and 85. And he told us yesterday, too. Remember, he said that first year off, he didn't miss it at all. He said first year off, I was fine. I had some surgeries, was trying to get healthy. And then he said that second year was when he helped France and tried to get back to the WBC with France. Then he really started to get the itch, and he was like, I miss it. I want to get back out there. This is what I do. Part of it was the trend of he was exhausted, I'm sure, with the way that string at the end had gone for the Giants in that final few years. They weren't really developing talent at that point. They were adding vets. It wasn't working out. He wasn't 100% healthy. And so he needed to take a step back and said, I wouldn't do it in the end unless the situation was perfect, and here he is. So he made the right choice, obviously. He went and won another World Series and was able to pinpoint, and he said yesterday to us, I think that's some of the reason they brought me in was to be some of the old school guy, to be able to impart some of that on these guys because they had was it Chris Woodward? Was he their manager before this?
Oof, that's a good call. I mean,
Chris
sounds
Woodward,
right.
I think.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah, you don't have to. That's okay. It's Auburn and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon. We are going to catch up with JT Snow at 2:50. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joins us at 3:30. We got to talk about something Marcus said a little bit later on his podcast about the future of Klay Thompson. Not confident in his return. We'll talk more about that with Marcus. And in a bit during Tips and Picks, too. The Stanley Cup's final starts tomorrow. Oilers against the Panthers. We'll get your picks on that, Tom, in just a bit. But JT Snow joins us when we come on back. It's Tolbert and Copes only here on The Sports Leader. Logan Webb is on the mound for tonight's Giants game against his old friend Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers. Listen right here on KNBR for first pitch at 5:05. Pregame 4:05 on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, tell us about audits today.
Audits are something that people really worry about, scared to death of them. There's no reason to be. But you really need good representation. An audit is like a heavyweight boxing match. Even if you're the local tough guy, you don't want to get in the ring with a heavyweight professional boxer. The bottom line is this: if you think you're the most innocent person in the world, you've done nothing wrong, or if upon reflection there's some things you did that you wish you hadn't, you need good representation. The IRS agent's job, just like that boxer, is to win for the government. Our job is to take care of you. Regardless of your facts and circumstances, we want to get you the best possible deal within the bounds of law. We want to go there for you so you don't have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. The only thing we want to do is get you that best possible deal within the bounds of law. All you have to do is talk to us. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. You can tell us anything, and by law, that remains a secret just between us.
Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-STEAL or find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
Seam Heads, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Tobin and Coates back with you on a Friday afternoon. We do it every week, not just Ska Fridays, but we check in with our guy JT Snow. Fresh off of I would call it an extra innings victory for the Ballers, but do we call it extra innings, JT? What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing? I think you just call it a win. And I don't even know who gets the win as the starting pitcher. I think it goes to the last guy in the game. So, yeah, it's a pretty cool rule we have in the Pioneer League. You're tied after 9. You go to a home run derby. And each team gets a guy. So YOLO had their guy go first. You get 2 minutes or 5 outs, whatever comes first. And their guy only hit 1 home run. And the guy throwing to the YOLO team was Gary Davenport, who's the son of Jim Davenport.
Oh, wow.
Ex-Giant great. He's coaching with the YOLO team. He was a longtime coach in the Giants organization. Great guy. So he was throwing to his guy. Then I went out and threw to our guy. And, he hit the first 2 swings. He hit him out, and we won 2-1. So I got a future as a batting practice pitcher.
Good deal, JT.
A little lower scoring than the road trip you just were on.
Yeah, we were telling our guys that we're back at sea level, and, it's a thing when you're playing at the first series at 3,000 feet and then in Colorado Springs at 6,000 feet. The breaking balls don't break. The slide level. So our guys are kind of learning that out. They had a little bit of trouble the first couple nights getting used to the new ballpark and breaking pitches that are breaking, but we're settling in. So I'm on my way to the field right now, cruising up 101 by Candlestick Point, and
nice.
Looking for another victory.
Good deal, man. JT Snow with us on the UMA guest line. I want to ask you about some of that young player development stuff, because there's been a lot of that talk this week with Luis Matos being sent back to AAA. 2 weeks ago, he wins NL Player of the Week, drives in 11 runs in 2 games, and now he's back in Sacramento. He said, I guess Susan Slesser told us that when she talked to him, he told her, I know what some of the adjustments are that I have to make. It's about not swinging at those low and away sliders, and he's not getting fastballs low in the zone early in counts anymore. I wonder, though, when you go back to AAA specifically to work on something, you're not necessarily going to see the same you're not going to be pitched the same way you were at the big league level. So how do you work on those adjustments?
Yeah, that's a hard thing. I went through it early in my career, had trouble with the changeup, went down to AAA, got sent out, and I'm like, well, the guys down here don't have the same changeup as the guys in the big leagues. So I guess I'm just going to put up numbers and try and get back. I think with the guy that won the Player of the Week, a young guy, it's hard when you start sending them back and forth because their heads start spinning. And you're right, you're not going to see those same pitches in AAA. The level of pitching goes down. And if you're committed and you want this guy to be your guy, sometimes you got to ride him out. And he obviously can do it, but then it comes down to, in baseball, teams get a book on you. There's advanced scouting. They see what he does. They make adjustments. And that's where I feel good coaching comes in, good mental approach. You can't go up there for the guy, but you can. And there's a fine line between too much information and all the analytic stuff these days and not enough. So I scratch my head at that. I'm not in there, obviously, and I don't know the whole story, but it's tough when you see a guy win Player of the Week and then get sent down. So I just think we talked about this last week about young guys. You either got to commit to them and let them go, or you call them up later in the year if you're out of the race and you want to see what they can do. So I saw him play. He's going to be a good player. He's young, only 22 years old. It messes with guys' heads a lot when you're going back and forth all the time because you on one hand you can do it and you have done it, but it's about producing and staying productive in the big leagues.
So tell me a little bit about last night's starting pitcher, Kelsey Whitmore, the first female to start. I don't know when a female has started. I know it was the first in the Pioneer League. There hasn't been one at the Major League level or in the minors. I don't know if there's ever been a female pitcher start a professional baseball game, men's baseball game before. Just tell me a little bit about her, because that's pretty groundbreaking stuff. And the cool thing about that is every time someone does something for the first time, there are other people that look at it, especially young kids that look at it and say, hey, I didn't even think that was possible, and now I know it is.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. She came to our tryout back in April at Laney College, and we signed her. I'm not sure. I think she was the first female in the Pioneer League. I know she pitched in the Atlantic League last year, which is another independent league.
Okay.
Grew up in East San Diego in Temecula. Dad, huge baseball guy, school teacher. They had a bond when they were young. They loved baseball. She went to Cal State Fullerton and played softball and was an outfielder. And then she got into baseball. And she doesn't throw as hard as the guys, but she's got a good little curveball, a good little changeup, and she's we always say in baseball, you either throw above the hitting speed or throw below it, and she kind of throws below it a little bit, so she can get guys. I'll tell you what, though, I've had a lot of really good talks with her on the last road trip, on the plane. I got to sit next to her. We're alphabetical by our plane ticket, so S and W. We were in the back of the plane. I have learned so much about her and her journey, and when you get to meet other people and hear their story and hear her story, it's pretty amazing. I've learned a lot about baseball and what she's gone through, and she absolutely loves it. And for her to get out there and do what she did, and we screwed up some plays last night for her. We made a couple errors. She should have got out of, I think it was the first or second inning. We made a couple errors behind her, but I'm so impressed with her makeup and just her determination. And I've learned a lot about myself and a lot about baseball just talking with her and hearing her story and watching her work. And the guys treat her incredibly. Like she's one of the teammates. She has her own dressing room, of course. She has her own room on the road, but she is a really cool person. And I talked to her last night after she came out, and I said, how was it? And she said, my heart was pounding out of my chest so hard I could hardly breathe. And she was just amped up all day. She said, I tried to go to the gym in the morning and work out, and I got a chance to meet her parents. And yeah, it's super cool. So, and then after the game, we were talking with our pitching coach, and she comes in and she says, hey, I want to develop a slider because I think they're on my curveball changeup. So our pitching coach is going to work with her on the slider in the next couple of days. So
nice.
It's very cool. And I applaud her determination and her effort and her ability to get out there and to compete. And the crowd was into it. These fans that we have over there, they're on it. They know what's going on, and they were cheering for her, and they helped her out, get out of one inning. And she gave up a couple home runs, but she only gave up 2 earned runs in 3 innings and kept us in the game, and we ended up winning it.
Well, it's funny when you said she doesn't throw as hard as the guys, and my immediate thought was, I bet she throws harder than Doug Jones.
She might. She might.
Did you ever face him?
Yeah. I did. Yeah, he threw like
72?
78. Yeah, 78, 79. And it was funny because we were talking last night, and the coaches, and I think if a female came up with a knuckleball, it would be an unbelievable story, right? They might be able to go higher and higher through the ranks because the knuckleball equalizes everything. Yeah. It's just, physically it's hard, right? I mean, they're just not as big and strong as we are, but her determination and her effort is unbelievable. And I will tell you, she's one of the best athletes on the team. We did PFPs and pitcher fielding practice, and she never forgets to cover first. She picked off a guy last night. She got a great pickoff move. And so I was giving the guys in the dugout, giving them a little jab, saying, I don't know, she might be our smartest pitcher on the staff. And they were giving me some stuff back. So it's really fun to watch, and she's going to get another chance in 5 days to get the ball.
Nice.
And by the way, she is listed on she has a Baseball Reference page for everybody who wants to check it out. She's played professionally at multiple different independent leagues, I think going back to like 2019, but she is the first ever woman to play in a men's professional baseball league. So, and that was a couple of years ago in the Atlantic League. So very cool. I think Derek and I are going to get out there tomorrow. Check out some of the ballers. We want to get out and get a look at this thing, JT. So it's YOLO. How long are the series you guys playing? 4 games, 5 games? How long are they?
So there's 6-game series. Every Monday is an off day. So we go Tuesday through Sunday.
Nice.
And then we've got YOLO here. And then we play day game tomorrow and Sunday. Then Monday's off. And then, we're home for another 6 days. The Rocky Mountain team comes in. And then we play YOLO a lot because we're the 2 new teams in the league. So they schedule us a lot together for travel reasons. And, so it's been fun. You get to know the guys on the other team, the hitters. You do a lot of scouting, and you get to see one of their starters twice in the series. So
cool.
They've got a good team. They swing the bats. We've got a good team, so it should be a good series.
What's the you brought up the knuckleball? What's the best knuckleball you ever saw? Was it Wakefield, or did you see? I mean, how many guys still had them when you were playing? I mean, it was more prevalent, but there's like none out there now. There might be one guy who has one.
Yeah, there was Wakefield probably had the best one. There was another guy. We were talking about that last night, and there was another guy that I forget.
Was it Mike
his name,
Maroth?
but it might have been. I'm not old enough to have faced Necro, so that's a good thing. But and I actually I had some pretty good success against the knuckleballers because what you do, the knuckleball usually floats and then dives down, so you just look for it up in the zone, like at your eyes. And the thing with the knuckleball, it has no spin on it, and when you catch it right with the little bat, you put the backspin on it, and they go a long way. Like you'll create backspin when you hit down on the ball because it has no spin. Whereas like a fastball's coming in with reverse spin, you got to reverse the spin on a fastball. A curveball and a slider have overspin, so you can it's automatic backspin. So knuckleball, if you can get down on the ball and hit it, that thing goes a long way.
You didn't face R.A. Dickey, did you?
Oh, that's the other one. I might have, yeah. R.A. Dickey.
He threw a stiff knuckler.
And the thing about Wakefield was I played against him in the minor leagues. He was the first baseman in the Pirates organization. We played in the Carolina League against each other, and then he was going to get released, but he threw this knuckleball in practice every day, like warming up, and the pitching coach saw it, and his offensive he wasn't going to make it offensively, so they put him on the hill, and he started getting guys out, and then the next thing you know, he's in the big leagues. And I got a chance to play with him in 2006 with the Red Sox, and just a super guy, great guy. Tragedy passed away last year, and then his wife passed away like 2 months after he did. So just a really terrible story, but he was a good dude, and he was a hell of a golfer.
Yeah, that's what I heard, and I know people in Boston love him. They just great stories about him. I want to ask you something before I forget, because one of the reasons I read that they sent Matos down was just swinging at pitches that weren't pitches he could drive and hit hard. And I've always wondered this, because to me, the number one thing you got to have as a hitter, I mean, there's a ton of things you got to have, but you got to be able to recognize pitches. Like if you don't have pitch recognition, you don't have a chance. You're not going to be able to recognize pitches. You're not going to be able to square them up. How do you get better at that? Because some guys, I always thought Manny Ramirez liked to get to 2 strikes just because it was more challenging for him. Like he didn't care if it was no strikes, 2 strikes. He felt comfortable in his hands and his pitch recognition. And some guys don't want to get to 2 strikes, so maybe they swing at pitches that aren't great pitches before 2 strikes. They don't feel comfortable in 2 strikes. So I always wonder, how do you get better at recognizing pitches? Because if you don't have that, I got to imagine you don't have much.
Yeah, it's hard. And, different guys, every year we get our eyes test. Some guys have great vision, right? 20/10, others have 20/20. Or I remember talking to Rich Aurelio one time, and he was complaining about not seeing spin on the ball, this and that. Then he got contacts, and he was like, man, I can see the ball. And then he took off, and he never knew because his eyes were his eyes. He just thought that's how you see the ball. The great hitters see the ball early out of the hand. You pick up the release point, and the great ones can recognize, and that's the whole art to hitting, is seeing the ball as long as you can. And they have studies that they've done they don't think that a hitter can see the ball the first 10 feet out of the hand or the last 10 feet because you've already made your mind up in your eyes tell your brain to tell your hands to swing. So there's about 40 feet in the middle where you see the ball, and the great hitters have great pitch recognition. I think we used to do some reaction tests, and it was very interesting in spring training. We had a board, and it was into 4 like squares, like quadrants, and when a light would come on, you would tap it with your hand, right, left. It was either upper right, upper left, lower left. And the guys that were really quick at that were some of the good hitters because they can see and their brain fires. I think some of that you're born with. I think some guys just have great eyes and the ability to pick it up. I think the other part can be learned a little bit by recognizing where the ball comes out relative to the pitcher's release point. If he's over the top, and I work with our hitters and tell them, if you imagine a garden hose from the pitcher's hand to the catcher's glove, the fastball and the changeup come down that garden hose. The curveball pops up above it and the slider comes out around it. And the quicker, if you start expecting the ball to come down that garden hose and then it doesn't, then that's when you can start picking up what pitch it is by the break and the trajectory. And I'm working with guys on our team now that really didn't know where. They're asking me, where do you look at when you're in the box? And I learned this in college at Arizona. We had a great hitting coach, and you look at the pitcher's hat. You look at the logo on the hat. That's called the soft focus, and then you pick up their release point. If they're over the top, then you just shift your eyes to the release point, and that's the fine focus. So there's a soft focus and a fine focus. If a guy's a submariner, then maybe you look at his belt, and then you go to the release point below the belt. So you just want your eyes to shift just a little bit. You don't want to be looking at the belt and then have to look up above the shoulder or behind the hat because your eyes are moving too much.
Yeah.
And I remember I talked to Mark McGuire when I played, and I asked him his theories on hitting because I hit with my eyes. I just try. And if you remember, Mark McGuire was always blinking and opening his eyes at the plate. If you haven't seen it, go back and look at videos. He's just trying to see the ball, and he's like, I'm trying to see the ball as soon as I can relative to where the pitcher's release point is. So, and then it's a whole part about, like I said earlier, about getting a book on you. When they get a book on you and they know that you're swinging at certain pitches and that you'll go after them, you got to really be disciplined to lay off those pitches and get into a hitter's count, 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, 3-1, because the numbers are staggering when you get ahead in the count, your batting average and your all your analytics.
How did you fare against, we're talking to JT Snow on the Uma guest line, how did you fare against Chad Bradford?
Chad Bradford, I don't remember, but on the sinker ball or the submarine guys are hard. They're like knuckleballs. You try and get the ball up, above the belt or even at the letters. But it's hard trying to pick up the ball coming out of the dirt,
like his ankle,
from the pitcher's mound.
Like Rogers.
And they got if they got white spikes on or cleats and the rubber's white, but as opposed to the hitter's backdrop is green or black or whatever. So yeah, submariners. And you see with Rogers with the Giants, submariners can be hard and really hard. And luckily, if you're left-handed facing a righty, it's a little bit easier. But if you're right on right facing that submariner, it's a tough at bat.
I heard Barry say this at one point, probably in the last couple of years. Barry Bonds talking about hitters today or facing pitchers today versus pitchers like when you guys played. And he said, I still think we had it tougher because of the variety. I mean, we're talking about knuckleballers and submariners. Like the Giants have a submariner, but it's unique. Like you used to have, I mean, they'd have lefty specialists for you guys in the National League West, right? Like Mike Myers was on the D-backs and Jesse Orozco was a Dodger for a while. And you had somebody around as a lefty just specifically to face guys like you and Barry and get lefties out in the division. Did you think you guys had it? Was it tougher when there was more variance, you think?
Yeah, and I think guys, I think there was more, quote, pitchers back in the day that I think guys today probably throw harder, but I don't know that they know. I don't know if they can locate as well. And you talk to young guys now, and they say, well, we're better pitchers. We throw harder. But any hitter will tell you, I don't care how hard you throw, but if it's got a little movement, if it's got late movement, a la Mariano Rivera with the cutter, those are hard. I think back then there were just more variety, like you said. There were, setup guys, submarine guys, and just more movement.
Talking to JT Snow, one last thing before we let you go, JT. So what are you seeing from this this team right now in terms of, I mean, they lost 6 in a row, but the last game they won, Soler was hitting the ball hard. Ramos has just been unbelievable. Like, I still feel like with the way they're playing and the rest of the wild cards kind of shaken out, this is going to be a battle pretty much for the rest of the year. Like, Philly or Atlanta's probably going to get a wild card, probably Atlanta. Dodgers will win the division, and then whoever wins the Central. But there's going to be about 5 teams that are hovering around 500, maybe a little above or below, that they're going to be fighting with all year long.
Yeah, I think, and wouldn't it be wild if somebody makes the playoffs with a sub 500 record? That would be kind of crazy, right? Below 500.
Like basketball, like the NBA.
Yeah, let's hope not.
Yeah, but I was looking at some numbers today, and I think for the Giants, it's their pitching was, the ERA was 26 out of 30 in the league, and their defense is 26 out of 30 in the league, and their offense is up there like 9th or 10th. I think it's just going back to the years that I played and the World Series teams that Boch had. The pitching, the bullpen, and the defense caught the ball. And at this ballpark, it's not going to change. You got to be up there in pitching and defense. You can't give other teams you get 27 outs in a game. You can't give big league teams 30 outs, 31, 32 outs a game. And you got to catch the ball. And you've got to be – they've gotten some timely hits. You just have to be better, I think, in those things. The pitching and the defense stands out to me. And if that picks up, it keeps your team in the game, and you're going to have a chance to win on a nightly basis.
JT, we always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much. Good luck this weekend. We'll see you out there in Oakland, and go beat YOLO, man.
Yeah, if you're out there, look me up, and
I'll shoot you a text.
It's a great atmosphere. Thanks, man.
Good deal, man. Catch you later, JT. All right, good deal there with JT Snow. Fun when we do that each and every week of the baseball season. When we'll talk to him again next week. Usually we do it on Thursdays, but Giants off day yesterday, and they had that game yesterday. Anyway, we squeezed him in today. We got Marcus Thompson joining us at 3:30 today, because we got Giants pregame coming up at 4:05. So we are under an hour till Giants pregame, taking on Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers. Michael Lorenzen tonight, the righty, against Logan Webb, who takes the ball for the Giants, looking to extend on the 1-game winning streak after losing 6 in a row. They win that last game in Arizona. When we come on back, your tips and picks. Stanley Cup Final starts tomorrow, Oilers and Panthers, and we got to tell you what Marcus Thompson's thoughts were on Klay Thompson's future with the Golden State Warriors. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's Sports Leader.
Well, it's me, Boch. I went on both Tolbert and Copes and Murph and Marcus. That's a whole lot of Boch. May as well call it the Boch Leader. Listen to Boch podcasts on KNBR.Boch and the Boch app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. I've been driving my Pilot now for, gotta be coming up on 10, 12 years. Now I've had different iterations of the Honda, but I've loved them because they're versatile and They're reliable. They're in the driveway. They're not in the shop. They are fun to drive. A lot more fun to drive than you think. I'm not going to lie to you and say it's a Ferrari. It's not. It's a mid-sized SUV. But it is fun to drive. I love taking it up the hill, which I'll be doing in about 2 months as we go to Tahoe for our annual golf trip. Me, a bunch of my friends who are big guys, and golf clubs, and gear, and beer. Plenty o' room. I love the fact it has an easy navigational system. No matter what I want to hook up and listen to, I got that as well. The rear view angle camera, and I like when they, you happen to maybe you're drifting out of your lane, it pulls you back into your lane. So it can't keep you from getting into an accident, but it can help you to not get in an accident. So I just like all the bells and whistles that it has. I like its reliability. I like its room. It's got to have room. 6'8". And I like the fuel efficiency. I like the regular gas. Getting to save at the pump a little bit. That's always nice. I feel like I'm sticking it to somebody like, yeah, I'm getting mine now. So if you want a Honda, you want a great midsize SUV that is fun to drive, fuel efficient, and maybe best of all, reliable. And if you need room like I do, has that as well. Great deals happening now on Honda Pilots and every other Honda model at your NorCal Honda dealers. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda like me or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Time to make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes back with you with tips and picks. Tips and picks, by the way, is sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, California, where every visit is a winning experience. Stanley Cup Final starts tomorrow. Oilers against the Panthers. Tom, I know you were watching a lot of the Stanley Cup playoffs. It was fun getting to this point. We had a couple of intense series, some big fights, and we've got a Stanley Cup Final starts tomorrow. You got a pick on this one for the series?
I like Florida. I just think they're too deep. I think, look, the Oilers are the two best players in the series, Draisaitl and McDavid. So I like Florida. I like their forecheck. I like their defense. Goaltending solid. They got some guys that can put the puck in the back of the net, but they're like super comfortable playing in like 2-1 games, 3-2 games, 1-0 games, stuff like that. So I just like them. I might take them just to add a little spice to it, but it's not like I watch hockey all year, and I don't really get a chance to watch as many of the playoff games as I'd like because there are just so many basketball games, and I'm watching basketball. But I would go with Florida.
You got a couple of days now before you got more hoops, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably go. I'm gonna probably go Florida for the series. I think they're minus 140. I missed out on the best price. It was like minus 135. So I think Florida. I tried to do it, wouldn't do it, but I wanted to do a parlay. I wanted to take Florida and Boston. And Boston was 177, and now Boston. Well, Boston now they're probably like minus 400, but they ended up being minus 205. So it went way up. But yeah, I'll probably go Florida, and then I kind of like Dallas in game 2. Kind of like Dallas. I think they're getting 7.5, something like that. I'm not sure exactly what the number was, but it's crazy because people think, and I'm not saying
it was 7.5, by the way. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not saying it can't go this way, but games change. I mean, it's not like momentum. It's not like things that happened in game 1 are all going to happen in game 2. I mean, there's going to be adjustments. There's going to be changes. Some guys won't shoot quite as well. Some guys will shoot a little bit better. So you got to be careful with thinking what you see in game 1 is exactly what you're going to see in game 2, because that's just rarely the case. So those are two things that, yeah, I kind of like Dallas in game 2, and I kind of like Florida for the series against Edmonton. At least that's the way. I mean, Edmonton has been rolling ever since the about halfway through the first period of game 4, I guess it was. They were down 2-0. They got rolled in game 3 after themselves being up 2-0 and ended up getting outscored 5-1 the rest of the way. So they went down 2-0, and I thought, oh, these guys are in trouble. And then they just took over the series. The power play got rolling, and Dallas just couldn't get things going, although they outshot them like 36-10 in the last game. I've never seen anything quite like that. We get outshot by 26 shots on goal and lose. But I mean, Edmonton's going, and again, McDavid and Draisaitl could do some special things. There's no doubt about that. But I'm going to go with Florida. So Florida for a series, and Dallas
getting the points in game
2. Yeah, that's what I think I'll be going with.
Let's go out to the phone lines here. Woody Wonka is in Redwood City. He's got action. He's looking for Dallas to win the series, and he needs some help. Woody Wonka, you're in Redwood City. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, fellas. Actually, I don't need help. I'm going to say Dallas is going to take it in 6 games. That's my prediction.
Wow.
Well, you do need some help. You need Dallas to win. Yeah.
Strong. They're going to win 4 of the next 5?
You need some help. That's what I'm saying. You're drawn dead right now.
No, you know what? Yeah, but now, look, they came back from 29 down to 8 points. They got a couple bad calls. Then they're down by 16. And you know that Boston was feeding off the Walton Magic, which is, God bless Bill Walton, right? I don't think there's 7-3 guys going to last the series. That's my call.
Porzingis, yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, you definitely will have you back on the air. You can call back if they win 4 of the next 5. That will.
Yeah, you make your victory lap right here.
I'll tell you what, that would be something. We'll celebrate. How's that? You got
What's
it,
that?
I said I'll eat the crow or I'll celebrate with you. How's that?
Sounds good.
That's fine. All right. You ain't eating the crow with me. I ain't eating no crow with you. I'll celebrate with you. I ain't eating crow.
I'm not on Dallas. Appreciate the call, Woody Wonka. Thanks, man.
Why do I got to eat crow?
Yeah. Sometimes you're the handler.
I got to enjoy it.
That's it. Real quick, though, I want to get to this because Marcus Thompson is going to join us at 3:30 here. So he did one of his podcasts for The Athletic, or did a podcast for The Athletic, and he says in that podcast, quote, I don't think this is on Klay Thompson. I don't think it looks good for him coming back. I think he's going to get a bunch of money thrown at him. This is on Klay Thompson re-signing with the Warriors. This is now, that's the most firm Marcus has been in a take like that.
Yeah.
Because we've all heard that. We've all thought, I don't know, it just kind of depends. We'll see who throws what. Will people really be willing to pay? And we all talked about that series, what was it, 2 series ago? Was it the Orlando series? We thought, okay, Orlando maybe.
Yeah.
There was a series that ended. I can't remember which one it was in the postseason. We thought this may have made Klay Thompson more money, is what we had talked about. Just your thoughts
Orlando.
on. Was it the Orlando series when they got eliminated?
Yep.
There you go. We're like, they could use him. They could need him.
Well, look, I mean, Marcus talks to people. He doesn't just come up with opinions out of thin air. So he's probably reading the room a little bit. I thought it was 50-50. I'll stay with 50-50. I don't think the Warriors are going to go higher than 20. I'd be shocked if they do. So if he can get 25 somewhere or more, then, it may come down to Klay Thompson saying, look, I'd tell his agent, I'd like to stay here, but if they're going to go to this number, then I'm in. And if somebody decides they want to go to that number, then the Warriors are going to lose him. And I'll be honest, I don't know if people are going to agree with this or not. They may not agree with me on this one because they love Klay, and I love Klay too. But the Warriors might be better without him next year if he's not going to accept the role that they're going to have for him. And that role is probably going to be, you might get 30 minutes some night, you might get 15 another night because he's just not the same guy. He's not the same player. That's clear. So I don't know. They may just be better, clean break, and move on and be able to use those resources on something else. I could be wrong on that, and I'm not even saying I'm completely sold on that, but I think there's a real possibility that could be it could end up being better for them.
I don't think that's a bad take, because you're right. It's about embracing whatever role is that they have for him, and if he's not going to do that, then how could you be better with him just because he's on the roster? He may be better served going elsewhere, and the Warriors may be better served in reconstructing the roster with him elsewhere. So a couple of things we can talk to about with Marcus Thompson when he joins us, because we talked to Mark Spears yesterday about the Dan Hurley to the Lakers situation. Also, sort of pending here, LeBron has until June 29th to opt into his $51.5 million contract for next season. Mm-hmm. Interesting that they could be handing out a big deal like this. And, of course, LeBron is involved in these discussions and in these decisions, but that's a big thing this summer as well. And I don't think the Warriors and LeBron thing will go away if he opts out. You think he's going to opt out?
He may opt out and
get
do 2 more years.
Yeah, something like that.
2 more years in Los Angeles. It's hard for me to see him going somewhere else.
I can't imagine he goes and starts somewhere fresh.
All the things he has set up in L.A. now. And look, it's not like they didn't win the series, obviously. They lost 4-1, so they kind of, you would think, they got mopped. They were ahead 70% in that series. So I think they're right there with a lot of teams in the Western Conference. The problem is I'm not quite sure they're there with OKC, although they swept OKC this year. Denver has a Lakers number. Minnesota, they're just teams that are going to get better and better and better, but it depends on what they can do with the roster. They're missing a few players. Like I thought Jared Vanderbilt not being able to play for him hurt them because he's a really versatile defender and he can guard a lot of different guys. I've always really liked him. But, if you're hiring Hurley and you're the Lakers, this is for after LeBron. This isn't for LeBron. This is, okay, we want to be able to build a program here, and we want someone here that can do that. So this isn't about, hey, win in 2 years or you're fired. This is about, okay, we're going to try to support you. We want to win now. But we also want someone that can lead us post-LeBron and keep us relevant instead of just, falling off the map, which they did for a while there.
It's all part of this fabric here with Danny Hurley and what decision they make at the head coaching position in L.A. And we'll talk to Marcus Thompson about his comments on Klay Thompson not believing he could be coming back, that he's going to get a ton of money thrown at him. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joins us next. Then we still have a soup du jour, some sound soiree, and a Giants pregame coming up at 4:05 for Game 1 of a 3-game series between the Giants and the Rangers. Marcus Thompson next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy, it's the fan-favorite way to play fantasy sports, and with the NBA Finals here, we had Game 1 last night. You can get in on the action throughout the entire final series with Underdog Fantasy's NBA Pick'em game. The Pick'em game is where you select between 2 and 5 players to build a pick'em entry. They'll give you a series of player stats. You select higher or lower on those player stats. If the picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money in a game. I got so close on the Luka pick the other day when I was telling you guys about that. I'd say follow some of that again this weekend. I like Luka to bounce back in game 2. I'm going higher than his total points in game 2, and I'm going to go lower than the made threes for Jaylen Brown in this one. You pair those together, you can add a few more picks in there as well. You put those in there, endless projections to choose from. You can create your own experience, but if you get 5 for 5, you can win a big chunk of money. Legal in California, and it's a blast to play along as you're watching the games. It's easy to play. It's even easier to get started. Go to the mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code KNBR, and they will give you a mystery special pick to use with your first pick of entry and a deposit offer just for signing up. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR, to claim your new customer special of a mystery player pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
All right, one of our favorite times of the week. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Get to talk to Marcus Thompson, who I believe is back in Beantown. What's up, Marcus?
What's up, dude?
Not quite yet. I'm going to Dallas.
Oh, okay.
Marcus does Dallas.
There you go.
Yeah, as long as you don't say Debbie, we good.
I said Marcus.
David Aldridge has the Boston wing.
Oh, okay.
And I'm doing the West Coast wing.
Got it. So that game looked, I mean, we were saying Dallas, all the stuff they did against the Clippers, all the stuff they did against the T-Wolves, Boston just shut that faucet off. They just said, sorry, no lobs, no corner threes, ain't happening. Go ahead and find a different way to score. And for that game, Dallas couldn't. They're going to have to figure out some other way to score against this team.
It feels very like, why didn't everybody else do it?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I get
personnel?
it. Boston has like the personnel, yeah, but I mean, really, you're just saying, hey, Luka, you got to take my guy one-on-one. If you're going to do it, you got to do it 40 times in the game.
Yep.
Like, everybody could have done that. Just don't help off, don't panic, don't leave, and just make them dudes just beat you. Now, I do think they'll play better, so maybe it's not like a 28-point deficit, but it's a good strategy. It's a great strategy, especially Luka. Luka was waving to the bench for a sub after like 9 minutes of playing. And that's like the first finals thing. Everybody tell you like your first finals, it's like that first stretch is you're so hyped that you get tired faster. But he looks like you might want to employ this strategy against him. So to me, it made sense. I can't believe Jason Kidd was the first one to come up with it. No, Mazzulla was the first one to come up with it, but I feel like that might be the solution for Boston. I think that's just it. Asking Luka to beat you for an entire series one-on-one. That's a tough call.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is when you have Porzingis and you have Horford, you're able to switch everything and feel pretty confident on what you got. Like, you put Gobert out there on him, he'll foul him out and score 40. So I didn't think that was an option. But the problem...
Take him off the court then, like everybody else.
I mean, then why have him then? Yeah. If you can't use him, why have him?
Yeah, good point.
You're paying the guy $40 million a year. You start sitting him in series. It's like, well, what are we doing with this guy? I think they're big. As big an issue though is defensively. Like it reminded me a little of the Warriors this year, where they just couldn't keep the ball in front of them. Boston was killing them with the 5 out, dribble, penetrate, and Gafford and Lively were rendered useless pretty much on defense, because all they could do is come out and guard the perimeter. They couldn't be near the bucket. They couldn't defend the rim. Because there was nobody by the rim. Everybody's standing outside the 3-point line, and if you can't keep the ball in front of you against Boston and they're hitting their threes, I mean, really the only chance you have is if they miss, which they didn't in the first quarter. I don't know how they rectify that. I'm not sure, because we've talked about their defense is better. Yes, it has been better, but this is a different animal they're facing now, and I'm not sure the personnel they have is great for that end of the court either.
I don't think they have a solution. I mean, the only hope they have is Boston gets cold, or Luka and Kyrie can kind of match them, and the other guys get hot, right? Like P.J. Washington couldn't make a shot. I mean, they need other guys to make a shot. They even dusted off Tim Hardaway Jr. looking for somebody to make a shot.
Yep.
So, there will be one game where Boston goes ice cold. And then there'll be a game where Luka and Kyrie go crazy. So perhaps that's 2. I don't know how they get more than that. And the problem they have, even when Boston gets cold from 3, is I think you're right. I don't think they can guard them dudes off the dribble. I really don't. And Luka and Kyrie, they put up the good effort the first few times, but usually those dudes do that when they know like a trap is coming, or they're gonna get bailed out with a screen or something, right? So you could go hard for like that 5 seconds you're on an island. But the problem is Boston's doing that every single time down. So you can see Luka, he played first quarter, he had a couple good defensive stances where it's like, oh, okay, cut off the dribble, look, he beat him to the spot. But by the second quarter, that was done. Like, he was like reaching and waving. It's like, all right, he got him. That's the problem. And the difficulty you have is they all have a green light. They all have the Missoula green light. Derek White, Drew Holiday, like, they all have the ability to say, you know what, I'm going to fake the 3 and drive. And it's really not even that complicated of offense, but they just have 6 guys who could do it. I mean, did you see Hauser out here locking dudes up? It was crazy. Like, I think game 2 will be closer, but it is a massive, massive problem. Boston is 62-9 when they make 15 threes. And 15 ain't even like a crazy number for them. They take 50. So 15 ain't even like we're hot. But you got to stop them from making 15 threes. I don't know how Dallas does that.
Yeah.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uber guest line, I want to jump to a quote we were just talking about from you on the Warriors Plus Minus podcast. I don't think it looks good for him coming back on Klay Thompson's front, is what you said. You think there's going to be a lot of money thrown at him. This is the most, I think, solid we've heard you say you don't think it looks good. What's changed in your mind, and what are you feeling on Klay Thompson now?
Man, first off, that was like a whole podcast conversation. I hate when people do that, take a snippet, and then act like that wasn't the point. The point was Klay's going to get a lot of money thrown at him. Like, there are some teams that need what Klay does. And the idea for most of the time has been, yeah, Klay better take the 20 or whatever the Warriors are offering, because he's not getting anything out there. Like, that was kind of the concept. So, and we know, like, the Warriors just can't, or they definitely don't want to pay him upwards of $30-40 million. But if you're just looking at these playoffs and looking at the teams out there, looking at the teams that are like, all right, we got to deal with Boston, we're going to have to deal with Dallas, we're going to have to deal with Minnesota, what, like, there's like 4 or 5 teams that need a dude who can just hit an open shot from 3, right? And they got cap space. So if Orlando or Cleveland or Oklahoma City, or Philadelphia, any one of these teams who desperately need a shooter, like Clay's going to be high on their list. So if the Warriors are strapped financially and don't want to pay him $30 million, I mean, they offered him, according to Shams, I think it was 2 for $50, and that was kind of the hard line they drew.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't want to pay him 30, 40, like, I think he might get it. I think a team might say, hey, yeah, we'll give you 2 years for 70,
Damn.
70 million.
Damn.
Just like they got, like, if you Oklahoma City or you Orlando, you got cap space, you got potential, like, and then 30 ain't what it used to be, especially with the cap spike coming. So a lot of teams are like, yeah, we got to spend the money anyway, and the cap is going to go up in a couple years. So, like, it's not that crazy anyway. I do feel like the market for Clay is way bigger than what anybody thought. And if this thing comes down to a money thing, that just don't look good. So I don't know that if the Warriors say, hey, well, here's all we got, I think he could go get a bigger offer. I think it's possible he can go get a bigger offer. I think that's possible now.
So to qualify what you said, or to give better context to what you said, because the quote that's out there is just, I don't think it looks good for him coming back. I think he's going to get a bunch of money thrown at him. That's, if it comes down to money, it's not looking good for the Warriors' stance on this because of how crunched they are and strapped they are for cash, whereas other teams have got this cap space.
Yeah, it was a far bigger comment. We were just talking about that. So
if I'm going to make you look bad, it'll be over something else, Marcus. Don't worry, dude.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's social media. Who cares?
No, I'm glad we got that out.
All right, let me ask you this, because this is something that I threw out there, and I'm wondering, I want to get your thoughts on it. I said there's a case to be made. They're better off with him on another team. The Warriors are better off without him because last year was difficult for him to adjust to the role. He did. But when you have equity in the program like he does, it's still tough to come off the bench, tough to sit there, tough to maybe play 30 minutes one night, 15 the next night. I'm wondering if for them you make the case that, hey, you know what? Clean break, he goes somewhere else, we move on. We kind of reset this thing a little bit more, get a little bit more athletic, a little younger if we can. What do you think of that?
I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think the real question you have is how does 30 respond to that? But I do think if Clay takes a bigger offer somewhere else, I don't think anybody will be mad about that.
Yeah.
And as long as the Warriors can say, look, man, we tried, but in fairness to our franchise and what we built, we needed him to take some sacrifice, right? We needed to take less money. We need him to take a role off the bench or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a contingent in the Warriors front office who's like, hey, we win if somebody offers them $30 million and we can't match that. Now it's not their fault that he left, so nobody gets blamed for losing Clay. Now if he takes like 18 somewhere because the Warriors didn't match, that's a whole different scenario. But I think it's a very valid analysis that the best world for Clay is coming off the bench in a lesser role and probably not closing games. And if he can handle that, that would be ideal. But if he can't, then it's probably best for him to move on. And even if he comes back, I still think they need another player who could be their second scoring option. I think that's a lot to ask Clay. And he was 3 for 29 in his last 2 elimination games. Yep. Because it's really tough at the end of the year when the defense is, waiting for you for him to score now. So I feel like he's good on the team. Like they could use him, they need him, but it's in a different capacity. And I'll definitely believe that there's a good case to be made for life after Clay.
Yeah.
A few more minutes with Marcus Thompson on the Yuma Guest Center. Are you tracking Jimmy Butler's plane? Apparently he's on his way to Northern California right now.
I mean, who flies from Van Nuys to like San Jose?
San Jose. It was weird. What was that about?
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like you could like scooter that or something. It's not even that far.
You got to get to the bottom of this.
I mean, I kind of do, but the New York City Grand Prix is coming up in Sidney McLaughlin Lerone is running, and Noah Lyles. So, I got to focus on more important things like the track and field world.
All right, do your thing.
You're into like the auto world, aren't you?
I'm into whatever they pay me to be into. So.
Exactly. Okay, what if they're not paying you? What if you retired today? Hit the lotto, retired. Are you still following? A Grand Prix and the? I mean, NASCAR.
I'll probably do that hardcore. I do F1 hardcore, just for the locations. I mean, this weekend you got the Canadian Grand Prix. I go kick it. Go to Monaco and Abu Dhabi, and let's go. Let's trot the land. I'm sure that's one of the things that my wife will do.
Trot the land.
Let's do it.
Let's trot the land, man.
Yeah,
Come on.
I don't get that. I just that's one thing that never
F1 you never got into it.
Never resonated with me. Now anything on four wheels that just goes in. Now I know Grand Prix doesn't go around a circle, but we watched the one that was in Vegas. Because my mom was here at the time, and she wanted to see it just to see what the buildings looked like and where the track was going and all that kind of stuff. So we sat there and we watched it, and it was like, okay, there's that place, there's that. Okay, that's where you go. Okay, that's there we go. And after about 4 minutes, I go, "Oh, this sucks." I go, you guys watch it. I go, you guys watch it if you want to.
I've seen Vegas. I don't need this.
I'm not doing this.
So if you watch it like from a yacht on the south of France,
what
I'm
is
sure
that?
it'll be a different experience.
What?
Yeah, haven't you seen
watch it from a yacht?
Have you seen Iron Man 2? Come on, Iron Man 2 is
better.
great. The way it starts in Monaco and all that. You know what I'm talking about, Marcus. Yeah, see? It's beautiful.
Absolutely.
It's like hanging with Elon Musk at that little cafe, right?
I don't think Vegas is a great track.
No.
I think it's kind of lame actually, but I mean it is kind of a circle. So it's a weird track. I don't think they like it either, but it's Vegas, so let's do that thing. But
yeah, they're like, cool, Vegas.
We got to get you around, man. We got to get you to some places. You got to get to Singapore,
Well, Marcus, you know what it feels like? It's sort of like anybody who played like Cruising USA or Cruising World when we were kids in the arcade. Like it feels like they're not trying to recreate tracks that are just in the games.
You know what I'm saying? With the steering wheel.
That's exactly it.
Go watch what is it? What's the racing game they played? And they picked the dude and I just watched this. Ready Player One or something?
Oh, yeah, Ready Player One. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
See, there you go. You like it. It's all good.
Tom likes the movies.
I like the movie.
It's all like sitting in the movies. Is what he
I like the movie. I like the race.
If you go play the game, then you'll understand. I understand it's a very smart sport. Like you got to be really smart to understand the technology.
Whatever. Ain't working.
Yeah.
Ain't working.
Yeah.
But I must be some kind of dummy because I ain't watching it. I ain't getting it. It doesn't resonate at all. That's okay. I'll be a dummy that doesn't watch Grand Prix. That's cool. That's cool by me.
Just go study up on chassis and you'll be good. You'll find
Well, I used to study up on chassis in college, but I'm too old for that now. So I don't even. Whatever. I don't even care.
Chastities.
Yeah,
no.
that's a different book. It's a different textbook.
Only when I had singles. That's it.
Marcus, enjoy watching the game from home this weekend and enjoy getting out to Dallas, dude. Next week we'll talk to you later, man. Thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one.
Talk to you later. Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country, joins us every week right here on the Sports Leader. We got Giants pregame in about 20 minutes at 4:05. But before we do that, we got a soup du jour and a sound soiree that's coming up next, and then Giants baseball at 4:05 on the Sports Leader. Logan Webb is on the mound for tonight's Giants game against his old friend Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers. Listen right here on KNBR for first pitch at 5:05, pregame 4:05 on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition for you into your retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Isn't that what everybody wants? Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline for retirement. You can transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number is 866-496-2300, 866-496-2300, or visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written consent of Lone Beacon.
Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Friday, June 7th, 2024. We got a sound soiree for you and some soup du jour. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. Why don't we start here? Brock Purdy. He's got a new corn seed commercial, Tom.
I love it.
Brock Purdy, a brand new new corn seed commercial.
And seeds.
Here's Brock Purdy.
I lived in the Midwest. Of course I appreciate America's farmers. I married a farmer's daughter. Of course I had to pick corn before her dad approved. I've got a hard work ethic full of early mornings and late nights. Of course I share that with farmers. I played for Iowa State and now the 49ers. Of course I bleed cardinal and gold. I partner with Pioneer Seeds. Of course I know how to excel on the field. On behalf of myself and Pioneer Seeds, thank you farmers for all that you do.
Of course.
Bro, you grew up in Phoenix.
I used to live in the Midwest.
Didn't he?
Went to college, yeah. I mean,
I'm pretty sure he grew up in Phoenix. Yeah, he went to Iowa State.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
He was a Cyclone. I guess that was it. Just 4 years. 4 years as a Cyclone, you don't go back.
Set
Once
for
a
life.
Cyclone, always a Cyclone. So that's pretty fun. That's pretty funny. You have no idea of things like that. Living out west, why would you?
We have no clue.
But no clue about. Oh, there's actually commercials like they're selling corn seed. Like, oh, hey, that's Brock Purdy. We're going to do our corn seed commercials. Like, I just think, what? Those exist? Well, guess they do.
Moving on here to some basketball sound. Charles Barkley, I don't know, Dan Dakich had a show. He's on Dan Dakich's show. Thoughts on ESPN's coverage of the Lakers courting Dan Hurley? Here's what Charles Barkley said.
I'm not going to lie. I love Danny Hurley. This has nothing to do with Danny Hurley. And good luck with him if he go to the Lakers. But I was so pissed with Game 1 of the Finals and Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals coming on. For them to spend the first hour talking about what if Danny Hurley goes to the Lakers, I was so pissed yesterday. I had to turn my TV off. I'm not going to lie. I'm like, this is how stupid they are. What y'all got the Stanley Cup Finals and the NBA Finals, and y'all talk about a team that's irrelevant. And I'm like, that whoever's doing that programming got to be the stupidest, most bonehead people in the world. I'm like, yo, if he goes, we'll talk about it. But to just go on there and blow air for an hour and then say, oh, by the way, we got Game 1 of the Finals coming up tonight. I was like, who in the hell is running their programming over there?
By the way, they're trying to sign Charles Barkley. ESPN is after the end of Inside the NBA on TNT. How about that?
He isn't wrong. They don't even care that it's the finals. It's like, okay, what are people talking about? What do people want to know about? Like that drives me nuts when people just go by that. Like, yeah, we know. We'll get to it. Short, sweet, but let's give due to the NBA Finals. You know the thing that if Danny Hurley got to the NBA, he'd actually be trying to win at some point? Let's maybe do that. Let's maybe talk about that. So I'm with Charles on that one.
Yeah,
whoever's doing that programming got to be the stupidest, most bonehead people in the world.
And they're trying to sign Charles Barkley. Did you see the end of the Padres and D-backs game last night?
I did not.
Okay, so Jake Cronenworth's batting and gets called out on strike. It was an atrocious strike 3 call to end the game. It's like up and so he's left-handed hitter. It's like top right corner of the zone and off the plate. So it's high and away, and he gets rung up. Strike 3 looking to end the ball game. But it's more about Mark Grant's reaction to that strike 3 after the game. Here it is.
Strike 3 call. And that ends the ball game, and that was not close to being a strike.
Brutal. Horrible. Took the bat right out of the kid's hands. Wasn't even close.
Like Schilt out there arguing that very point, but this game is over.
You got to be shaving me.
You got to be shaving me.
That's the line there. That's the line.
That is good right there.
The great is the dead air right before it. You got to be shaving me.
I thought he cursed initially, like in the background. I thought I could hear him.
I don't think he did
something.
in the very beginning.
Yeah.
You got to be shaving me.
That's pretty good. That's pretty funny.
You got to be shaving me.
I like
That's
that one.
Good. Very, very good.
Are you I am a game show guy. Big time game show guy on TV.
Oh, yeah, I love game shows. I haven't watched as many as I used to when I was a kid, but yeah, I like game shows a lot.
I've been dialing up way more of the new Weakest Link. Have you caught any of that with Jane Lynch? It's pretty good. It's pretty fun. It's pretty
I like
fun.
her, though. I've seen her do it.
Yeah, I've been taping or recording on YouTube TV some of those episodes. I tape Jeopardy every night. I watch Jeopardy almost every day. And because of that, you catch some Wheel of Fortune there. But I don't watch Wheel of Fortune as regularly, but Pat Sajak just signed off from Wheel of Fortune. Final episode, was it yesterday? Was his last episode?
Really?
It's today is the final episode.
40 years?
Yeah, 1975 is when it started.
Is that what it is?
It started January 6, 1975 was the first episode of Wheel of Fortune. Ryan Seacrest is now taking over for the time being.
Okay.
Because what? He was not busy? What? He had some free time?
I think didn't Chuck Woolery did it for a while.
Yeah, right. But Sajak's been
connection
for a long time. Anyway, he steps away after about 40 years. Here's his sign-off from Wheel of Fortune.
Well, the time has come to say goodbye. I have a few thanks and acknowledgments before I go, and I want to start with all of you watching out there. It's been an incredible privilege to be invited into millions of homes, night after night, year after year, decade after decade. And I've always felt that the privilege came with a responsibility to keep this daily half hour a safe place for family fun. No social issues, no politics, nothing embarrassing, I hope, just a game. But gradually it became more than that. A place where kids learn their letters, where people from other countries hone their English skills, where families came together along with friends and neighbors and entire generations. What an honor to have played even a small part in all that. Thank you for allowing me into your lives.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty good sign-off.
That's pretty good stuff, man.
Pretty good sign-off.
That's, man, I know that's like, can you imagine, like, doing that job, like, grinding out 5 episodes a day for, like, a month, and then you're off? For, like, 9 months, you're just chilling?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. You can give me that $5-10 million a year, whatever they make. I mean, those dudes are making good money.
He
like
was
the
making
big-time
bank.
game shows.
Yeah.
But yeah, they just bang out a bunch of shows. Like, okay, let's keep cranking them, and they'll do like 5 shows a day for a week. That's like 25 shows. That's a month. You're like, we just did a month. Boom. Okay, let's do that a few more times. We'll be done.
Yeah, you're done.
Good to go.
He by the way, he started in 1981.
81.
So he took over.
Wow, 43 years.
Pretty incredible, right?
That's wild.
People are trying to take him down already too. I saw after that video came out, people were like, "Dude, don't forget, he's a Jan 6 guy."
Politics.
We love him. We love the vowels. We love to buy the vowels, don't we? A's and the E's.
We love Vanna.
Sometimes W. We love when W's a vowel, don't we?
The way she turns it. Oh, she turns it nice.
Okay, that's a little too on the nose. Why don't we open up the soup du jour? We got a soup du jour open for us, Raph? Come on, Raph. We can't do the soup unless you hit the soup du jour open. We'll wait, Raph. If you can't find it, we'll sit here and wait until you can.
Excuse me, Flo. That's about right. It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's soup du jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
This one, we got 2 pretty good ones. This one's pretty wild. And some people there are people out there that think they're ahead of the game just because no one does what they like. Oh, yeah, you guys just don't get it. I'm ahead of the curve here. You guys need to come on for the ride. I figured this thing out. Well, one woman who has a son apparently thinks she's figured it out. However, on social media, she found out that now she hasn't really figured it out at all. She said, I think it was yesterday, the public pools were open in New York.
Okay.
We all know what that means. Tetanus shots for everybody.
Oof.
Now, for her, it means, and I hate this too, I hate when people go, happy so-and-so, happy opening season day, or happy, shut up. No happy opening season, just shut up. You upset me.
Shut up.
Happy, the pool counts as a bath season to all who participate.
No, that's not a thing.
Oh, yeah.
That's
For
not
her
a
it
thing.
is. When her son goes in the pool, not when he gets home, he is good to go.
No.
I mean, forget the urine. Forget the chemicals. Forget everything that probably damages your skin and damages your hair that's going to stay on your skin the rest of the evening. She's like, nope, it's water. We're good. Look, he's wet. We're going to dry him off. He's not wet. Shower.
No.
Done.
No.
We're good. She was getting pilloried.
No.
I mean, I think there's one other woman that said,
No.
Oh, yeah, I do too. Like, it did. Come on.
It's got to be a cultural thing. You know what I mean? That's all I can say about that. It's got to be a cultural thing. That's all I can.
Could be.
That's all I can imagine.
Could be. What's a stupid thing is what it is.
It's a dumb thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like, hey, let's go take a bath, but we're at the pool. Yeah. You know what that means to me? That means happy. I'm lazy as shaving day.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like giving my kid
You got to be
bath.
shaving me.
You got to be shaving me. Like, I'm not giving you a bath. I just took you. You kidding me? I took you to the pool for 2 hours. I'm not going to come home and give you a bath.
You
too.
sweat in the pool, by the way, folks.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
No, I don't. I'm just wet.
Think of all the other fluids.
Yeah, no,
It's a public pool.
You got to be shaving me.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me? You're lucky you're not glowing when you get back home. You're going to the public pool. Oh, that is just.
Shout out to Hayward
that's
Plunge.
Like when I go in a pool, and I don't go to the pool often, but if I do, I can't wait to get a shower. I can't wait to. Well, I don't have any hair anymore, but couldn't wait to get home and shampoo and soap up and it's just such a gross feeling too, and you feel all itchy and everything because you got all that crap all over your body.
Ugh.
Like no. Anything. You go into the ocean. You got to go into the pool. It's shower time. In fact, I will even say this: it's more of a shower day than like a regular day if you go to the pool or the water or you go to the ocean.
Yeah. You got to bathe extra.
Yep. All right, how much time we got, Roth?
About 20 seconds.
15 seconds at it. I can't tell my story about the guy that went to the antique shop and put stuff up his anus and then put it back on the shelf.
69.
Coming up next, Giants baseball. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God.